I'm guessing 9 months go into building toys, and the other 3 months going into building things for all the naughty children from Russia. Special elf components. The Russians get stuff from Krampus, though. He makes the deliveries.
And John, sorry, John, Ryan.
Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, I was going to say, John, make sure to watch that video. Like I said, 350 targets have been hit by HIMARS. That was disclosed in that provides a run rate. And, I already said this earlier, but I'll say it again because it's really good. So that's like a 40% increase over the first month from June 24th through, let's call it, I think it's like August 24th, first 2 months. So there's been a significant, it's evidence of a significant uptick, which is what we're seeing, right? We're seeing just HIMARS and clock like all the time now, which is awesome. But it's, it's about a 40% increase over the first 6 to 8 weeks since HIMARS was there.
It's awesome unless you work at a Russian ammo depot.
Amen.
Shaggy, I think you were next, and then Dan.
Hello, yeah. My questions are about Ukrainian troop rotation. So if this doesn't break OPSEC or whatever, I'm just kind of wondering how they do the troop rotations. For instance, you've got troops that are on the front line down in Kherson and Donbass or whatever, but you've also got some troops manning the Belarusian border who are not seeing any action at the moment, but obviously they need to be there just in case. So I'm wondering if the frontline troops, when they get rotated close to the front line in wherever they are, and then go back to that same front line, or whether they kind of go around the country, maybe a week.
I'm open to being corrected, but I suspect that the regular Ukrainian army and the actual enlisted forces are fighting on the front lines, and territorial defense units are protecting those rear areas that just need to be defended, like in and around Belarus and areas like Chernobyl and Pripyat, and as far back as Lviv and Kyiv. I would suspect that they want the more seasoned fighters and people who know what they're doing, and not just somebody who's patriotic but has little or no military experience, or maybe beyond fighting age, actually engaging in any extended combat. That said, when guys are fighting on the front lines for 2 or 3 or 4 weeks at a time, it's always a good idea to rotate a portion of your forces. I think I've heard someone say that they kind of keep them in thirds, but again, I'm not a military expert. But whatever the case, you can't keep guys indefinitely fighting on the front line. They'll get what's known as battle fatigue. They need some time, some R&R to rotate back home, and either not be continuously on 100% alert and under threat of imminent attack. And one of the luxuries that Ukraine has over the Russians is that they can more easily rotate back and see their wife and kids potentially. But it's not like there's any fear in the Ukrainian military that these guys are going to desert and not come back and fight for their country. Russia does not have that luxury, and I suspect if they let many of their guys rotate back into Russia to get some R&R time, they would probably find that massive numbers were going AWOL.
Okay, yeah, thanks. The defense force point, very good point. I'd forgotten about that. And yeah, the second point about being battle fatigue, that's and needing experienced troops on the front line. That was kind of partly my thought as well, i.e. backwards and forwards to really, really hot action over and over again, and it's going to wear you out. So that's why I was wondering if they kind of got rotated around maybe to the Belarusian border for not complete R&R, but a little bit of a stand down R&R before.
I don't think they would give them a stand down assignment necessarily, unless they had been their unit may have really been hit hard or something like that. I think they can achieve better outcomes by just giving those guys a week off to pull back to Kyiv or Lviv or somewhere, maybe go home to their home village and visit their family if they haven't already evacuated. Some people who are in country, like the second in command of the fire department in, oh my gosh, the name escapes me, of the city up far in the northeast. Starts with a K, but that doesn't really
Kharkiv?
explain anything.
Kharkiv?
Kharkiv, yeah, Kharkiv. The second in command of the fire department there that we had on the space about a week ago initially moved his wife and daughter into the fire station, but he had since evacuated them to Germany, just presumably so he could focus more on his job and not worry about his family as well as himself. So, I don't know what guys do when they get some R&R time off the front line. I presume they go back to Kyiv and view the parade of destroyed Russian equipment that's sitting in Kyiv on display.
Okay, all right. Thanks for the answer. I'll drop down now. Thanks very much. Have a nice day, everybody.
Thanks, Shaggy. Dan, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just, I'm assuming most of the board is familiar with Michael McKay, the Canadian gentleman who's been involved with Ukraine for a long time and has essentially mapped the whole war. His map of Kherson tonight is really quite cheery. I sent it to you, Ryan, as a DM. But
I will have to take a look at that. I've actually seen a few maps in the last 12 or so hours, and I'm not sure if that's one I've already seen yet or not, but I will switch over and take a look at it. Sorry, I was preoccupied not looking at my DMs.
no worries, you're trying to do 7 things at once, I understand. But I mean, McKay's method, insofar as I understand it, is that he just takes the Ukrainian command puts out a list more or less every day of places that the Russians shelled. And McKay just gives the Russians a tiny bit of credit and assumes they're not shelling themselves. So if the Ukrainians say they're getting shelled there, the Russians have probably left. And if his last map of Kherson is correct, the northern portion of the Russian position there has real problems.
Exactly. And I've seen this map and a couple of other examples that showed an even larger bulge in the center there that might indicate those guys to the north are being surrounded quickly with basically an unfordable river at their back. So I wouldn't want to be a Russian in that northern pinch point at the moment.
I mean, at this point, they're in danger of just being surrounded. I mean, they won't even have access to the river unless they start moving.
Yeah, which would be a beautiful development either way. Like I said, I've seen an even more exaggerated map than the one you sent me, and I hope the more exaggerated version is the accurate one. But John, go ahead.
Yeah, we've seen the McKay map. We follow his maps along with a myriad of others, and we're currently discussing. Well, I'm currently discussing his latest one offline with a number of individuals with relevant subject matter knowledge.
I eagerly await what else. More information, but I thought I'd throw that out.
Now that I'm checking my DM, somebody shared with me that mock-up Russian recruitment video that basically is. I'm not going to share it into the nest. It's pretty valid, but it's obviously somewhat satirical in its production and pretty accurate in the assertions it makes about joining the military to commit war crimes. Good morning, Doman.
Good morning. What is this? I log off and the space crashes.
I actually thought it was you managed to stay up for 5 days because I was absent for 3 of them.
So it was your presence, not
Whatever
my
the
absence,
case.
that was the problem.
Yeah, I got back, space crashed. What's new? That said, we did manage to keep it up and running for a total of 5 days, which is a new MryiaReport record.
Yeah, we thought that almost 4 days was a lot, but apparently it wasn't.
I eagerly await the certificate from Twitter for us managing the longest continuously running space. I hope they will send the pizza party to Ukraine, though.
Exactly. No, great. John, I
Can we
hear.
just highlight, Dorman,
Yes.
good morning. Can we just highlight that nobody from Twitter has ever reached out to us? Ever.
I think there's going to be a developer reaching out real soon,
Who
because
pronounced
he
that
will have
nonsense?
he will have seen the 122-hour timestamp of a duration. They'll think,
Yeah, we must
something
be
went wrong.
skewing. We must
No,
be
something.
skewing their data.
Not us. No. He'll think that his clock script is buggered. That's what's going to happen, and then he's going to spend days
Exactly.
figuring out what's wrong with his clock script. And then he'll come to the realization that somebody actually managed to run one for 120 hours. And then
Can you imagine that outlier data point on them trying to, do whatever metrics they do as Twitter analysts? We're definitely going to skew the bell curve.
Yeah, probably. So I was going to ask a very, very serious note. So, John, you've been looking at maps, you say. What are the maps saying? What is interesting that is out in the world of maps?
So the most interesting potential update is courtesy of Michael McKay, is that a town that was previously known to be Russian occupied is now reportedly being shelled by the Russians, according to the Ukrainian General Staff, potentially indicating that either the town has been liberated or that it is now currently contested. It is on the northern portion of the front in Kherson. It has an incredibly long name. Let me attempt to pronounce this. It is Novo.
Novoskresenske?
Yeah, that one.
You should have let John try to butcher it. I'm always happy when he's here so he can do these things instead of me.
I'm trying Joseph's method. I'm trying to go syllable by syllable and trying to figure this out.
I just try to say it all at once and then feign stupidity because I'm from Oklahoma. It works. Doman, do they not observe Labor Day in Europe, or is that considered a day to work?
You guys are the ones that are 4 months late. We
Well,
observe Labor Day on the anniversary of the big union uprising in Chicago, which is May 1st. Makes no sense why you're the guys who have it on a different day, when the day is because of something that happened in America.
They wanted a proper summer holiday.
Yeah, we try to pick peak summer when it's really nasty outside, and then everybody can, take that weekend off.
It's funny that you say really nasty when you mean warm.
Well, if you've ever been to Oklahoma in the dead of summer, it's really nasty here.
It has been above 90 all week here in Dallas. It has not been particularly pleasant. 90 and pouring rain.
Well, I'm just going to go ahead and self-congratulate and say that I worked on through the summer of the hottest year on record in Oklahoma. I believe we had like 90 consecutive days in the triple digits. And it also happened to be the same year that OSHA mandated anyone who worked in the oil and gas industry had to wear full zip-up coveralls, like a bodysuit that covered all the way down.
Wait, why?
To their wrists. We had to wear essentially fire retardant onesies. either fire retardant jeans and pants or something like a flight suit. And
So you did a very healthy 90-day individualized Indian sweat.
Sauna.
Great.
yeah, it was the Oklahoma version of sauna. There were active
No,
speculations. Yeah,
Oklahoma.
Oklahoma. There you go, Oklahoma. There were weekly active speculations that somebody was going to die of a heat stroke, and a number of people lost a record amount of weight that summer. I survived, and I'm a better man for it. Unfortunately, I didn't have a cush office job at the time. I was a field inspector, so I learned really well how brutal Oklahoma summers can be.
All right, from the summers of Oklahoma back to the battle maps of the Kherson Oblast. John, do you have anything else which you can see on those maps and which has been discussed in the last couple of hours?
Thank you for writing that ship, Axel.
Well, I'm driving behind a car which has a Russian license plate, and people are blinking at it from each and every side.
Speed up, speed up. You're insured, right?
You should see the tank I'm driving.
If it's tracked, just don't stop.
Before anybody asks, the only reason why Axel hadn't sent it to Ukraine already is the lack of a re-export permit by Robert Habeck.
No, it's vintage, so the transmission just catches fire a lot.
The Leopard 2 does not have that issue.
I was going to say, fine German engineering doesn't catch fire.
Oh, I was more so referring to German tanks of an older vintage.
Well, I'm just
What he
thinking
means, what he means is the very, very good gearbox, but slightly untested, which was rolled out in the Panther.
I'm just thinking that if something unfortunate were to befall this Russian vehicle or Russian plated vehicle in front of you, they might have a really hard time limping it back to Russia, and they might be forced to walk instead.
So, John, Kherson.
Right. So in terms of, like I said, new info from the maps, the that potential settlement, either being contested or liberated in the North Domen. Can you please pronounce it for me?
Novovoskresenske.
Yes, that one. That's the only major piece of new data that I've seen. All the rest seems to be already covered. The one interesting thing that
this is how far south from Vesukopilya is this?
Let me pull up my Google Maps distance tool. The only other interesting bit, give me 1 second while I find the distance on this, was that there was apparently a Russian ammo depot that was struck and destroyed in Tomina Balka. That was struck and destroyed in Tomina Balka, and that was one of the towns that had been reported as potentially liberated after D+0. However, the fact that a Russian ammo depot there just exploded probably indicates that it wasn't actually liberated. That one had potentially kind of been that one was more unclear than some of the others, given how close it was to Kherson city. So I suspect there may have been, a mistranslation or somebody misunderstanding some, audio communication, potentially referring to another settlement. And the distance is approximately 18 to 19 kilometers ish, approximately southeast, nearly south, but southeast ish.
That's a lot of an advance for a day.
Toman, when you asked me that question yesterday, what did I tell you?
You said 15, 16 kilometers.
That was when?
That was, let's say,
the
circa
afternoon.
20 hours ago, 19
Exactly.
hours ago.
You heard it here first.
Keep in mind that Ukraine was already known to have liberated the town of Lubivka, which is directly north of this other settlement that we're discussing, and the distance there is only about 9 to 10 kilometers. So I suspect that was the advance that they either advanced from Lubivka or excuse me, from Lyub Mivka, which is a nearby town that's also been confirmed to be liberated. I suspect that's where the advance occurred from rather than from Vysokopelia, given that it's just a shorter distance. And there's no other major intervening towns between those two settlements and the one that we're discussing.
How big are these settlements, John? Can you give us a rough idea of, I don't know, how many inhabitants would live there in peacetime? So Vysokopelia was what?
Pulling that up right now. One moment. Vysokopelia. So pre-war population around 3,500 to 4,000. Some of these other towns, they are very small to the point where I'm not sure there's going to be easily accessible population data.
So the aim with those isn't the village itself, right? If it's a village that used to have 300 people, 500 people, especially after heavy fighting, there's not going to be anything left anyway. The village isn't the point. It's sort of a mile marker, right, down how much territory has been liberated, but also it maybe gives you an estimate of how many sets of pre-prepared defensive positions, how many sets of pre-prepared defensive lines have been overrun, right? And one would presume that the farther back you go, would there be stronger defensive lines? No, the fourth line, the fifth line, or would you expect those to be maybe a little bit less well prepared?
Well, it all depends to some extent on the there's a couple factors there. Obviously what level of defense the Russians had prepared prior to August 29th, and perhaps more significantly, what defenses they've prepared since then, if any, depending on how quickly the Ukrainians have advanced and the degree of order with which or potentially without the Russians have withdrawn, and that would seriously, impact their ability to have pre-prepared positions there. So, for example, if this was just a chaotic withdrawal, more than likely they will, just have whatever they had on August 29th and nothing additional. If it was more orderly, then perhaps they, would have had the wherewithal to, strengthen their positions in this area. As to whether, it was, the second, third, fourth line of defense prior to the beginning of the operation, I'm not sure. Vysokopelia seems to have been along the first line because it was directly on the front line. Given the distances here, the approximate front line was what at true to Lubivka previously before August 29th. It's about 15 kilometers deep. So I would imagine there's probably some manner of defenses there, but we're probably getting, maybe beyond the halfway point, if you will.
The second line would have been between 3 and 4 kilometers behind it, maybe 5 at times. Then there would be ammunition depots 12 to 15 kilometers, command posts at that range. And those were taken out as, John, if you remember the discussion last week, which we have with CJ and Craig, those were targeted specifically. So the logistics posts were taken out, and also the gathering points, which they could have taken as additional or at least supplementary fighting retreat locations with slight fortifications, revetments, and the likes. All of those are gone. And as a consequence, there is very little the Russians can do in a fighting withdrawal other than move and maneuver. This leads to a significantly more fluid front line, and which is what the Ukrainians have been exploiting, and therefore made that gain of about 18 kilometers. to the extent that it has been measured and picked up by yesterday late afternoon. You should expect that the Ukrainians will have even at this point in time, given the weather and the cloud cover, that they will have even undertaken significant amount of night raids and additional night movements and preparatory movements, and that since early this morning, when the sun came up, they'll be on the move. You need to keep the enemy moving. You have to keep them, say, under pressure. You have to keep the exhausted enemy constantly busy with fresh troops from the Ukrainian side. Don't forget, the Ukrainians have been fighting for a number of days. They will have rotated frontline troops now after taking one or the other town. So when you have people going up with flags on such a hospital as Invades, and when you have them punch through the lines, at some point in time, they need to stop, refill, recover, feed troops. And what you should be doing is having fresh troops passing by, mechanized infantry, tanks, and the likes. Next squadron, go up, push, push, push.
One thing to note is I've kind of had a hunch, Axel, I'm not sure if you have any thoughts on this, but I've kind of had a hunch that the Ukrainian units that have been deployed along the northern portion of the front may be better equipped in terms of night vision equipment, thermal imagers, et cetera, and other night fighting equipment, because there were a lot of reports that came in from the, first and second nights, and also the third, really, of very heavy fighting continuing along that northern portion of the front overnight. And I believe that, that Special Forces Brigade that was in the area, I presume they would have been, in theory, reasonably equipped with night fighting equipment as well. So my working hunch was that Ukraine may have deployed, some of their units that are better equipped with that type of equipment along the northern front, to counteract that, Special Forces Brigade, and so that, also, to conduct, enhanced nighttime operations there. Would you say that's a reasonable hunch?
Absolutely. That's exactly what they've done.
Folks, we do have a couple of open spaces on the speaker panel. If you have any map-related questions, we've got John Ridge, our resident cartographer, and Doman, the Serb expert, and Axel, who is more or less a jack of all trades. He has to work occasionally, so we can't bombard Axel, but Doman is here to be our verbal punching bag, more or less. If
So
you
have
have any
another question for
sommelier
John.
questions.
Yeah,
go ahead, Doman.
those I can deal with. And talk about wine anytime. John, there's things outside of Kherson, unless you have more stuff in Kherson, but there's something on the other side of occupied territories to maybe touch upon.
Oh, yes. So it would appear that, I believe we touched upon this briefly earlier, about 30 minutes ago, was that it has been confirmed that Ukrainian forces have crossed the Seversky Donets River northwest of Seversk, so northeast of Sloviansk, and the town of Ozerne, as well as, I believe, a neighboring town. I'm not sure if it was Yampil, but there was another nearby neighboring town that was also liberated. So they have a pontoon crossing there up, or if it was just, some amphibious vehicles or, light infantry crossing the river and, boats. But Ozerne is definitively confirmed to be liberated, and there's one other adjacent town that was liberated. So they now have a foothold in the direction of Lyman.
How confirmed is Yampil?
I'm not sure about Yampil. I was kind of throwing that out there as a name. I know that there was a second town that was strongly indicated to be liberated, but I'm blanking on the name.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Thank you, John.
Good morning. Luis changed his name. I don't know what that chicken scratch is.
It says Luis.
I
says
hope
Luis,
that's in
but in Cyrillic.
Ukrainian.
Yes, it's the Ukrainian orthography rules for Luis.
Perfect. Okay. If he posted something Russian on his profile, I was about to drop him.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Do you see?
Morgen.
This is how Russians react.
Are you just here asking questions?
No, so let's be clear about something. There's no way that this is following Russian rules for Cyrillic because of that I with two dots on it, the same I that features in naive in English, right? That letter does not exist in Russian orthography at all. That is indeed a letter that, as far as Cyrillic is concerned, is very closely associated with Ukraine. I'm not sure if there's any other Cyrillic script that might use it, because the Soviets introduced Cyrillic scripts all over to languages that never had them before. And it's possible that they might have used that letter, but I somehow doubt it. I believe it might be an entirely Ukrainian letter. If you look at quite a notable Ukrainian outlet of recent note called Ukrainer, their logo is this eye with two dots on it because exactly it's so associated with Ukraine. Just so you know, Ryan, there's no way anybody could think who knows better that could have been Russian orthography.
I'm looking at a daylight video of the Antonovsky Bridge that very much to me looks like it's completely out of commission. I'm not sure you could walk across that. But John, go ahead, and then Luis, or whoever this sock puppet account is that's impostering and posing as Luis.
Thank you, Ryan. The listener was kind enough to DM me regarding that other town. It is Brusivka. It's actually a little bit of a distance away from Ozerne. It's about.
Is that to the northwest? Is it?
It's directly to the west of Ozerne, about 9 kilometers away.
So widening the bridgehead is what they're saying.
Yes, though there's only one town between them, Dubrova, and it's kind of there's this marshy area with a lot of these, what are they called, ox bins, where the formed by the changing of the flow of the Seversky Donets over oxbows. Thank you, and kind of that marshy area. But Dubrova is the only settlement between them, and those three collectively are immediately south of Lyman.
Luis, go ahead, and then I think Ben might be joining us before he goes to work.
Yes. Have you guys seen the videos that came up today in the morning from the Ukrainian helicopters just driving at the highway at a so low altitude that it's just unbelievable. I mean, the guys are legends, really.
I have not. I did see what I think is a new angle of the Antonovsky Bridge as of today, and I'm not sure you can drive a Lada over it.
They even are taking the curves at the highway like cars. It's wow, unbelievable.
Weren't there cars also driving on the highway at the same time?
I think they are using. They have to blink when they want to
Change lanes.
Yeah, change lanes. I mean, look at the latest video. I posted on my profile. He's not 2 meters over the floor, the lane. Wow.
Bonjour. Super. Monsieur me perdre.
Bonjour,
Attends, c'est ça.
Monsieur Bean.
Non, c'est les passages entre les immeubles qui posent problème.
Was he not talking to us?
He was not talking to us.
Darn. I thought we were going to get French Ben for a minute. I have no idea what he was saying. He was probably talking about me again. Or maybe I'm just a paranoid American. Monolingual. Was he ordering a croissant? Do you speak French, Doman?
I think he was saying hi to people at work.
Oh, yeah,
Just
yeah.
my guess.
Jobs are overrated.
John?
Was that Ben or was that just a random French person
No,
on
it's
the
Ben.
panel?
No, that was Ben.
Okay.
That
Okay,
was Ben.
good.
He just never speaks French in our presence. That's why I thought we were being serenaded here for a second.
One thing I wanted to briefly add to the discussion of those villages north of the Seversky Donets. I saw one report potentially indicating that the Russians had pulled most of their units garrisoning linemen in the surrounding areas and redeployed them to near Bakhmut for use in further assaults there. So if that's true, that may explain these operations if the Russians have pulled a significant percentage of their garrison force from that area.
I'll be extremely interested to see new map updates from you gentlemen in the next 24 to 48 hours. This looks like a route. So I guess my question to the panel would be, do you expect that these surrounded Russians will fight all the way back to the beach of the river, or will they just throw in the towel at some point and surrender? Do they have the resources to try and ford the river, or will they just pull all of their equipment off and try to swim across unarmed? Or who cares to venture a guess?
Well, a few weeks ago, they were stealing all of the inflatable items from local stores. So rafts, life preservers, everything, including inflatable mattresses.
Oh, that sounds bleak. I presume Ukrainian artillery will be in position to decimate that attempted river crossing.
If they try to swim it individually, I'm with Axel. I hope we've given the Ukrainian Air Force napalm.
Does napalm float on water?
Yes, it does.
I'm guessing it should burn on water.
I like that idea.
Ryan,
Luis, go ahead.
are you ignoring me because I have a cryptic name now?
It's your Russian accent.
Guys, actually, I have very good news from Germany, where I really hope that this.
Olaf Scholz found his spine.
I don't think that you will find it on this earth. Maybe he has to travel to Mars and search it there. No, actually, I really hope that this will help in changing a little bit the perception of what's going on in Ukraine, because people, as I already said many times here, people are changing the focus from Ukraine war to energy prices and stuff like that. Nord Stream 1, Nord Stream 2, and whatever comes with that. And the coalition had a meeting the last couple of days, and maybe you already discussed it here in the space, but for the ones that didn't listen to it, the government is giving the population bonus payout for energy prices that can go till 3,000 euros. That will be paid in the coming months, so that it could it helps paying the bills for regular people, and avoid some struggle that some people might have. Beside of that, we had, I think, 2 months special ticket for when you want to drive or go to work by train or bus or something like that. You could just simply buy a ticket for 9 euros and drive across Germany. And that ended to the end of August. And many people were outraged about it, because that was a good method to spare energy and car gas, and there will be some replacement for it. They are actually working on it, and in the next weeks we will have a new ticket that will allow like the same principle as the 9 euro ticket. And I think that's actually good news, because that will just relax the wallets of the normal regular people. And I really hope that the people then start again to concentrate on the Ukrainian war and the atrocities that are going there. And yeah, that's it. Finally, some good actions from German government.
Sounds like a positive development. If only they could find a non-invertebrate leader of their political system and replace Mr. Schultz. I vote Axel moves back to Germany, or maybe Luis can run for politics. I don't know, maybe you're still technically Portuguese citizen. I'm not sure how that works. Adrian, go ahead. Good morning in Romania.
Good morning and good evening to you. Yeah, I just wanted to jump up when you said they were raiding every inflatable item that could be found in Kherson. I was in Kherson last summer, and it being a city, a gateway to many summer resorts, there's plenty of shops with inflatable duckies and things like that for seaside pleasures. And I had an image in my head of that elite VDV paratrooper from their latest commercial from last year, crossing the Dnipro in a inflatable SpongeBob mattress. I think that would be, more than the napalm, that would be a great image to show the world what the great Grand Russian Army is capable of. And I've listened to Languages report this morning, and are they really doing now recruitment in homeless shelters in Moscow and St. Petersburg? I mean, prisons first, homeless shelters, what's next? I mean, they're already doing schools, right? I think we saw a picture of some 18-year-olds or look like 18-year-olds at a recruitment office. So yeah, it's looking pretty bleak for them, and I'm really liking that news is starting to trickle in about the progress of the offensive, and that all the idiots who jumped the gun and said it's a failure because we're not getting information. I'm not talking about the Russian accounts, the Western journalists, some of them based in Ukraine, who said it's a failure, and well, they're being proven wrong every day. And as you, Ryan, I'm very curious in the next 24 to 48 hours to see how the maps looks. Thanks.
I just sent Doman a few topics that have been in the news or circulating on Twitter that have not been discussed in the space, and the expansion of the parameters for conscription in Russia was one of them. Yes, to answer your question, it is reported that they're recruiting homeless people from the St. Petersburg area now. I don't know if that's been confirmed by multiple sources, but if nothing else, those are the rumors.
Honestly, I hope they don't get sent to the front. They're already fucked by the Russian system, and they were the country was so decrepit that it put them there, and they're on the lowest rung probably, and it would be a horrible destiny for them to end up in the meat grinder. I would rather the stalwart professional soldiers of the Russian army and their officers get sent to the meat grinder as fast as possible, and maybe some children of the middle class who don't like Putin, as we are told quite often. I think they should be going into the fight, not the homeless of Moscow.
Agreed. I would suspect if you were homeless in Russia, the probability that you have an alcohol problem is probably extremely high. And I'm not sure that they would trust those people with a weapon in their hand and the potential to throw down their weapons and surrender. So,
Ryan, I think you're overthinking this. If you're going to end up in the Russian army as a private, the chances of alcoholism are extremely high anyway. What difference does it? I mean, what are you doing? Are you going from 60% to 80%? What difference does that make?
well, I'm thinking
You're not observing the correct. This isn't
Well,
a relevant parameter.
what I'm thinking here is people who are severely in the throes of alcoholism need to stay drunk, otherwise they go into withdrawals and they're essentially a non-functional human. So
Brian,
your options.
have you seen the boxes of medical alcohol out the back of pharmacies in Kherson? Do you really think this isn't an existing state? Do you really think this isn't what is already the fact? This is exactly, you're describing the prescriptive situation. You're not you're imagining a situation where they have, actual. Have you observed them for the past 6 months? Do you think they're okay? No, of course not.
Touche. Point taken.
Ryan, come on.
Point
John,
taken.
who's overstating it or understating it here?
Ryan is vastly underestimating the extent of the issue. You totally beat me to what I was going to say, Dom. And Ryan, I'd recommend you have a look at some of those recent threads. I believe Chris O posted them he's posted a number of threads about the Russian officer corps, including some testimony from, well, I shouldn't say testimony, I'm being a little bit generous there, some statements from various Russian soldiers and Russian officers. And that's one of the things they complain about is their superior officers being intoxicated 90% of the time.
Well, and that was kind of what I was driving at is, people who are bad into alcoholism, like the functional alcoholics, as they're referred to, usually have to stay drunk 100% of the time, or they get the jitters and, they become violently ill, almost like a heroin addict who hasn't had their fix in a while. But again, point taken. I mean, that's kind of par for the course in Russian society.
There was an actual point beyond that I wanted to make regarding, recruiting in schools. I think that's really interesting because one of the divergent statistics, if you will, from the Russian side in this war compared to historical Russian-Soviet wars, be it in Chechnya, the First and Second War, as well as in Afghanistan, was the average age of the Russian soldiers deployed to theater in this war is quite a bit larger than, or quite a bit greater, I should say, than the average age in, say, Chechnya, well, of a Russian soldier in Chechnya or Afghanistan. In those cases, it was around 20, 21. It was, relatively young individuals, where here the average age is in late 20s, getting close to 30.
Luisakov, I think you're next.
Na zdrowie. Guys, serious. Have you seen what Team Navalny posted?
Nope.
No.
Check the
Oh,
nest.
it's amazing.
Yeah.
It just dawned on me, though, that the Kadrovites are by and large Muslim, are they not?
Correct. Sorry, but just FYI, Luis, that he always does this every single time there's a map. Navalny's team post Ukraine without Crimea. This comes up like every 2 weeks.
Exactly. So if someone pops up and says Navalny this, Navalny that, Navalny good, say Navalny same imperialist, same Tsar as Putin, and he's a threat. Period.
Navalny Vatnik.
I wonder how quickly Navalny will turn pro-war once Ukrainian forces reach Armyansk and Crimea.
Oh, on a dime. On a fucking dime. I can't believe people are still that stupid. And I'm saying this, I'm sorry for jumping in, because there are people on the space who write me sometime and tell me about the good Russians. Sorry, guys, enough. They're no good Russians. Sorry to break it to you. They're not. They need to be defeated, humiliated. And I will echo Madi's words from a few days ago. I don't care if a few innocent Russians die because of heavy sanctions. They chose this path. They chose to invade Europe. They chose to live like medieval people and attack modern civilizations. And they chose to support this stupid regime they call a government. So I'm sorry, no good Russians. They need to be defeated.
I'll believe there are good Russians when they stand in Red Square like the Ukrainians stood in the Maidan.
Absolutely.
Do you guys remember how many people we had here in the space saying, when Navalny said, I think 2016, that Crimea should always belong to Russia, he was wrong. Now he knows it better, and he can change. The people can change over time. I mean, look at this. It doesn't change. He's the same Nazi imperialist fucker.
Perfect explanation. Before we get too far away from the Kadrovites and alcoholism issue in Russia, it dawned on me that might be the reason they're used as the backstop for Russian forces, and essentially, keep everybody on the front lines at the end of a rifle, is because they're possibly the most sober Russians in Russia.
I wouldn't bank on that, Ryan. They are pretty, let's just say they don't follow the Holy Quran as strictly as their brethren in other Muslim countries.
Well, and that's one thing I wasn't really sure about, is whether they're more Russian than Muslim or more Muslim than Russian.
Well, they're not Russian to begin with.
Well, Russian proxies, let me correct myself.
Colonial subjects, maybe, if you want to put it that way.
Kadrovites are not necessarily Chechens, whether they call themselves that or not. They're
fair enough.
I've seen good Chechens. They were compiling Molotovs in the streets of Kyiv in late February and teaching their Ukrainian brethren and some of their new countrymen or adopted countrymen how to do the same. I remember one specific video of a woman who was basically very calmly explaining that this wasn't her first encounter with Russian and their colonial conquest, and she had no intentions of letting her second home be overtaken like the first one. And the conviction with which she conveyed her feelings about Russian invaders was particularly moving. I think it was the calmness and the sincerity with which she delivered her remarks that caught me.
I can't wait for once this war is over for all of the Chechen formations in the Ukrainian army to suddenly find themselves, shall we say, crossing the border into Russia in certain areas proximal to Chechnya, strangely and totally in a totally unexplained and unauthorized manner with all of their armaments and ammunition.
So there's what is it, 500 kilometers from the Ukrainian border to Chechnya across southern Russia. I have 100. That's not happening. But if you look
I was
at
thinking
where the
Georgia.
border, there we go. If you see where the border of Georgia goes with Russia, then you might have a better idea.
Yeah, those boys from the Georgian Legion are going to have plenty of practice when this is done.
Lukashenko as well is in for a very, very bad time.
They might get some free and fair elections in Belarus when this is done after all. If I were Lukashenko, I would be worried about getting Gaddafi'd, as they say.
Maybe this will end with Lukashenko fleeing to Libya.
I was wondering if Navalny's going to become the new governor of Chechnya now that Kadyrov has announced that he might retire from politics.
Well, apparently they might just be moving him from politics to Rosgvardia.
God forbid he actually put his money where his mouth is and take a chance on losing his life. Ollie, go ahead. Good morning.
Good morning, Ryan. And I heard John Ridge talking about Chechnya and your small conversation. I just came on. Do you see all these kind of like Belarus and Chechnya and all those other states in Russia with everything happening right now? When everything finally falls for Russia, when everything finally goes so bad, do you see them becoming independent? Like, do you see Chechnya getting independent, or you think those people are going to be loyal to the very end? Sorry, Dominica, go ahead.
There's very different scenarios of what happens afterwards. There's people who have studied these things for years, decades, who will disagree strongly, and that's because none of them has a crystal ball. So we don't know what's going to happen. One of the options, of course, is a balkanization of Russia, and by that I mean a split up of Russia into many different statelets. There might remain a rump Russia, and then lots of other independent, semi-independent statelets, Chechnya being among them. But that's not the only scenario. So if it's not that scenario, with Belarus, it's easier. It's more straightforward, right? Because Belarus is notionally, at least, an independent country. Yes, currently it's a proxy of the Kremlin regime, but it doesn't mean that it has to stay like that. And it's a lot easier for Belarus to gain independence. There is already a legitimate a legitimate leader of Belarus that's already been elected. It would clearly be, recognized by other European countries very quickly in Svetlana Tikhanovskaya. And people say, oh, no, but she's not perfect. She's not this, she's not that. That's fine. She doesn't have to be perfect. All she has to be is A, easily recognizable by other governments, which she is. Right? It would be very easy if there was if Lukashenko vanished, right? The Belarusian security regime vanished overnight. Let's not get into details of how that would happen, but it would be very, very easy for various European governments to say, yep, we recognize the government of Svetlana Tikhanovskaya as the legitimate government. She's returning from Vilnius or wherever she is to Minsk. We will talk to her. That's all that needs to happen. And then she needs to be willing to step down after an election or not even run, perhaps, right? That's all you need for a quick and easy peaceful transition of power and a quick and easy democratization of the country. With other states, it's a lot more difficult, and a true balkanization would have to occur. Tim?
Good morning, everybody. Sorry I'm so late. I'm having an absolute nightmare with my car this morning. I was just going to say, if we
you should really wake it up.
Very, very good, very good. No, the radiator overheated on the way back from my country house, so ended up having a bit of a delay. Anyway, I was just going to say, given that we're talking about the mooted breakup of Russia post-war, we in the Baltic states are very much looking forward to the return of our chilled-out neighbour, the Republic of Pskov, which existed until Muscovy got all out of hand, and perhaps the 29th member of the European Union.
Ollie?
Yes, Domain. And what I have to ask right now is, do you think when everything finally falls, I tried to go out to read and find out, do you think that the Russians would, put the Putin regime on trial? Do you think they would demand some kind of accountability? What is the ratio of, I don't like to say they are good Russians because a lot of them are in support of what's happening, but I'm trying to give them some kind of last hope, whether they could redeem themselves. So
people's opinions change. I think that's worthwhile noting. It isn't right to say that just because right now there's widespread support for Putin's regime, that will always be true regardless of what happens. Now, if you remember how the October Revolution happened and how the February Revolution happened, those happened because of what? Massive failures of government and war, right? So it is plausible, and this is why some people expect the balkanization of Russia, and why some people expect a sudden and possibly very violent change in the power structure, is because a collapse in war leads to that. However, the current Muscovy regime is very well insulated against such attempts because of the particular way they run their propaganda and the particular way they run the country. And that makes it less straightforward and less easy for any such change, any such transition to actually occur in fact. So it's plausible that they might wish for a violent change, but it is also less likely than it would be under different regime structures. So that doesn't mean, and this is what Luis was driving at earlier. Look at Navalny. Every time Navalny's team puts up a map of Ukraine, they put up a map of Ukraine that doesn't include Crimea, right? Because the Russian opposition, much of it that exists is still very imperialist. Wants parts of neighboring countries that they think should be Russia instead of the other neighboring countries. And that's a very commonly held sentiment, and by commonly I mean by the vast majority of the populace. They either think that, or They just don't care in the slightest, and that's not helping either. So that makes it a little bit less easy, less straightforward to expect any such changes. Tim, Republic of Pskov, when's that coming?
Well, hopefully after Russia finally get their asses handed to them once and for all in Ukraine, Russia collapses in on itself and breaks up into statelets, and we end up with a lovely Hanseatic neighbor of chilled out Russians just to our east. But I'm fantasizing. I was going to ask Domin, because you'll probably know this. Has Russia ever had a peaceful change of regime? I think Yeltsin to Putin. Was that peaceful? I think it was, but apart from that,
I mean, it was catalyzed by Chechnya too, but the transition itself was peaceful.
But that's the only one, I think, isn't it?
No, they went from Tsar to Tsar to Tsar, without fighting.
Well, yes, but you know what I mean. I mean a change of political regime, so to speak.
Oh, so going from Putin to Demon to Putin doesn't count.
No, because I'm
In
thinking
which
of
case,
this, yeah,
I guess not.
Because I'm thinking of kind of the peaceful transition of power is very much a piece of political technology, so to speak, and it's pretty much a Western one. It's pretty much something that happens in Western democracies and the absolute monarchies of Europe, perhaps. But it's actually it's not very usual outside of democratic states, to my observation. Am I wrong?
No, you're absolutely correct. Peaceful transition of power and actually stepping down and having elections in the first place that aren't predetermined. That's a wonderful bit of technology, and that's what separates Russia from Ukraine, among other. Right? Look at how many Ukrainian presidents there have been. Most of them left willingly. Some needed a little bit of public persuasion to end up leaving, but did nevertheless. Whereas in Russia, you have had what? You've had Yeltsin for as long as he could physically manage it, who then passed it to his hand-selected Putin, who then circumvented some electoral rules by putting Medvedev in his place for a term and literally switching hats, prime minister to president and vice versa, and then came back after the electoral rules have been adjusted appropriately. I mean, what does that look like? Democracy? No, certainly not. Certainly not. Nothing of the sorts. But there you go.
I guess what I'm saying might be axiomatic, right? That peaceful.
Correct.
It's the only way transfers of power can happen in a democracy, right? If it doesn't, then it's not really a democracy.
Well, I mean, you could say hypothetically, there's a transfer of power. Well, let's say there's an election, but every time there's an election, the previous guy doesn't want to go, but there's always a successful violent persuasion of him out of office. That would still count as a democracy, I guess, technically, because it is still the rule by the people. And you see what I'm getting at. It doesn't have to be peaceful technically, sure. I guess, but it doesn't function very well necessarily if it's not a peaceful transition, as a matter of road.
Yes, of course. Just an idle thought. Didn't mean to digress.
No, it's an interesting thought. Absolutely. Right, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. This is the MryiaReport. For a change, you're going to have to learn a new link to the space if you don't know how to access it otherwise, because after more than 5 days, we have crashed, but then restarted about a minute later. I didn't even notice. I was fast asleep. But after 122-hour duration of a previous space, now we have a new one. So if you wish to commiserate with us, you'll need to click the request button in the bottom left corner of the screen, come up on your own, and then we can talk to you as well.
5 days is remarkable. I'm sure nobody else is as proud of that as we volunteers are. But I think as a way to commemorate that monumentous achievement, people should donate in multiples of 5 to Maria Aid.
Or multiples of 122.
5, yeah, 122. That's an even better, nice number. We should have kept it up for 144 just to make a gross. But if you'd like to donate in $50 increments to Maria Aid, please don't let me stop you. 122 is much more preferable. I'll shut up and let Doman talk because he has way better donation ideas than I do.
Do you see Putin getting Gaddafi? Do you feel it would happen?
I don't see Putin getting that way. He's much too isolated. Look at the way he sits at tables with his trusted advisors. He keeps them safely out of knife range or bottle range if you're Gaddafi.
It's reported that Putin, I don't know how true it is or how can we check that, Putin watched that video several times. So I think he's wearing titanium or underwear on all occasions.
Exactly. It's I don't think that's gonna happen. It doesn't have to happen. Right? It doesn't have to
Lukashenko, on
happen.
the other hand,
no, because he'd have a way out to Russia. It's different. It's just because it happened in one place doesn't mean there are any variables. Like yesterday, who was it? Was it Antti? Antti was the one who detailed the various retirement plans for high-ranking Russian officials. And the various retirement plans for high-ranking Russian officials include things like, the express version, which is the also known as the vanishing window pane plan, the more elaborate version whereby you take a yachting holiday and then the yacht vanishes in the middle of an ocean. Various options. You get to Moscow, perhaps, right? Build a nice coral reef. There's various options, but the same applies to the leaders of said countries, and it's much more likely that he would die of natural causes than any of the other options.
Do you think Lukashenko would take the time to pack up his golden loaf of bread like Yanukovych forgot? Or
I don't think Lukashenko has a golden loaf of bread. He might have a gold leaf loaf of bread that he thinks is gold. No.
I think Adrian was next, and then Ollie.
Lukashenko might have a golden tennis racket. He's a big tennis fan.
I was expecting you were going to say golden potato.
No, he likes tennis and hockey, so he would have like a golden hockey stick and a golden tennis racket. Well, let me just speculate for a second. I really don't know. It's very unlikely that Putin will get Gaddafi. And Lukashenko, I don't know. I mean, his helicopter could break down on the way. Stranger things have happened with the dictators trying to escape. I know of a certain dictator who escaped on a helicopter with loyalists and then he got shot.
Yeah, but he didn't have anywhere to go.
Yeah, also. But essentially those people were loyalists and they could have sheltered him until he found some solution. So, yep, it can happen. But what I would say is that remember, after Stalin died in 1953, he died of natural causes. There was a little spree of random shootings in among his leaders, second echelon, and most notably Lavrenti Beria. So I think. I don't know what will happen to Putin, but once he's gone, there's going to be a rise in bullet injections, lead injections among the people who are under him. I mean, it's within the Russian pattern. That's what I meant. Sorry for too many metaphors or something like that.
No, I think your metaphors were perfectly on point.
Did quick point on that? Did Leventi Beria, did he not have a drumhead trial? I don't think it was a random shooting, was it?
He had some drumhead trial, yeah, but it was like very, you know, it was a foregone conclusion as the famous pop band.
My sympathy for him is boundless.
Indeed. But there were many NKVD, or it was KGB by then, officers and officials who got the same fate without any trials. Essentially, Beria loyalists. They were simply just disappeared because the new order was coming into town, and they had to get rid of them. And I don't think Beria got the trial because he was the highest-ranking name, but I bet all the other guys under him who are loyal to him just got a simple bullet in the neck.
Then they should be easier to make them disappear. Ollie, go ahead.
You're talking about dictators. They think they can hold on to power forever. As it's said in the greatest speech ever, the heat of men will pass and dictators die. And the power they took from the people will return to the people.
That's the thing about dictatorships collapsing, is it's usually pretty hard to predict it before it happens. But when it does finally, when the house of cards finally tumbles, it's easy to see the stepping stones that arrived you at that point in hindsight. But hindsight's always 20/20. They always they always overstep their ambition and typically fall flat on their face, with the exception of North Korea.
I mean, this is true of basically all politics, isn't it? I mean, you look at how quickly democratically elected politicians fold up and die, right? I mean, a recent example would of course be Boris Johnson. You know, his power was basically unassailable 6 months ago, and all of a sudden it just went zoom right down the drain. It was a really quite extraordinary thing.
Ollie, go ahead.
Yeah, looking at everything that happened from the very start, I want to ask you personally, Domen and Ryan and anyone else, Adrian, Tim, when it all started from the get-go on February, no, was it 2 days before when he signed that useless decree declaring Donetsk independent? Did you guys genuinely feel the generals in Russia, the people in Russia, the security services would turn against them? Or you guys thought, no, these people are in support of everything he's doing?
Well,
Ollie, I don't understand the question, but
I think I do. I think I
Adrian.
do. So Ollie is asking, I guess, if Putin went too far for his people when it came, and if we felt that there was any chance for a rebellion or a palace coup or whatever, in the context of him being more and more aggressive and doing this. Personally, I think when the Duma recognized and Putin just signed a decree, the independence of the DPR and the LNR a couple of days before. So no, I don't think so. I think it was in full support. But what I would add to this is that I personally believed that the Russian military and everybody would be with it, and Putin himself, as a clever strategist as he was before, that he would just occupy these regions and basically put Ukraine in an even weakened position. But probably, I mean, I felt like he was going to invade Ukraine, but I felt if he was going to invade Ukraine, it's going to be a very stupid mistake, and it would be like the beginning of his downfall. which we are seeing right now. So, in my opinion, he forgot about his earlier what's cunningness, an earlier ability to be cunning and just chop away at Ukraine. And because if he had declared the DNR independent and just occupied them and not invaded Ukraine, sanctions would have been minimal. Germany would be pumping now Russian gas. All the companies would still be there. We would have McDonald's in Moscow and everything else. And it would be business as usual. And Ukraine would be in a weaker position with less support. But he didn't. He invaded. And we are seeing the effects of that unfolding now as we speak. So we've talked about this topic of a palace coup or something. I personally think it's, I mean, I have no clue about Kremlinology, although I like to indulge in it. I think it's very unlikely. I think it's especially unlikely because most of the people in power there are his clients, are people who have grown insanely rich and grown like the boyars of Russian society, and they owe it all to him. And him going away would mean them going away. And I would think that he's pretty safe in his position right now. And our only hope is first Ukrainian victory and liberation of occupied territories, and then Putin dying from old age, or simply the economy, country being so degraded that some sort of popular movement arises after a very clear defeat. But I'm not hopeful for that either, honestly, just for the victory.
Oh, look, it's our favorite North American turncoat, the Atacams brand ambassador, aka Finance Perception.
We told you all we traded for Doman, and it's not my fault that you all haven't consummated the other part of the trade, and Doman hasn't made it to North America yet. That's between the North Americans and Doman. That has nothing to do with me. I did my part. I came to Europe. I'm just here to sling Atacams brand products as quickly as I can to Russia. As you can all see, business is booming. It's the best it's ever been.
Bumper crop of a year for Atacams brand cigarettes. Doman, are you ready to join me here in the cultural armpit of America, known as Oklahoma?
Nope.
That was quick. My feelings are hurt. I always planned on leaving this godforsaken place too, but it really has made some minor strides towards the modern era in the last 20 or so years.
I mean, you can get beautiful ranches in Oklahoma, and it's actually quite a pretty state if you like, rural, long, scenic views. Breaks up very nicely. It's not totally flat like Kansas next door. There's a lot to be said for your home state, as long as you can just ignore all the methods.
Oh, we've toned down the methamphetamine consumption substantially here in Oklahoma, I should say, at least since we restricted Sudafed purchases to must present ID at the local drugstore. Our chief export is no longer bathtub pharmaceuticals, but thank you for the swipe.
It's okay. I'm originally from Missouri, where I'm pretty sure that despite the regulation of Sudafed, the Aryan Brotherhood in the rural areas is still finding ways to produce it in industrial quantities. So no worries. My home state's made up for it.
Thank the Mexican cartels for that.
Ryan, is still fishing for catfish with your bare hands a thing in Oklahoma?
Absolutely. We have a noodling contest every year. Those people are psychopaths. Nobody sticks their hand in a hole under the water and tries to grab, an 80 or 100-pound bottom-feeding animal unless they have a few screws loose. But yes, people do. It's called noodling, and that is one thing I guess we are somewhat infamous for.
I'm glad the Oklahoman culture is still running strong.
I have never gone noodling. I never will. Finance or Dr. Paul? I'm not sure who was next.
I'd love to fight Dr. Paul for it, but he was next.
Dr. Paul, go right ahead.
Thanks, Ryan. And as amazing as that method discussion was, it got you both beat from my home state where Breaking Bad was filmed. So Mike dropped you both on the meth discussion. So, all right. So finance. This actually is for you. I got lured into a trader and investor like space tonight because a portfolio manager friend of mine was in there and she was tweeting about Taiwan and some national security issues, which that always kind of lures me in. You say China, and like Jingu, or Ukraine 3 times, and I'm going to pop up too. So, long story short, finance. It was enlightening to me to go into a space outside of this one for once and see how bad, not necessarily misinformation, but it's important how Ukraine, what's going on a day-to-day basis, not in the mainstream news, how bad the financial sector is apprised of the situation. For instance, this guy who self-proclaims managing 5 funds was going off about how Russia's encircling towns left and right, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, Jesus Christ, you couldn't be further from the truth, man. Like, what are you smoking? So it was just very enlightening to me. I'm curious your thoughts on that. Like, what can we do better for the financial community? Because it's an important community to focus on because they manage money, right? And I think that's actually an important thing to maybe focus on.
Is he managing 5 Coinbase accounts or?
No, he seems like a legit portfolio manager like stocks, so I think he's okay.
Well, 2 things. One, a lot of guys who manage money aren't managing money that depends on what happens in the war, so they can be as wrong as they want, and it doesn't really matter to them. Because the thing about managing money is, if what you're managing money on you're wrong about, you need a new profession real quick, because you lose money and then you go from making large amounts of money to making no money. So there's a certain self-fulfilling feedback loop here in the financial industry for money managers, and they can't be wrong about where they actually manage money. But if the guy's managing, he could be an international equity manager. If he's managing Southeast Asian, Japanese equities, he can do that all day and be as wrong about Ukraine as he wants, and it just doesn't matter, right? If he's an Indian guy and he's one of the greatest Indian portfolio managers around, he could be reading Indian disinfo all day about Ukraine, and again, it just won't matter for his returns. So that's just sort of a problem of our space, and there's no real way around it. The other side I would say is, it's not like the Ukrainian equity market is a big market, and it's not like foreign investors or even domestic investors can easily invest in the Russian equity market. So as far as investment goes, this isn't exactly a huge news, but I would note that if you want a professional investor's take who is somewhat skeptical in Ukraine's success, in 2 days we're having
mic check.
No, we lost finance.
I love nothing more than removing him from speakers because he's a sellout.
He was just getting to the point, though.
We'll bring him back. Finance, I dropped you because your audio.
Yeah, all good. I am back. No, I said in 2 days we're having Lucas Tomicki on the space. He is Polish. He is absolutely pro-Ukraine. The man keeps pictures in his living room of all the people who brought down the Soviet Union. He has no friendship for the genocidal ways of the Russian Empire. However, he is far more skeptical than we are of what is going on with the Ukrainian defense forces and what's going on in the war often. I'm going to absolutely love hearing what he thinks now that the Kherson offensive is on and obviously being a little bit successful. But if you want what an actual professional investor sounds like, who is somewhat skeptical of Ukrainian success in the current war environment and of their political opportunities to end the war in a successful fashion, we're going to have that voice on in 2 days. And again, this is a professional investor. He is incredibly successful, and he's somebody who is both in favor of the cause, but also not as not as optimistic as often we have as voices on the space for Ukraine's possible victory conditions. So I think that would be always a good voice to have, a little diversity here in the space, who is also, but someone who's a good faith bit of intellectual thought here. So if you want to hear a nice special investor in 2 days, we have that coming.
Sorry to interrupt you. You can be a great energy or stock investor and still be the Jim Cramer of Ukrainian war forecasting.
That was hilarious, right? Okay, good. I like that. I was going to say, okay, so fine. It's a quick follow up there. Does it concern you? That was hilarious, right? That was a really good joke. But listen, finance, what concerns me, and it really pisses me off, like, I mean, you're right though. Like, I mean, you can be the best Japanese equity specialist and like be dumb as hell about everything else. It's concerning to me that people controlling fund flows, which does matter, right? That does influence perceptions of things of what's going on because, oh my God, the stock market's down or whatever. Because they are misinformed. A lot of these people I know in the industry, and I don't know everybody at all. Like it's a very small percentage, right? But it pisses me off, and it is concerning to me how misinformed I find people about the topic when they're on a like a black swan scenario of finance of how if you're not informed of what the hell is going on and you're wrong in a big way on something with regards to Ukraine and Russia and the potential cross-border implications to Europe and the United States, that's concerning to me, right? That's just a big concern.
Yeah, as I said though, right? Like this war, it affects energy prices clearly, but it's not the only thing affecting energy prices. Energy prices were going up heavily before the war started. It affects inflation rates, but again, inflation was up before the war started. So lots of other things affect all these things too. And all major serious professional investors, a hedge fund manager, etc., they're looking at price movements as well, which they're taking information from, which whether they get the news right or the macro information right, if they get the price right, they sort of pick up the information, whether they agree or not with philosophically or the actual news. They can miss that wrong if they get the price information right and trade accordingly. So there's a lot of sort of ways by which actual professional investors who are any good can sort of keep going. But yeah, no, I do agree. But as I said, this isn't the most investable war around. It's not like the US and China are at war, where we both have these huge markets with lots of equity investments that lots of the world is invested in. Russia was while their economy used to be the size of Italy, their equity investment choices were much smaller than that. And Ukraine's equity investment choices are, politely put, incredibly limited. The debt the debt choices for both countries are incredibly limited. So, this is just not a major investment news conflict. It is what it is. The proper way to invest in the conflict is going to be, venture capital and private equity funds. Because a lot of the things that you're going to want to invest in aren't yet public companies. This isn't America where everything has a stock already. This is a country that doesn't have a huge amount of equity capital. I'm talking Ukraine here. Quite frankly, I'm dour on the prospects of Russian investing. If you want to know how to invest in there, go find somebody else. I don't think we should be sending money to a bunch of genocidal schmucks. So, but no, if you want to invest in Ukraine, a lot of a massive amount of their economy doesn't have stocks to go purchase and invest in. So you're going to want to have to go to the country and invest in the grounds. That's real estate funds, private equity funds, venture capital funds, etc. Quite frankly, I actually have a horse in this race, and that's part of why I'm in Europe right now and working here, because I think that I'm working on things like this to go get equity into Ukraine, not public, not securities, because there aren't securities. You can't run a Ukraine hedge fund right now, right? You want to run a Ukraine private fund to go get private funding into Ukraine, bring capital to it, bring foreign direct investment into Ukraine, and help them develop things, preferably for the, now would be great if you can, but a lot of business you just can't do until a victory scenario because of all the problems of trying to run business while war is on. It is what it is.
God bless you, finance. I love it. That's like exactly what I'd love to do. I pray to God you are raising capital for a major defense contractor in Ukraine to do something big there in the future. But thank you. That's all good stuff. I really appreciate it. In fact, finance. Did you hear last night? I threw a pun at you. Did you hear what I said about Germany last night in ATACMS? Or were you asleep?
I may have been asleep. It depending on the hour. I eventually do sack out. It turns out that I actually need to sleep once in a while. What was the amazing ATACMS ones? I love anything involving Russian smoking.
Yeah. So the good news is, the pun was, what if ATACMS cigarettes were made in Germany? And the reason was because Germany is providing likely significant amount of Kimmler's rockets for the HIMARS missile system.
I have, because I have so much fun as the official spokesman of the ATACMS brand cigarette company. I have bandied about trying to figure out if there's a way to distribute actual like ATACMS branded cigarettes for Ukraine.
Mic check, Ryan.
Loud and clear.
Did finance drop off?
No, he's still here,
Yeah,
and we've lost his audio.
He dropped.
I thought so. Thanks.
We'll get him right back. Our friend Luis is apparently having trouble coming up to a speaker space, and all I have to say in response to that is welcome to my world, buddy.
Let's let finance go on because I want to give him this update.
But
Yeah,
yeah, no,
absolutely. Go ahead,
I
Tom.
actually bandied it about as a semi joke with James Frazier, who works out of Ukraine himself, obviously not in the cigarette business. Like, how would we actually pull off a cigarette company with ATACMS branded cigarettes in Ukraine? Because, well, it would be absolutely hilarious as a product. And we besides being able to just sell them as cigarettes in Ukraine, we're sure we could sell some of them out of Ukraine as a fundraiser for Maria Aid or any other charities. However, then I would actually run into issues with legal people who really don't like cigarette advertising, because I'm on here all the time to remind everybody that smoking kills. So please only smoke responsibly at the Russian ammo dump. But that turns that into pure satire, into an actual business activity. And I don't want a bunch of regulators coming to our space telling us that I'm being a bad boy and promoting tobacco products, the actual kind, as opposed to the kind that you only smoke at the Russian ammo dump. So that would be the biggest issue.
I don't even smoke tobacco products anymore, and if Atacam's brand actually became a thing, I would buy a carton out of solidarity and probably send them to Ukraine, to the front line, so our boys could have a little laugh as they fought for democracy around the world. That said, I think there are some South Korean brands that might be, or South Korean tobacco producers that might be open to a branding arrangement, and a small batch run of exclusively branded tobacco products that would sell like hotcakes in and around Ukraine. Or maybe they could just launch them with slingshots towards the Russians.
Let's be honest, the Super Barker 9000 is an artillery piece. Nothing would be better for the Atacam Cigarette Company than to have the fine gentleman operating the Super Barker 9000 smoking an Atacam's branded product in front of the Super Barker 9000 while firing artillery at a bunch of Russian genocidal fucks. That would be, in fact, my dream state.
They could throw in like some fella baseball cards, make it like old 50s and 60s style, just throwback. I'm here for it.
It's a great idea, and in finance, I mean, you just created a whole like mini series on HBO for me with that whole discussion about this. So like, I mean, this is like really brilliant stuff. Like, and good job, like going to Europe and taking the initiative. Whatever you're doing, I'm for it, man. And Ryan, I love the baseball card idea. Yeah, we got to create this. Like, I mean, it's an important thing. The World War II, and I don't want to call it propaganda, but the news and the things that we did for the troops back then were big. I mean, there were these little things like baseball cards or whatever it may be, and it had a big impact on morale. And this is going to be a semi-long war. I actually just made a bet with somebody. He'll be in that Putin would be either dead or out of Ukraine by December 2023. So we'll see how that pans out. But I just made a pretty big bet about that. So
I have some slightly weird news, but I feel compelled to mention it because it seems like there may be some cracks appearing between the cadre of unsavory individuals that are quote unquote supporting the Russians in this war of genocide, and it would seem that maybe a bomb has gone off in Kabul, Afghanistan this morning at the gates of the Russian embassy, and a diplomat and a security guard were injured. So sounds like even the Taliban is not on board with what Russia's doing these days. Maybe totally unrelated, but you know, I don't know what to make of it. It seems like a developing situation, but tangentially related to Ukraine, but still something of mention and in the current morning's news.
So Ryan, can I give Finance this like little mini update about his brand?
Absolutely.
All right, so Finance. So 60 Minutes did a special segment on HIMARS tonight, and it was particularly useful. So HIMARS has taken out 350 targets in Ukraine, Russian targets, of course. And Lockheed Martin, God bless Lockheed Martin, is going to double capacity of Gimler's rockets and HIMARS missile systems, I believe. It was a little bit unclear how they clipped and video edited the video, but they had the chief procurement officer of all of DoD who said we're going to double capacity. And that's a great effing news for Ukraine. And I'm so happy to hear that. And so another factoid, Lockheed Martin in the Camden, Arkansas manufacturing plant is able to produce one Gimler's rocket per 10 minutes of operation. So just like every government agency, they only work 8 hours a day. In fact, you got to include the lunch break, so 7 hours per day. They can produce 6 rockets per hour, and therefore that equals 10,020 missiles per year. So we have some good information tonight on the total capacity of the Gimler's rockets. They didn't talk about attacking specifically, but they did talk about the Gimler's rockets for HIMARS, and it's very good news. They're going to double capacity, which listen, I'll be honest, this is just my assessment. They said the current production rate 7,500. They're seeking to double that to 12 to 14,000 rockets per year. I call BS on that. I think the capacity is 10,000 per year, and that's going to double to 20,000. So I think there's a little bit of high going on.
Are you sure they're not running a second or third shift in Camden now?
They are not, but I am starting to track the number of open employee positions at that center.
That's what I was getting ready to say. There've been open employee positions posted for a couple of months now, at least.
What
and
number
I thought
did
they
you
were
remember?
running a second, if not a third shift. I could be mistaken, but
what number do you remember, Ryan, when you first looked? Because I just looked for the first time.
I have not been looking and keeping count of the open positions available, but you may dig a little deeper down into those position openings and see if some mention is made of second or third shift and additional pay for those off hours.
Okay, got it. Yeah, that's pretty smart, actually. Because not to be try to be condescending at all, but like these are relatively like low qualified positions. High school degree. I did look at just one position as a senior assemblyman or whatever the position was, and high school diploma is required. A few other key things. But yeah, that's a good point. There's only 19 currently, so I'm going to be monitoring that. Not real time. I'll be honest. I'll check it like every week or two and then see just how it goes and see what I actually kind of figure out from that. But yeah, to my knowledge, it's just running one shift at 10,000. And exactly, Ryan. By the way, Ryan, and if Attackums is still on, which he dropped off, it looks like, did you see Andrew Perpetua's tweet today about the Gimler's rockets? I mean, they're basically, they're in here listening. So my new number for annual Gimler's production, just for the Russians out there, it's 300,000 rockets per year. Wink and a nod. because they are actually like rehashing like certain things we've said directly within this space. But yes, they're currently only working one shift.
Well, that is news to me.
I'll send you the tweet just real quick. And
no,
I'll
perfect.
DM you.
Some money was set aside in the Lend-Lease Act for ramp up in production of some of our munitions. So I wonder if a little bit of that money won't be pointed in the direction of Camden, Arkansas, to help them expedite production.
Yeah, Ryan, absolutely. So $400 million was replenishment and $200 million towards increasing capacity is all we know. Whatever that means. And I'm curious, you may know what that means. I really am anxious to learn.
Probably think it's some sort of grants or money to expedite or increase production capacity of 155 artillery rounds, but I'm sure
No, Gimlers. These were specific to Gimlers.
specific to Gimlers. Well, I
$200
was
million. What does that mean to you? Like, I'm in the sciences, not in like bricks and mortar, like serial production type of lines. So, like, what does that mean to you? You worked in oil and gas, which I think is much more like real economy type of stuff.
to me that would indicate maybe production bonus benchmarks, like if you guys produce X number by X date, we'll give you a little icing on top of the cake. It might be direct investment in equipment and just guarantees of orders so they can set up a new production line that would increase their manufacturing capacity by multiples. If
And
they've only got two dedicated supply chains and they add a whole new line of equipment, basically it's pretty much guaranteeing those guys on the front end a minimum number of orders that will ensure that whoever the manufacturer is can recoup their investments.
To your point, Ryan, actually, they did point that out directly. Is this is what I've been waiting for, and I'm doing cartwheels. I told CJ today because I sent this video to him. I was like, "This is like amazing. This is exactly what we need. This is exactly what Ukraine needs." But yeah, new contracts are coming within months, is what this senior DoD official said. So I was really happy about that for Ukraine. 1 to 2 months, I think he said specifically, but I might be wrong about that.
Well, if I can go be a wrench turner and they'll let me push a button on a HIMARS system after a number of hours completed of work, I might go take one of those entry level positions just so I can say I directly contributed to the war effort.
Legitimately, I sent it to a friend. No joke. A friend who doesn't have a college degree. I was like, this is the perfect job. Contribute to our country, to the war effort. I legitimately sent it to a friend today.
I mean, that would probably require that I relocate to Arkansas, and I don't think I would do that under any circumstances.
I would under World War III.
Yeah. I could probably make more money working in the back offices at Walmart, and Bentonville's right down the road. Not that I would ever want to work there either, but
yeah, finance your back. You missed a lot. Anything you need to catch up on?
I read Language Learners Report. Sounds like the fine gentlemen of the Ukraine Armed Forces are doing a good job making some progress for what little we know that's coming out of the blackout zone. I hate to ask, do we have any idea of how they're doing on casualties for the good guys?
Finance. I don't know. I haven't heard anything, but personally, I want to say it's going pretty well. Honestly, that's my assessment, but not that it's an informed assessment. That's just what and I do spend time actually looking for this, so I think that's what I do for work. No news is good news. In general, I think there's certainly a certain sustainment of like normal amount of casualties, of course, but I haven't seen anything to suggest that's like any worse than what the status quo has been. Not to say that's what's going on. Just I have not seen anything. Russian Telegram, Ukraine Telegram, Twitter. I haven't seen anything personally to suggest anything significantly concerning. And finance, I'll ask you this question. So the United States is providing $200 million to expand capacity of the GMLRS rockets. What does that mean to you? Those words. I asked Ryan this question, but you were having some connectivity issues. What would you say? Does that mean for? I know you don't know the DoD stuff, but for you, as what would $200 million get you for producing missiles?
I mean, the thing about DoD contracts, right, on the business side is, it's. I kind of want to make a medieval joke here about, as the coin in the coffer rings, the military, the weapons from Industry Springs. As these guys get serious procurement orders, they give serious orders down the chain, and all of a sudden the armory of democracy kicks into gear and can produce wildly more weapons than sort of imaginable at whatever our current level is. Like, my general conception of the American industrial machine for weapons production is that there basically isn't an upper limit for what it can produce if the orders and the cash comes through to all of our defense manufacturers. So, 250 million of new orders to assumably Lockheed Martin, because that's the makers of the HIMARS, but whoever is going to increase production because they're going to go down the line to their subcomponent makers where they have subcomponents. They're going to go to their own factories and increase hiring, as you're paying attention to. And they're going to start paying attention to hiring more people. So as we actually procure stuff, when we say we want to get stuff, maybe not. The second we actually sign the deal and Congress allocates the budget and it goes through, man, these guys can start producing a metric ton of stuff that goes boom. So 250 million for more HIMARS sounds great. Clearly, everyone around the world has noticed that the HIMARS is one of the most effective pieces of military equipment in the world. So it's not like there's going to be a lack of buyers for HIMARS artillery systems, both in the U.S., in Ukraine, and quite frankly, everywhere else. Because if you're a military planner right now in India, if you're a military planner, in Egypt, if you're a military planner pretty much anywhere, and you're expecting that you might have a little ground warfare to do, or at least you want to be prepared for it, man, you probably want to get some HIMARS systems into your into the mix of systems you have to work with, because it's shown to be ridiculously wildly effective, right? So, our $250 million might be a drop in the bucket, but we'll see.
Yeah, finance. So it's a good point. CJ and I have talked about. It was interesting how the United States was giving Ukraine 4 HIMARS at a time, right? That's like a very specific number. Why not 6? Why not 5? Why not 2? Right? It was 4, and the reason is not that this is a fact. Just it's very coincidental that that's exactly what the HIMARS production line was. The manufacturing capacity of the United States, or Lockheed Martin, was is four HIMARS systems per month was the actual run rate, and the United States has doubled that to 96. This came out a week or two ago, like an order. This is an actual order, and there's a good Twitter account that tracks this stuff too, who that came through first. But yeah, so when it's going from 48 to 96, and the United States has a top amount of procurement then. So yeah, the United States is going to be exporting roughly around 400 total HIMARS systems over the next 5 years, I think it is. So that's it's becoming kind of like that ubiquitous system that all of our allies are going to have. There's a lot of interoperability and things like that, and so it's a positive thing. And we lost finance again.
Oh, he's coming back.
Is he back in the U.S. or is still in Europe?
Still in Europe.
No, he's sold out on us.
That didn't cure his Twitter box, clearly.
He's a regular Benedict Arnold.
No, I'll say this, Domain, and I love Europe for all it has to offer, but gosh, Europe has some really bad internet service and cell phone service. Like I used to go there 3 to 4 times a year. I'll be going back there first time since COVID and next year in June.
Not Romania, though, my friend. Romania is the second country in the world that internet speed and coverage. So here is perfect. That's why I almost never get Twitter box. So finance should come to Romania.
Rub it in.
One, I may take you up on that, Adrian. I've always wanted to visit Romania. I hear it's absolutely beautiful, and I want to try the produce because I hear you all grow absolutely everything, and it tastes amazing.
I want to try the train from Romania to Kyiv, and it's all Adrian's fault.
All right, Ryan's going to run some trains in Romania. I'm going to leave that to him. And 2, I would say that I'm literally right behind Tim in the office right now, and he has perfect internet and is just fine. And here in Estonia, the internet is absolutely amazing. The Wi-Fi is perfect. So the problem is 100% Twitter, and has nothing to do with our Wi-Fi. And Twitter can kiss my hind parts because the Twitter pox is 100% strong. It's very contagious, and it is, I don't have a solution for it. Twitter needs to call us up, send us a product manager, and we actually have enough programmers in the space to fix their crap. So Twitter, if you're listening, please actually contact us. We will send you enough volunteer programmers to unscrew your system so that we stop having these problems. We can do this. I promise. There are so many programmers in this space of ridiculously high levels. We have platform engineers, we have devs, we have security guys. We can do it all. Just let us know. Our listeners would prefer to have a stable space. We'll take care of it for you. Just let us know. Contact us. We will have a volunteer team unscrew your system for you if you will just contact us. Okay, Twitter? So if you're listening, take care of business.
Finance sitting on a beanbag chair in Tallinn right now.
Hey, we ran out of desks, so this is the only way it can happen. It looks like you have a hand, sir, so I will leave you to co-host.
Janice, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, just a comment on this Twitter box. I try to be useful in this space also because I'm not like military guy and not financial, but I try to collect all the possible reasons for audio not working and speaker dropping. And I found another annoying reason for this box is when you have several Bluetooth devices. And even if you are not like using the second one, for example, your smartwatch and your Bluetooth headphones, like if you come in this close to this second device and it's connect to your phone, your audio will be dropped, and it can be solved by like you can choose what this device is used for, like for voice, for audio, for whatever different functionalities, and you should disable voice and audio feature for those devices. I know I have it's funny, I have a like AC unit with a Bluetooth function, and this is how I discovered this stupid bug, because when I walking from room to room and listening to this space, when I came to the room with this AC unit and Bluetooth feature, the audio always dropped. Yeah, so check either you have other Bluetooth devices with this audio and voice feature. And yeah, I have like a list of already 7 different reasons and workarounds for it. So I guess it's time for me to put some post, and maybe you can just pin it somewhere, like a frequently asked question for our listeners, like how to deal with those audio problems. Okay, thank you.
I only have Bluetooth audio problems when I'm trying to sync up in my car. The earbuds don't give me much of an issue at all, but I think we're going to swap in one of the Estonians. I don't know whether it's Finance or Tim, but I'm going to take my leave for the evening or the morning, depending on where you are in the world.
Ryan,
Well,
I
I'm
have a
going.
clarification for you. I spoke with Maddie in a DM, and yes, Kadyrovites just do Islam for show. They drink as much as the regular soldiers in the Russian military, which is a lot. But there are observant Chechens and in Chechnya who are fully observant in Islam. So the ones who are not part of Kadyrovites' band of thieves, rapists, and murderers, they actually are pretty observant of Islam as a nation. But Kadyrovite soldiers, they're essentially Russian drunk assholes. So I hope that clarified.
So they've just bastardized the faith that they proclaim to follow.
They do it for show, of course. They have prayer rugs and they definitely do the symbolism for the cameras, but they're as depraved as your average Russian soldier.
Perfect. Thank you. And assuming we have somebody on the host account, I will go ahead and open up a spot for the Estonians.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Go to bed. Enjoy. Thank you for all your hosting time. As everybody knows in the space, this is an entirely volunteer activity. All of us who are
Finance just dropped again, didn't he? Yeah, I see how it is. Finance. Tim, could you get Finance to maybe co-host? Maybe he can stabilize his
Judging by
this
that
way.
picture I saw a few minutes ago, it doesn't look like he's doing much else.
Yeah, he's stricken with Twitter pox. He's lying in the corner, looking very poxy indeed. We will get Axel will be switching around the co-hosts in just a second. Oh, okay. Imperius is going to go and do that. But yes, we should have another co-host up very, very shortly.
I'll take full responsibility for crashing him off of the speaker panel when I step down. But Tim, in the meantime, go ahead.
I was just about
Excuse
to
me,
say,
Aaron.
apparently it's me.
Aaron, I was thinking, I was looking at Aaron's profile picture and I said, Tim, that's why I'm taking my leave. My eyes are a little blurry.
I don't know if I should be offended or not.
You're both Brits, so I think you guys eat toast and beans equally. You're all despicable breakfast consumers, in my opinion.
We have the best cuisine in the world. What are you on about?
I'm going to add that to my. I'm going to add that to my Twitter bio. Despicable breakfast consumer.
Call yourself beans and toast. You'll be right.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, quick note, not to do with beans and toast. There is a new pinned tweet in the nest. We restarted a few hours ago, and we're trying to build up the audience as it should be. Please go ahead and like and retweet the pinned tweet in the nest. It says, join us on the MryiaReport after we start talking. Please go ahead and do that so that we can get more people in. There's also a number of tweets threaded down below. This is why I was quiet for a while, because thinking and writing and copying links takes too much of my brain power to be able to talk at the same time. But hopefully this outlines the major news of the day, things we should be talking about, and some interesting threads from some friends of the space, General Hertling and Ryan among them. So please go ahead and do that so that we can see if maybe this way we can get a few more people in. That having been said, Finance, how's your Twitter box doing?
We'll see. I'm attempting to scrape off all these little pox marks I've got here, but you can blame Twitter. Maybe they will pull their collective heads out of their collective rumps. But until then, I'll just keep dropping, restarting my phone, and come back up. I would also like to say it's very nice how far we've come as a space. When I first started hosting, we thought that 200 listeners on an average day when nothing was specifically new news was absolutely fantastic. And now we're like 355. We haven't really built back up to our normal 400 listeners. So we've definitely about doubled our average listenership, which is nice. I'd like to remind everybody to please donate to Maria Aid if you have a few extra ducats you can handle, whether it's beer money or significant money. All is appreciated over at MryiaAid.org. Well, none of us, at least I'm not a specific employee or anything of it. It's just the charity we like and appreciate. They have no overhead, which is our big benefit there. The actual people who work for it, who are on the board, etc., give their own money to make sure that the logistical things happen at Maria Aid. So the things that they try to give to the armed forces of Ukraine actually make it over there, and we are very supportive of that. We also have a number of guests coming up. You can look up in the nest and scroll through and see all of them, from Vasil Virazub, Lucas Tamicki, and Sergey. I cannot pronounce this fine gentleman's last name because it's today, and he is a rifleman in the Ukraine Armed Forces. Really looking forward to that as well. Really happy to have everybody listening to Maria Report. How do you pronounce it?
Hnezdilov.
Thank you.
Maybe it's Hnezdilov. I'm not entirely sure where to put the stress. Stresses are a problem for me. Everything else is fine. Right. Sorry, Aaron was about to say something, and I think we rudely interrupted with announcements instead. But please, people, do go and retweet that tweet up there. That'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, I was gonna say no. I can never pronounce it. Nahova Kavoka. I'm terrible.
Kahovka.
That's the one. The dam in Kherson. Our favorite dam in Kherson. I see that's been hit again.
Really, that's been hit again? When? Goodness, I stopped paying attention for 2 minutes, and then that happens again. All right, very well.
Check Kherson Cat's latest post.
Very good. Thank you very much.
So I see in the nest that, and also from a number of listeners, that the Taliban are falling out with the Russians. This is rather interesting.
Yeah, I wonder how they'll explain that one away.
Well, I mean, there must be some old boys in the Taliban who have, shall we say, motivated grudges against the successor state to the Soviet Union, right? Or are they all a bit too old? They are a bit long in the teeth now.
I suspect so. That ended roughly 40 years ago, right?
Not necessarily. They would be in their early 60s. I mean, most of the Mujahideen were really, really young when they volunteered. They were teenagers. So they would be in late 50s, early 60s, right? And there's many people in their late 50s and early 60s fighting still around the world.
60s is pretty long in the tooth. If you have any teeth.
If you remember well, that
I think Ryan got Twitter box. Sorry, carry on, Adrian.
I don't know if Ryan heard me, but if you remember well, that Soviet, okay, let's call him Soviet Air Force general who got shot down in Su-25 operated by Wagner. He was 62. So the Russians are still flying 60-year-olds in their decrepit airplanes in Ukraine.
And also, there's the fact that in Afghanistan, they don't really celebrate birthdays. In fact, they don't note them at all. And so this means that people generally don't know how old they are.
I didn't know that.
It is a fun fact. It is a fun fact. So when when we get refugees and things coming over, and we say, well, how old are you? Are you in the child stream or the adult stream? They will quite legitimately say, I have absolutely no idea, because they have a rough idea how old they are, but they don't celebrate or mark their birthdays. And so if they don't have any official documentation concerning their date of birth, etc., then they may not know how old they are.
Thank you, Tim. I'll note it so I don't open a birthday cake business in Kabul.
Well, that's exactly the wrong attitude.
Exactly, it is.
Because they don't have birthdays yet, you should open a birthday cake shop.
Tim, shall we remind people of the story of the two Mancunian shoe merchants?
You'll have to remind me. I'm not sure I've heard this one.
Well, two shoe merchants, two traveling salesmen go to Africa somewhere. This is a very old colonial story, but that's not the point. Please don't get offended. Traveled somewhere to Africa 200 years ago, and they report back, and one says, complete waste of time. They don't wear any shoes. The other one comes back and says, what a wonderful opportunity. They don't have any shoes yet.
Yeah, I need to think more on this seeing opportunity in a capitalist way mentality. I told you, Domen, I'm a lefty, so see, I don't jump on these opportunities as I should.
This is why you're an artist, Adrian, not a businessman.
Adrian, don't get any bright ideas of opening a Chuck E. Cheese franchise. I hear they're pretty harsh with false idolatry.
I'm not gonna open anyone else's franchise. I like to be my own boss, even as an artist. It's something I really enjoy.
That rat's pretty creepy, if you ask me. I'm sure you probably don't even know what Chuck E. Cheese is in Romania.
I grew up on American cartoons and movies. I know American pop culture very well. I am very aware about Chuck E. Cheese and what it is, but they are not in Romania. We barely got Taco Bell a couple of years ago. We have KFC, McDonald's, Subway, and all that, but no Chuck E. Cheese. And no Wendy's, which is kind of upsetting. I hear they have good burgers.
Wendy's has better spicy chicken sandwiches, but I think Brahms would be an excellent business model for Ukraine in the Reconstruction era. Very, very local ice cream and dairy store. If you don't live here in states surrounding Oklahoma, you've never heard of it.
The Ukrainians love ice cream and dairy, that's for sure.
That's why I think it's a perfect marriage. But I digress, and I do need to get to bed. It is 4 a.m. where I'm at. So you guys ladies and gentlemen, have a good evening.
Good evening, Ryan. Thank you very much. Bernard, good morning.
Yeah, good morning to you too. Like I yesterday texted with Domen, we wanted to talk a little bit about the electronics we saw in the Russian cruise missiles. And yeah, you want to do it now or later? I just got ready with compiling a few points.
Did you want us to speak about that, or are you going to speak about it, Bernard?
Yeah, it was a question of we want to do it now, or maybe we wait for Scandi later and you just notify me.
How do we feel, Domen? I got nothing about electronics.
I would love to hear Bernard talk about it, if he has some info.
yeah, it's more some yeah, the general base of concept what they want to use now, like open source, customer grade technology, and what's the pros and what's the cons of all that, and a little bit how does the West is doing it, and what problems Russia will possibly face. But like I said, I would be happy to do it later with Scandi together, because I think he has also some knowledge in this. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So let's wait for Scandinavia to show up. In the meantime, Martina, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I wanted to ask, I saw yesterday a video of like a long train of all sorts of military equipment going to Crimea over the Kerch Bridge. Is that like just a usual thing Russians do, or do you think it's some sort of something special, like something they plan to do from Crimea, or I don't know if that was discussed already. I think it was posted from Dimitri, our friend, war translator. Is there anything to note about this, or just business as usual?
I think you point out that business as usual on the Russian side.
Okay, cool.
Yes, I would say so, Martina, simply because we know how reliant on rail freight the Russian armed forces are. The Kerch Bridge, the rail side, is going to be a key supply line for them into Crimea. The big question is whether they can get it out of Crimea again, given that the Ukrainians have been busily destroying rail marshalling yards in the center of Crimea, the town whose name I will remember very, very shortly. Jankoy. Jankoy, I beg your pardon. But yeah, it sounds a lot like business as usual to me. Nothing really of note. Finance.
Yeah, I had a question for your military mind, Tim, and if we have any other veterans here. So we're hearing about a lot of Russians being decommissioned, shall we say politely, in the Kherson Oblast. And I know they reinforce them stupidly with a lot of Russians who they now can't feed, and via surrender or fertilizer or whatever else, or running or whatever else they're doing. At what point can these guys no longer fight because there's nobody to fight? Like, how many more Russians in Kherson need to be decommissioned before they're just done in the area because they don't have the forces to hold stuff?
That's an interesting question. Back of a fag packet. When we talk about casualties, we generally talk about kind of a 1/3 split, right? So if you say 100 casualties, 33 are dead, 33 are wounded or otherwise ordered combat, and 33 are prisoners. Whether that quite applies in the Kherson Oblast at the moment, I don't know. But there are an estimated 15 to 20,000, between 15 and 25,000 Russian troops on that side of the river. Am I correct, Dermot? I mean, I've seen various estimates, but
estimates vary anywhere from 12,000 to 30,000. So I think 15 to 25 is, right in the middle there. It's fewer now than it was a week ago, I would dare say. Do you reckon they could have moved as many across the river as they have lost? I don't think so.
I don't think so, but it's like finance says, right? The more they move across to the other side of the river, the more are going to be killed and or have to surrender in the fullness of time. So it's kind of, the more they reinforce, the bigger a defeat they are bringing upon themselves, right? But to answer finance's question, a third of those being deaded, I would guess would mean that they're no longer combat effective. That would be my back of a fag packet estimate. But somebody with higher level military experience than I have might want to come up and talk about that.
I mean, we have Scandia, who can now pull double duty. First the military side, and then maybe a few notes and chips.
Hi, Dolman. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, I heard my name said. The military side, I will pass because I was not paying attention. But yeah, somebody mentioned electronics. So what was the question?
Well, so yesterday I asked Bionade to check that new video and picture thread that somebody published. I forget who, but you're tagged. So if you check your notifications, it just tagged you in one from the MryiaReport account half an hour ago, 20 minutes ago, of deconstructing Russian advanced equipment. Well, quote unquote advanced equipment, precision weapons and the like, and seeing what components there are inside. I just thought you might want to chat with Bionade a little bit live, see what conclusions you come to on the basis of what has been actually discovered in those missiles.
Okay. Yeah, I think I've seen this. Some of these pictures. It's it's the usual stuff. So lots of various processors for DSP, meaning digital signal processing chips. I think they use a lot of what's called an ARM architecture microprocessors, many of which are employed in vast scale in commercial and consumer goods. But of course, the difference is between the mil spec and the export controlled versions. One example with respect to ARMS is actually the encryption level. So if the microprocessor incorporates like AES 256 encryption, that is actually a controlled substance, which means that it's just more difficult to crack it open and see what's inside, meaning the firmware code and things like that. So the security side of things basically makes it easier to reverse engineer or look about the functionality of the system or the code that's embedded within it. And then the other thing comes down to things like performance. So typically, sort of the military specified components have a higher performance on some metric, which of course vastly depends on what purpose is that particular chip used for. But typically you don't get the kind of performance, if you were to pull out a processor or something out of a dishwasher, it would not have the same capability or same power to yield you accurate results on whatever parameter you're sort of processing with it. I don't know if Bjorn has something on that.
Yeah, absolutely. We were thinking about some things like redundancies. Yeah, like I already spoke about a few days ago, the architecture and error correction in specialized chips is mostly different. Yeah, so what we see in Russia is open source customer grade hardware. And what I really wanted to highlight was this quote. Reading this document on the budget, the reliance of Russian defense industry on commercially available electronic components for a variety of weapon systems appears to be based on a conscious change in approach. The document explains change for the approach to make technical policies for the creation of computer on board and ground-based specialized systems. The document states the new approach includes a wide use of ready-made open-type hardware and software computer technologies, previously widely tested or standardized in the civil market, general industrial civilian applications. So when I read this and think about, yeah, they may have been tested, but not like stress tested in some kind of things like if you have a gyroscope in a smartphone. I know a guy, he likes to throw around the smartphone. Yeah, it falls down every time he has a case, it's all right. But after a few months, you will have to realize your gyroscopes are fucked up. And this does not happen in Militech specific hardware because they are built more resistant. So we were thinking about capacitors, and they're usually more protected against EMP issues, which you don't have in customer grade technology. I remember things like the like these side channel attacks on Intel processors and something like this, where people could read out data because they were in the near vicinity of the processor. So you can imagine if you can read out data, you can also send data in kind of with a strong enough electronic signal. And that's not good in military hardware. And so they use it cross-platform. As I understand it, it is also used in rockets and helicopters, and they use much open source systems. So yeah, for the security reason, also maybe interesting. These open source platforms are maybe attackable. It's based on the software which is used on them, but if they also use open source software which is maybe a little bit modified, we know that this can be an issue. The next problem I see is also long-term tested electronics doesn't in customer grade doesn't mean it works all the time. In customer grade products, you really have usually have an error rate between 3 and 6%, and that's 3 to 6%, which adds up to also the error rate we have with the propellant in rockets, for example, and other malfunctions. Temperature issues and solder joints are also a problem, I maybe think, because if you transport stuff not really good, like some of the equipment is not really good cared of when we see how they build the ammo dumps and everything. After dropping things often enough, you get broken solder joints, and then that was that. And one point, I think, sensors. If they use sensors which are customer grade, they can have errors. They maybe don't use as much numbers behind the comma. So that's my thoughts on that.
Thank you, Bernard. So you're saying that when an ammo depot blows up, that's not taking very good care of the electronics inside it?
Absolutely. But when you think how these ammo dumps are built and how they care about their stuff and everything is like thrown around, and you can do this with mil-spec stuff because it's tested a long time. But customer grade products, which I think they wrote, they are produced between 2012 and 2020. The hardware they use, and they are in long-term storage. So you can do this really with mid-tech stuff, which is you can have it lying around like the old Nokia. You have it lying around. It's reliable. 20 years later, you try to use it, and you see, it still has 20% energy, so no problem. But if you use a smartphone, Android, for example, 7 years old, pretty sure some things are broken already just from lying around.
So looking at the quality and the ease of getting chips like this, how you've had a look at this. How easy do you reckon these are all to get on, let's say, bypassing sanctions without having to get them from specialist suppliers?
The only workaround I see, or I saw mentioned in the thread, is you could use automotive products. So automotive products are usually built for a higher change in temperature. So if you have a car running at minus 40 degrees Celsius and it's also running at 50 degrees Celsius, it's a sensor with a little bit, or a chip with a little bit more reliability than, for example, you have in a ship which is not made for this kind of weather situation. So you would cook in industrial and automotive sectors, but I really don't know how this works with sanctions on this kind of products.
What we were talking about last time, 2-3 days ago, Bernard, was that one of the major things, one of the major problems that the Russians might run into is having to redesign, having to restructure their precision weapons, because certain things are going to be available, but only a few of them, and they're going to have to be redone and redesigned. Is this still something that maybe is a question, is an issue, or seeing are these easy enough to get?
So that's a point. I don't know if this example is good or bad. Some guys will say, "Oh yeah, I really understand it." Some guys will say, "Ah, no, it's totally wrong." But compare, for example, when we speak about open source, you can use it in many applications. You have many different platforms. You use it cross-platform usable in something like this. These things have upsides and downsides, and the downside everyone knows when you had an Android phone in the early years. It's not every app was compatible with every phone, with every sensor, with every camera, with every for example, a flashlight LED or something like this. Not every app works the same way on this basis. So if you use that cross-platform, this can have some downsides. On the other hand, on your iPhone, it's used for the iPad. It's used for some different versions and different chips in the different iPhones. But it's all specialized to Apple, and it works cross-platform on every product because they only use one kind of chips in every major role. In key roles, you have almost the same chip, or at least the same architecture of chips. Which really helps. And so if I see they're working many with ARM things and something like this, yeah, it's absolutely compatible. But if you have to work with other chips, you may have to write new software for that. And yeah, so you're getting from the big boxes into the smaller boxes and the much more smaller boxes. So yeah, instead of having one big problem, you will have many small problems. I'm not sure that's the right way for military equipment. I'm pretty sure not.
Doesn't seem the most reliable way to do things, does it? It seems more of a kind of a bodged together shed out the back in the yard kind of approach to doing this. It doesn't bode well. Now, of course, Russians already have very high failure rates on their various precision weapons included, right? That there's a reason why when they air launch caliber missiles, they air launch them over the Black Sea or the Caspian Sea or over areas they don't care nearly as much about, such as Belarus, and they do not launch them from above actual Russian territory, right? There's a reason why they go over the Caspian instead of over Krasnodar Krai, because so many of their caliber missiles fail and never actually launch and just tumble to the ground. Apparently it's preferable if they tumble into the Caspian than if they tumble into somebody's backyard in Krasnodar when they're launched off of one of those bare strategic bombers. So who knows? It might actually be an improvement.
Yeah, absolutely for the Ukrainians maybe. The thing is, what this is also a mathematical thing. If you have, I don't know how much components I said, but multiple hundred components identified, customer grade components in these, kind of missiles and other platforms. So if you have one component with the error rate from 3 to 6%, it's okay. But if you have 100 components with the error rate of 3 to 6%, this adds up differently. Yeah, that's a whole another probability you have to calculate. So yeah, it's madness in my eyes. But I know it from my grandparents, from the time when it was East Germany, the DDR, and the mentality was always, so if this does not work, we have to use something else and be creative. And yeah, but yeah, this approach on the military is sometimes good, but I'm sure there are better ways.
How much faith does you've looked through that thread, you've analyzed it. The thread is also in one of the tweets in the pinned tweet above. So if you check the pinned tweet above from the MryiaReport, if you scroll down that thread about halfway, you will find the tweet we're talking about. How much faith or otherwise does it give you, say, Bionade? What you've been able to observe in that thread, what Russian for replacement is?
So the replacement, I really can't say anything about this, because you may get other customer grade chips, but they have also the same problems. And the problem I really wanted to highlight is we've already seen these videos from the, maybe you know this video from the Russians, which made a video where their drone got hijacked. Because it was a DJI drone with not so good encryption and something like this, and maybe bad signal. And if you use electronic warfare in a good way, would be really funny to see how the missiles maybe do a turnaround and fly then when, yeah, the near vicinity of Russia or Belarus. So because you are attackable if you don't use this specs, and we have seen it. Yeah.
Understood. Thank you, Bionade. Finance, are you around? Right, because sanctions, this is very much your territory.
Yes,
okay,
sir.
we've had an outline from Bionade of what the problems that the Russians are going to be facing are, why sanctions matter, why sanctions specifically on electronics matter, right? Because if you need to supplement things or replace things with similar types of equipment, similar types of chips, but not exactly the same ones, you're going to run into all sorts of problems, because you kind of have to start everything from scratch again, right? So, finance, sanctions. What do we know about the efficacy of sanctions? What do we know about Russia's ability to circumvent sanctions and actually supply things that, or get supplies or import things that are in principle under sanctions, but in practice they might be able to get some sort of workaround through Turkey or Georgia or somewhere else?
They can't. So they're getting some stuff in. They're getting some machine parts in through Turkey, especially as you brought up. Part of the problem is that they are so reliant on their industrial capacity for imported parts that we're not just talking about, hey, they get one part in, two parts in, and their whole assembly line goes back up and running. It is huge swaths of their industrial production relied on imported foreign parts, which you can run your economy that way if you can just always freely trade with foreigners. But that sort of assumes you're not going to be a genocidal monster, and the foreigners don't say, go take a long walk off a short pier, which has more or less happened. So they are corrupt. They're trying to get stuff in, but you can't just simply do an imperfect substitute for China right away. One, they don't have the infrastructure to get it from China to their factories in Krasnodar, which is all the way in Russia proper. Two, China doesn't make the high-end machine parts they need, and they certainly don't already make this stuff they need for their currently tooled up assembly lines. It would take half a year or more, probably a year plus, to switch, even if they had the infrastructure to get it from A to B. And they don't have that infrastructure, and they don't have the setup to do it, and the Chinese stuff is nowhere near that good. The places you want to get your high-end machine parts from are Europe, where they used to get supplied from, Germany, Sweden, France, Northern Italy, Czechia and Slovakia. Those are the kind of people who make good high-end machine parts. Ukraine actually can make some of these things. Clearly, Ukraine's not sending anything. Other places, the United States, South Korea, Japan, these people all make really good high-end machine parts. These are things that need to be calibrated. These are things that need to be done to spec. After you make them, they tend to go to a third party to make sure that they are done exactly correctly so that they are going to work exactly as planned. But they, right now, Russia can't even fix the rolling stock of their train cars because they can't get in their ball bearings, which they used to import from Sweden, and nobody else is selling them industrial ball bearings they need for trains. So they're pretty roundly screwed. They're getting some stuff in. I wish we could get that back to zero because getting a little in goes a pretty long way because they're probably cramming that into the most needed in their horrific minds stuff. So they're keeping some assembly lines up and running with that. If we could kill those ways in, which is heavily through Turkey, because Erdogan is a corrupt individual who has absolutely no care about human rights, then that would really help the economic side of the war. But it's already working pretty well, which is it's slowing down the logistics side of Russia's military heavily on the back end, as Ukraine is doing a great job blowing up a lot of the stuff that does make it to the front. So I think that is my brief primer. Did that answer the question in an understandable fashion by Onad and Domen?
Thank you, Finance. Beyond it, where have we seen Russians relying on, let's say, commercial grade equipment that perhaps bit them in the rear?
Yeah, there's a video. I think it was
About a
1
week
week
ago.
ago. Yeah, a week ago, and I think it was Kherson area or Mykolaiv. I'm not sure. Yeah, but really funny video. They lose a drone mid-flight. You can see it all. It's like, oh, we lose control, and they're really sad. And then they
When you say
realize,
lose, you mean lose the electronic warfare?
yeah, they lost electronic warfare and the connection. Absolutely, they got jammed, and the drone was overtaken. And yeah, so there are two different modes in customer grade drones. I think this is yeah, try to return to point if this is not possible. The drone tries to land if they have connection breakups. And the other thing is, if you overtake the drone, you may be able to yeah, bring them back to your own space and watch the data. And that's what they are fearing, because they yeah, get the hell out of the location really fast. So yeah, this is a problem with customer grades electronic. And if you think about you use maybe an attackable ship or something like this, or something for communication, and you use maybe a Bluetooth connection or something like this, because you have to connect your GPS to your cool watch, which you use to navigate or whatever, and someone can jam this connection. You rely on a thing which is not good.
And how could you avoid that? What would you do, let's say, under normal protocols, procedures, to not suffer from that?
So yeah, usually you put a Faraday cage around it. That's the easiest way to really help against yeah, stronger connections. But the other for ships and for something like this, but yeah, in wireless connections, you rely on yeah, better ships for encryption, and these are Miltex ships, which Scandi mentioned, and yeah, you don't get them because they are under sanctions.
And so this is the sort of stuff that's harder to get, right? That's exactly the thing we're trying to highlight. It's difficult to get the higher grade things, more complex stuff. That is where the sanctions are going to have the greatest effect. Baseline commercial equipment, they're always going to get that from China. They're always going to get that at least through other bypasses. But getting the higher end things, that's what's going to get a lot more difficult for Russia as time goes on. And these are the things that they simply will not be able to replace with what they get from China or Iran or wherever else, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So these are really specialized components. For example, for these wireless encryptions and something like this. So yeah, this you and the other point is if you buy in China, you know the quality in China, they produce en masse. If you want to send back your 200 euro China phone, you buy it on Amazon. They're happy to replace it with a new one. And yeah, it's really nice if you use these components in your rockets and say, hey, nice, this didn't work. Can you replace my rocket, please?
Finance, what's your returns policy on rockets? Sorry, how would you know? You're in the tobacco business, not the rocket business.
Yeah, no, we're happy to find rockets that are Russian and return them to the Russians with the pointy end first on fire. And we hope that they enjoy any rockets we return to them that they just happen to have dropped while they poop their pants running from the battlefield. You know, just a service we like to provide here at the Atacams Brand Cigarette Company. You know, we wouldn't want them to drop anything and leave it. You know, it's like a lost and found policy. They lose it, we find it, then we return it to them.
Finance, have you heard what happened at Balaklia yesterday? Finance? Are you speaking into muted mic?
Finance is just sorting out his earpods.
Oh, I see. Tim, did you see what happened at Balaklia yesterday?
No, I didn't.
Well, if you check the 10th tweet in the thread pinned above, you can see what happened at Balaklia yesterday. It was a very, very, very large explosion. This time in daylight. Balaklia is an occupied Kherson Oblast. So obviously, much of sorry, not Kherson Oblast. What am I saying? Kharkiv Oblast, occupied Kharkiv Oblast. It's close to the city of Izium. Right? Izium has been occupied by the Russians for quite a while now. It's sort of between Kharkiv and Izium, you could say. About 2/3 of the way from Kharkiv to Izium. It's actually very close to where the front line is. It is just on the other side of the Svyazhsky Donets River, just across from the town of Husarivka. So what happened there is a giant ammo depot went in flames, obviously. But the explosion was so large, that, and you can check this in tweet 11 in the thread, some people looked up what the magnetic anomaly charts were in other cities where there are sensors for this. And they were very, very large indeed. So much so that it indicates somewhere between a half and a 1 kiloton equivalent blast having taken place at Balaklia, because the timing matches up just right. That is a huge difference, right? A kiloton of TNT blast is insane. If you think that how much is an HE artillery shell, Tim? About 20 kilos, 30 kilos of TNT equivalent?
It depends on the size, but yeah, that ballpark.
So a 6-inch shell is about 50 kilos all in all, right? So how much of that is explosive? About 30 kilos. One would presume 20 kilos, 30 kilos.
Somewhere around that.
Okay, so for 1 ton would be about 50 shells, right? 1 ton would be about 50 shells, let's say. So a kiloton would be 50,000 such shells, all going up all at the same time. And of course, often not everything would blow up at exactly the same time. That's why we often see these detonations going on and going on and going on for a while afterwards. That's why that much going on all at the same time is quite significant, I would argue.
Well, as a comparison, the one I like to use is that Hiroshima was 15 kilotons, 1-5.
So we're looking at something about a 30th to a 15th of the size of Hiroshima. I think that is a lot. That's why I really wanted to highlight that. Daniel, thoughts?
First thought is the hit was executed with a Pion, so 203 millimeter gun. This means the stockpile was so huge you can afford to miss a bit, and hitting will ignite all the things stored there. And I can add this to Chernobylka hit from this night. I saw they flew a nice drone above Chernobylka, for example, and they are digging there a lot of IPVs, tanks, supply vehicles. But the area is so huge, you can use even 152 old Soviet-style guns, and you cannot miss. Because even if they are digging, they were on so big area. I never imagined I will see something like this on the airport. They are not place to place with distance to them. There is a huge concentration of equipment at Chernobylka. And same for this part of east of Donetsk. They put the things together. They are lazy. They have very bad logistical stuff. And I understand they put 10,000 workers in railways on the front. They sent to the front, not like railway workers in Ukraine, like infantry. This is madness. They are stupid, like, I don't know, cotton for them.
Thank you, Daniel. Pani Javelina, are you actually currently in Kharkiv, or are you just from Kharkiv? And what can you tell us about Balaklia?
I'm not currently in Kharkiv. I'm from Kharkiv. I have a video of explosion from yesterday. It was posted on local Kharkiv channels. I'll tweet it in a moment, but I cannot guarantee it is authentic.
Okay, so you're saying there's a chance that the video is off, but we do know that there was a massive atmospheric disruption across Europe, in the minutes afterwards. So we can be pretty sure that something big blew up somewhere, and it's consistent with it being somewhere near Kharkiv. So.
Yeah, of course it could be from some other place, because these local channels, they just sometimes post something like that to get more subscribers, obviously. So it is not an official channel.
Of course. But is Balaklia a large town? I mean, you're from the area. You'll know these things. It's an important railway junction, though, right? That's probably why all the stuff was there.
No, it is not a large town, but it is like I've been there, but really many years ago, because it is like more than an hour from Kharkiv. So no, it is not a large town.
But there is a railway.
Yeah.
And so this is a big pattern, right? Wherever we see these explosions of ammo dumps that Russians have accumulated somewhere, all of these invaders' ammo dumps, they're almost always right next to a railway, because, like we've discussed here many times, they don't have very good logistics, they don't have very good capacity to move things other than by rail. So whenever they accumulate a really big ammo dump, it's usually because it's right next to the railway where they hand unloaded it off of rail cars. And that makes it a lot easier to also track down where they are, because, well, just look at where the railways are. And That's probably where they're going to leave it. The quantity, right? As we noted earlier, if these were all hypothetically artillery shells, that is weeks worth of artillery shells for that front. Right? If it's just artillery shells and rocket artillery shells, this is a few weeks worth for that section of the front that all went up all at once. And I think that's very heartening. It's definitely very good news for Ukrainian defenders in the area, as well as honestly for the people of Kharkiv and nearby Kharkiv who might have been ended up shelled with those same shells that instead all went up in flames all at once. Without causing them harm, and that's it's always great to hear. Thank you for joining us, Madam Javelin, and hope to hear from you soon again. Do post that, and we'll compare it to the one that's already been circulated. And let's see how different it
I
is.
already posted it. Kharkiv is shelled like almost every day. And yes, now it is better, but it is too close to the border, so technically they can shell from Russia territory, unfortunately. So it looks like Kharkiv will be shelled till the end of the war, because it's like nothing we can do about it, or like maybe occupy Belgrade. That's probably what help.
Persuade the Belgorodskaya Narodная Respublika to secede, right?
Yeah. I mean, we probably won't do anything like that, take some part of Russian territory. I mean, Ukraine is a country, but there is only way Kharkiv could be safe is to go to Russian territory.
And of course not. And the Ukrainian government knows that that's not an option as well. And but we did have Roman Kachanov here, who's a fire chief in one of the fire stations in Kharkiv a week ago, just over a week ago, and he detailed how for 6 months now, for over 6 months now, every day they're responding for fire after fire after fire after shellings and rocket artillery shellings and airstrikes against locations all around Kharkiv and the suburbs, and just how intense an effort the firefighters are still putting forward just to be able to save what can be saved and save who can be saved after those shellings that persist and persist and persist. And it really shows the terrorist nature of what the Russian military is doing in Ukraine, right? Shelling civilians again and again and again with just mass fires to destroy buildings, to kill people for no other purpose but to commit genocide and to inspire terror. Finance, do you want to speak to that? And then we'll go to Luca and Daniel. Finance?
Yeah, no, the craziest stat to me of this war has been and will continue to be that they've used 90+%, I think it's 95% of their precision guided missiles on civilian targets, not military targets, not key logistic civilian targets like the mall. It's absolutely insane to me that even in a war where they're not clearly winning anymore, that they still choose to use their precious limited military hardware on genocide, right? It lets, don't listen to what they say, watch what they do. The genocide is the fucking point to them.
Good morning. I'll add in. Actually, I just want to make a point that the firing into civilians, although it's a war crime, I'm not calling that genocide. I'll tell you why. They're actually doing it to create terror, to scare people from the city so that they can later commit genocide. So it's a peculiarity I just wanted to mention. They could be launching chemical weapons, but what they like to do is which they're not going to, but I'm saying they like to create terror to scare people from their homes. It's a tactic they use. This whole bombing civilians thing is their way of, we'll scare the Ukrainians they'll run away. We'll have an empty city to come into. Hopefully, they can use it, and then obviously they'll conduct their genocidal plans. But listening to that man speak, and it just came up unprompted. Sorry, talking about how long these barrages would be. There's no military value there. It's just to sow fear into children's minds and women and elderly. The soldiers are used to it, probably, being under attack. But to do it to civilians, there's only one real purpose, and that is to create terror and panic in their hearts. It's disgusting.
It is. That's really what it is. It's disgusting. Period. Luca.
Good morning, Domen. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, it was mostly because I couldn't find that video, but now I see that our fellow, sorry, I cannot read Cyrillic, but I think she posted it. I cannot read her name. Thank you. Yeah, pretty interesting. It just
Pani
went up all at
Javelina,
once.
Madam Javelin.
Ah, Madame Javelina. Good morning. Yeah, thank you for posting. It's pretty crazy. It goes up all at once. So yeah. Okay, that's all I wanted to say. I wanted to say the video. Thank you. Bye.
Cheers, Luca. Daniel?
For me, Kharkiv is like Hebron. For me, it's a huge Hebron. And I think the experience of that shelled city, of course, we talk about mortars in Hebron, but that experience from Hebron will add a lot to understand what to do, how to counter this moving with shelling residential area. And Israel had a big experience with shellings. And I think a lot of stuff like IRST will go there. And probably is a plan to clear the space from Kharkiv to Belgorod sooner than later. What I raised my hand was the idea we talk about blowing ammunition depots. There don't explode just reserve of missiles, HE artillery shells. There are trucks, railroad cars, people in logistics. They are not just ammunition blowing up, is anything associated with that ammunition dump. And the losses are much, much bigger than just accumulation of ammunition. That was my point.
Yehuda, would you say that when a big ammo dump goes up, this is one of the cases where the Ukrainian authorities, Ukrainian Ministry of Defense, definitely is undercounting casualties or not including liquidated Russian invaders to sufficient large numbers in their daily rundowns of casualties?
Not just that, but also whenever they have a deep fire or intermediate fires, where they don't necessarily have eyes on the ground for an AAR, like they're not going to have always the ability to verify through UAV how many deaths there are, how many killed in actions there are, and also, yeah, I mean, question is who's guarding an ammo dump, depends how big it is. Take at least say 30-40 people, and then support staff. I have a feeling that the Russians like to hang out in the rear, if you know what I mean. I think that I'm not sure a lot of them are eager to jump to the front, so people who are nearby there and get schwacked, that becomes an issue.
And specifically, Yehuda, we were talking about that big explosion at Balaklia yesterday, that according to some measurements of indirect physical consequences elsewhere, measured in cities far away, estimated to be between half a kiloton of TNT equivalent and 1 kiloton of TNT equivalent. That is one huge explosion, isn't it?
Yeah, sure is. Sorry, I'm just getting up and going through DMs. Yeah, no, it's whoever. You got to remember that even just the shock waves there of that explosion would kill people. So no idea exactly how many, but definitely is quite dangerous for those in and around it. Unfortunately, even civilians, if they're a civilian even a half a kilometer away, they can be killed by it with falling debris and whatnot. But the Russians obviously don't care where they put their ammo dumps. It's wherever's convenient for them.
Yehuda, very good morning to you. While you're here, could you give your expertise on a question Finance asked earlier on? He was asking what kind of casualty rate do the Russians on the right-hand side of the Dnieper need to take before they become combat ineffective? Is there a rule of thumb? I was told it was 30%. It is 30%. So that's deaded or all casualties?
Both. Total. If you have a person without an arm and he can't fire a weapon, he might, I hate to say it, he's as effective as passed on, right, Tim?
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. That was kind of as I thought.
Ambulatory. I've hurt my. I have shrapnel in my somewhere on my through my ballistic armor near my shoulder, and it doesn't feel good, but I can still carry my weapon. That would probably pass, right? Doesn't always really, but if walking wounded is one thing, but if you have actual casualties where this guy's on his back with a tourniquet and he's got morphine in him, he's not good for the fight, right? So in fact, there's even more of a concern to get that person out. So when that person's got out, you're taking up resources to get them to the rear, and that all affects your combat ability, right? Let's just say within that company, that the combat team, you've got force multipliers. They're the gunner, machine gunner, as opposed to a lot of people think every soldier carries a machine gun. It's not the way we use words, but all of a sudden, if you lose your heavy machine gunner because he's injured and has to go to the rear, a big chunk of your combat power for that platoon is gone, right?
Sure, thank you. Yeah, I had 30% in my head. I think that was what I was taught, but it's good to have that
Yeah,
confirmed.
that's the number. Yeah, 100%.
Actual expert.
I don't know, I'm an expert, but
Finance?
Yeah, I know we have this huge blackout. Thank you for providing that number, Yehuda. We're hearing significant casualties and surrendering and retreating and such being taken in the chaos of the Russians in the Kherson Oblast. What sort of things we'll be looking at when we know that the Russians are close to, if they get close to hitting such a number where they just sort of collapse? Like, what does that look like for those of us who are not military people?
yeah, it's a tough question, but a good one. So it's like saying if you have a company of 1,000 people and 300 people called in sick, you might be able to continue business as usual without making a huge difference, right? Let's just say it's 30% of your sales staff and you have 100 of them on the phone, it means longer waits on the phone, maybe. 30% of the people in the warehouse might not be able to fulfill orders fast enough. And even then, you can only last a certain amount. But the Russians, in some cases, lost 50% of battalions or battle BTGs. Obviously, if they haven't disengaged at that point, it means that they really don't have a standard operating procedure. It kind of means they haven't thought this one out. So it can go down a rabbit hole real quick because you're seeing units right now still engaged that should not be fighting. Because I mean, I don't know what they think. The cavalry's coming. Yay, we're gonna wait it out. The Ukrainians are gonna give up any time now. You got to really wonder what's going through their minds. I suspect it's very little going through their minds. We've seen this happen with Chechen BTG northwest of Kiev near Hostom. Where was it? Crap, I forget right now. But so I'm not gonna say. And I saw videos that honestly in the back of my mind, I thought this gotta be fake. The Ukrainians are cooking this one up for the cameras. You know, there's no way they didn't hit every tank in a BTG. They didn't get every armored personnel carrier. They did not. This is not the uniform of apparently the general in command of a BTG, which makes no sense. But no, lo and behold, it was Magomadev, a Chechen warlord, superstar TikToker whose TikTok career was cut short. This group decided they would just keep fighting until everyone was dead. Don't understand it. Bizarre. I'd like to say it was even an ambush, but they had plenty of opportunity to withdraw, and they were, I think they watched too many Hollywood films over there in Chechnya. That the bravest will win. The hardiest will succeed. Just keep going into a kill zone that everyone is dead in, and you're going to keep going. I mean, I haven't heard of that. I've never really heard of that in battle. I mean, you hear it like Last Stand, World War II, a diminished company is attack, and there's nowhere to really go, and they've got to hold that position, and that's key terrain or vital ground, and then the company could get wiped out, which was never at full strength usually. That's one thing, but to have like people, commander, a supposed military professional with a BTG, battalion tactical group, with 52 tanks, 100 APCs, vehicles, 1,000 men, just go, yeah, we're going into this one. Yeah. Oh wow, everyone's dead over there. Let's keep going there. It's really bizarre. And you know what? I don't even know if it was a conscious decision or just like didn't know what they're doing. Oh, what's going on here? Let's keep going in there. I guess the other guys are on the other side having a party. We better catch up. Wiped out, and that's not the only example. So this is it's almost like taking it's like taking a bunch of airsoft people with no military experience who love the look, and then they're fighting an actual 10th Mountain Division in the United States. It's weird. I keep saying it's weird. It's messed up. It's crazy, and the Russians keep doing it. So do I think that these? I said we CJ in the signal chat. Bless him. He's a smarter guy than me. We're talking about those units, and I think he talked about withdrawal, and I said I think they're going to be destroyed in place. I just don't think that they know. They probably don't have these SOPs. What I mean by that is there actually are SOPs on with. There are, considerations that a local commander will make. But I've heard things that remind me of what people told me about the Red Army in the 70s and the 80s and, World War II, which is you will stay there and you will die if you have to. You will not leave that position. Maybe they feel that if they give their troops the option to withdraw, then they'll just withdraw anyway because they have no morale. Okay, well, I'm going to leave here. And that's why they ordered them to stay. But the reality is, those three units there I mentioned, 126th, 10th, and 11th. I mean, those units practically been wiped out. So that's big news, and there's no trigger I can tell you because these people they're not fighting right. They're not thinking.
Fine, let's carry on. Close this out. I think Nina has a bit of a bigger picture thing.
Yeah, sure. No, I was pulling the same question to a bigger picture for Yehuda. So given their, as you put it, not fighting right in a way that is sort of mind-boggling, does that just mean that like does that lead them to this weird world where their army is just very brittle, as in once it does collapse, it really just sort of like full line collapses because they run out of men and material across the whole space? Like, I'm just trying to systemically understand what that means when they lose. Because it sounds like when they lose, they could just really, really lose.
Yeah, no, I've said it before. I've said it a few times that I suspect there will be a general collapse of the Russian front in that area. It's imminent. How will it look? I don't know. I think if there's another, when the next, phase 2 of that Ukrainian offensive comes, and the rest of what's left gets bumped really hard, I think that's when people are just going to cut and run. I'm just talking about individuals just running east, trying to get to the river, cross it. Their fear of the Ukrainians will be greater than their fear of whatever the Russians will do, saying, "Why are you here?" Because, and they can't even say someone ordered me. They'll say, "There's no one there to order you. You're supposed to stay there," right? They know they don't have commanders on that side of any import. So, would it be a unified thing? No. Pardon me. Will it be a unified withdrawal? Or people say, "Yeah, let's." No, it'll just, it'll be those. Just there are people that don't have water. There are units that don't have supplies. They're like literally just dropped in there. Not dropped in there, they're already there, but you know what I mean? They're like, "Okay, let's go." And then they can't maintain a fight. And it's not like they're bees and the bzzz, and it goes through the lines. I mean, it's going to be on a case by case basis, but we're seeing it more and more. Question is, what do the Ukrainians do? They're not going to go exploit it if they don't know what's behind them, right? What's on the tactical bound past them, right? They don't want to. Could be a trap. Even many armies have done that in the past. Pretend to withdraw and then all of a sudden draw the enemy into something else. The Ukrainians aren't doing that. They're much smarter. But yeah, there's no real picture to paint there. It'll just be case by case, and the Ukrainians will take advantage of the situation appropriately. You're not going to necessarily see them fill in the vacuum immediately. Plenty of reasons. People could booby trap a defensive position, and then at first contact or sight of the enemy, they might just leave and run away, make it obvious they're leaving, and then people would rush to that position, and the first few would get hit with IEDs. They're not the Russian. The Ukrainians aren't going to do that. But the Russians could very well, rage quit. Is the new term. That's all I have to say about that. I hope it answers.
No, I do appreciate you. I look to your military expertise. I can't even understand all these great maps you're putting up that all the other military guys really like. I'm like, this looks like a bad game of tic-tac-toe. And all you guys are like, "Oh, this means this and this and this." And I'm like, I'm an idiot. So I really do appreciate the explanations. It's the only way I can understand what in the world is going on.
Yeah, no worries. The maps aren't exactly the best, to be honest with you. There's a lot of very simple things that are wrong with them that irritate me. For example, all the Ukrainian forces should be squares, not diamonds. Diamonds are for the enemy, but they just put enemy shapes on everything. And the unit size indicators are wrong. But the people that are there are actually pretty accurate as to who's who. And that's what counts right now.
So,
And
what
someone
would
asked
you?
me, what does that mean? So someone asked me, what does it mean that the composition wise, why is that important? Because it kind of gives you an idea where the Russian defensive lines are. And if you just, let's say you had a big, CBRN, company just hanging out in the middle there, you'd be like, wait a minute, like chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear, company, people that deal with contamination. You'd be like, well, that doesn't look good. Why do they have those guys there? Are they going to do something crazy? And the truth is, that would be a specialized unit that does that. So it would make you kind of wonder now, unless they're just calling up anyone to move to the front, then that's one thing. But you don't use specialized troops in one field to fight a defensive. So what I'm saying is, like, that could be, someone asked what's an example of what would make you look, right? Or a whole bunch of air defense, units there. You might wonder why the Ukrainians are flying there. All these guys have their radars off and they're just sitting quiet, ready to open up to catch the Ukrainians. So there are reasons why we look at what kind of Russian forces are there, and those were all mech infantry, armor, and artillery, just exactly what you would expect in that area, and it's exactly what we were hearing is there. So that's a good sign on the accuracy of what's going on with the troops. Again, the sizes they've posted for them, even by Russians' crazy standards, aren't accurate, even by their standards. So, and all of these, Army and Corps headquarter indicators that confuse me because it doesn't make sense that they'd be there. So, all right, I don't know if that's good. We'll go to Nina.
Hi, Yehuda, and thank you. I read a quote from Ben Hodges, former commander of U.S. Army in Europe. He said, "It seems to me that we are seeing the beginning of the end of the Russian Federation as it looks today. We need to be prepared for this. We were not prepared for the end of the USSR." And what I now heard from you about the situation in Ukraine, I think this two goes somehow hand in hand. If you look at the big picture, how do you see that, for example, this war would like end if you could predict it? Like you were telling about the retreat and stuff like that, but let's say my question is, how long do you think in best case and worst case scenario before the Russians will start like collapsing because they don't have supplies and also otherwise? Thank you.
I'm sorry, I cut you. Your audio cut for me a bit. Was that a question or a comment?
It was a question for you, Huda. I hope you hear me better. How long do you think it's going to take Ukraine to kick Russia out of Ukraine? And what do you think happens in Russia afterwards? In context of General Hodges' quote from about 12 hours ago, did we need to be prepared for what happens in the Russian Federation after they lose in Ukraine? We were not prepared for the end of the USSR.
Yes, he was very, very interesting statement he made. So 4 months, 3 days, and 2 hours, Nina. I don't know. Don't know when or how long it'll take.
Okay, so January 8th. Okay.
No idea when. No one knows when. It all depends on the enemy. It all depends on Ukrainian plans. But either way, I think the writing is on their wall. Mene, tekel, upsharan, ironically, to quote the biblical narrative. Numbered, added, divided, ironically. Divided is the important part because it's a nice reference to what will happen to Russia, right? 1 second, please. I'm gonna sneeze. So, sorry about that. It's getting chilly now over here. So why is this important? You will see the Russians, I suspect. I'm holding out for some hope because it saves Ukrainian lives. I suspect there will be a more unified withdrawal or collapse down the road, because it's not even a battle of attrition where you're seeing, the Ukrainians lose lots of men like they did in their defensives to conduct really good mobile defenses and shape the Russians into the positions where the Ukrainians wanted them for a counterattack, which is what the Ukrainians did, and that cost a lot of manpower. the delta, the difference in Ukrainian casualties vice Russian casualties on this offensive shows me, pardon me, shows me that there is vast disparity in capabilities. And if the Ukrainians are going to move up their air defense umbrella as they attack, the Russians are screwed. They just really are screwed. They're sitting ducks. It's one thing to fight, peer on peer without air on both sides, which is what a lot of what was going on in Donbass. And it's another thing to have air superiority, because as we all know, whether it's the Israelis in 67 and 73, whether it's the Americans in Gulf 1, 2, and whatever else you want to mention, the air there is the part where you're able to do a lot of damage to your enemy without them ever engaging you, because they can't. So if the Ukrainians were to roll up to the Dnipro, which is where we're looking at, right? And one second. Don't blow my nose in your ears. If the Ukrainians do that, and then they take that, somewhat of a risk, and they have more air defense platforms, they're going to move those, to the Dnipro. They're going to establish bridgeheads or repair bridges. They're going to go across the river. They're going to pound the Russians day and night the same way they did for the last 3 weeks. It might be 2 months of doing it. There are more targets east of the Dnipro. In depth, really, they want to attack Russian capabilities in their defense in depth. Limit forces. Limit the ability of forces. So picture in your mind Ukrainians on the left, northwest side of the Dnipro. Picture a thinned out defense on the east side. Ukrainians have air power projecting 50, 60 kilometers to the east of their positions, where they have free reign. You see the Ukrainians cross the river, and then you have an array. You have placements of Russian forces going to the rear, going east towards Melitopol and Mariupol, and the Ukrainians are preparing to attack the first line of Russians in whatever defenses they've built. I suspect they haven't built very good defenses east of the Dnipro. I suspect they built their good defenses on the west side, and now they're going to have to defend a position which isn't their number one place to defend. The terrain is almost sloping down and defilade. If you know what defilade means, Tim does. And then you're going to have the Ukrainians push forward with a lot more air support, with HIMARS and LOMARS and Bruno Mars attacking them in all their positions. And you're going to have the Ukrainians have that air cover, and they'll be able to roll up in a much different fashion than they did west of the Dnipro. So at that point, their deep fires are going to be hitting, transports. They're going to be hitting all those trucks that bring up those Russians to those positions, all those APCs. They're going to use those missiles that they usually were reserving for ammo dumps, because there's not going to be any left. And they're going to make it so that literally the only thing the Russians could do is walk 50 kilometers to get to their positions. So why that's important is once the Ukrainians engage those Russian defensive positions, let's say they make a line about 40 kilometers east of the Dnipro, and they're like, okay, this is it, this is the one. Well, the Ukrainians want to make sure that when they take that position, that they're prepared for a counter move from the Russians, right? That's when they're weakest, when they're consolidating, they've run out of ammo, they're forward, they have not conducted what's called a forward passage of lines. That battle group behind them isn't there yet to push up, because they're waiting. They're waiting for that lead mount unit, the LMU. They're waiting for it to consolidate. They're waiting for their MPs that are attached, and their engineers and their assault pioneers. They're waiting for them to create a route for this new force to come in. The new force doesn't want to jump over a bunch of IEDs or a minefield. They need to know how to get there. And then all of these enablers get them up to the front, and then they go beyond that last position just seized by that first battle group, and then they're going to conduct their own offensive. Now, at that point, as you've just heard me say, there seems to be a lot of moving parts. And, Tim, what might that present for the Russians? What might that situation present for the Russians, Tim? Anyone? Anyone?
Tim.
No, anyone can answer then. What would all that concurrent activity by the Ukrainians after seizing a position? What might that mean for the Russians?
Collapse.
No, it might mean them having a perfect opportunity to counterattack or to conduct counter moves, because the Ukrainians would be preparing, setting up. So the purpose of these deep fires is to affect the next the echelon to the rear, right? Their forces that are coming to relieve the ones that were just destroyed. So that's why I point that out, because people don't seem to understand the dynamic on the battlefield, because they say things like, why aren't the Ukrainians going further? Why aren't they doing this? Why aren't they doing that? Well, because after they've won the battle and they're collecting their wounded and they're sending them to the rear, they're the weakest, right? And they're waiting for their reinforcements, or the follow-on forces, we call them. They're waiting for those follow-on forces to head up to the front. So that's when the Russians would counterattack, right? So they're like, okay, they punched us. They're when you punch someone, you bent over, right? Your fist is down, your face is exposed. You got to make sure not to get punched back in the face. So that's why the Ukrainians have made the moves they've made, and that's why when they counterattack again, they're going to do it to a position where they can quickly get back on their feet and defend that new position they own. Well, with these deep fires into Russian lines, they're going to stop the Russian ability to even counterattack, because they can't get there. There are huge attacks on their positions. I'm not sure if I'm painting the picture right. Maybe finance wants to jump in, save me.
I have no ability to paint a military picture better than you, sir. I literally just ask you questions so I can understand it.
No, like the way I describe it, does that help?
Yeah, no, makes sense. The key point of risk for the Ukrainians, or quite frankly probably any NATO force, is right after a successful attack, when they're regrouping, trying to get the injured back to health, trying to get the new unit in behind, etc. That's when everything's reorganizing. That's when you'd be worried about a counterattack. I remember you discussing this yesterday or the day before, I don't remember which, and you pointed out that this is in fact where the Russian disorganization, lack of the centralized command and lack of command posts, because HIMARS keep blowing them up, really comes into play, because their ability to do this is probably non-existent.
Yeah, that's exactly what I've been trying to communicate. So great job. It's exactly the problem. So this is where you think the Russians, this is where we would conduct counter moves, right? This is where we know if the enemy was doing something, we're like, oh gosh, okay, get ready, because once they stop, we're going to go. We want to take the initiative away from them. We want to stop their momentum. How do we do it? Even if it's a brief counter move, you want to disrupt them as they're trying to settle down into their position. That's what we do. That's part of the plan. The Russians can't do that. The Ukrainians are hitting them in the rear really hard. On every tactical bound, they're looking at disrupting them on a tactical bound, even past that. And that's what they're really good at now. And we've seen it. So there are people going, oh, well, they only went this far. Well, you know what? The terrain doesn't look good after. They're going to be in an open field, totally exposed to the Russians. So they're going to stop here on the other side of this crest. And then they'll wait, and then they'll do. But in the meantime, our artillery, our air, are going to bomb the crap out of everything in the rear. The Russians will be like, what's going on? Where are my pants? Who am I? And that really has a big effect. So when I see that, and you see that rolling, there's only so many of those before an entire army goes, what WTF. And by the way, I just learned out what FTW is yesterday. I thought it was a way to say WTF but backwards, but it means for the win. I did not know that. I love the internet and hate it all at the same time. But that's what the Russians are going to say at one point. What are we doing? You know, and gosh, if that happens in the distance between the Dnipro and Melitopol, if that happens in that range, you're going to see. I think that's what you'll see: general collapse of Russian, forces there. And when I say general collapse, it's not like, okay, we give up, move to the front line. You're just going to see companies and leftover battle groups just fighting on their own position, like in a silo until they run out of ammo. Like, okay, we don't know what's going on. There is no line here. Our commanders lied to us. We actually aren't a professional army. And that's probably what will happen, especially with all the C2 bumped off. I mean, who are they talking to? Their batteries are going to run out at some point. They're not going to have command posts with generators. You're just going to have people in trucks with gas. Now, the gas isn't a big deal. I hated to break it to Craig about the fuel west of the Dnipro. They don't even have the terrain to move that far anyway. And let's say even if they only have 400 kilometers of tank without any drums, if you had drums, you have 700. They can pretty much move where they want to, but not east of the Dnipro. That's a lot of space. So they're going to need to refuel, and they're not going to have Kherson City to refuel. They're going to have small little towns, but you can't bank on a small village's gas station to refill 30, 40 tanks. They don't have that much fuel in them. But, the other good thing is they're going to use those without cities to plug in stuff. They're going to use their tanks to charge their phones and their equipment and run their radios. So that's going to use up fuel. So all of a sudden now the lack of access to supply and sustainment is going to be a lot worse there than in a more centralized area in Kherson near Kherson City. So you're looking at bad news bears for the Russians. And then at that point, the Ukrainians can parse up the AO, the area of operations, a little differently and attack these C dets and B dets of Russians at will. In fact, if I were them, I would just, boom, fast air, fire missions. Don't even send your soldiers; just destroy the positions, and then then you seize the terrain. You come up on it with a battle group and say, "Hey, we're here. Who's alive? Who wants a hot meal?" And call their mommy on the cell phone. Boom. That's how I see it happening. I don't know. Don't want to sound flippant, but that's what I suspect will happen. Speaking of flippant, how's Tim doing? Is he back yet?
Tim's back.
I am back. I did have a quick question for you, Joe. Tanks, the fuel they run on, is it just diesel?
Yes.
Or is it some fancy diesel?
I'm not sure it's fancy diesel. I'm sure it's diesel.
All right, because I've never bothered to find out. And thanks to you, I don't have to Google it.
I said I'm sure it's fancy. I'm sure it's diesel, but I don't know if they have any additives to it. It's diesel.
Unless they're Abrams.
No, I meant the T-72s. I went.
Yes.
Yeah.
The tanks actually in Ukraine, to the best of our knowledge, all run on actual diesel.
Yeah. Well, I don't know all of Ukraine, but I know the T-72s, the 80s and 90s are all diesel. So, yeah.
I'm being told now that apparently the T-80 runs on jet fuel.
T-80 runs on jet fuel. Depends on what you call jet fuel, maybe. I think
Things you fuel
if
jet
I
fuel
remember.
with.
Oh, that's smart. Never put that together. What I do know is that some of them, I think, have like a few different fuels they can run in different variants, but they have different efficacies and they're not as efficient. So, but they all run on diesel though. They all can use diesel. I'm not sure if then for all of them it's the optimal fuel. Again, I'm not a tanker, but depending on, I guess, the engine. But I know they all can run on diesel for sure. I do recall now when I think about it that some of them can run on variants, different types of variants, and I think they're more fuel efficient. The more whatever the, I don't know, lower, higher octane, whatever whatever the term is, they can run better on those ones. But standard is a diesel for sure. Someone wants to look it up and let me know. Dan Jan wants to tell us.
I certainly want to tell you. So I just checked. T80 has a gas turbine, so not diesel, I guess.
No, so they can run on diesel too.
Okay.
They can run on diesel, but preferably they would run on something.
Yeah, I guess they can.
I guess
almost
that's the
run
way
on
it works.
anything, can't they? In theory, they can run on anything combustible, I guess. But
not unleaded, but
yeah.
you cutting hair there. Dan the barber. It sounded like you're cutting hair.
Yeah.
But or shaking a can, or I don't know. Yeah, so yeah, it makes sense. It's a gas turbine, but I think it's kind of matches to what I said, that there's more fuel efficient varieties, but the T72, yeah, I don't know if to say jet fuel is a little misleading. I mean, maybe it is jet fuel too, but yeah, they can run. So if they're if it's still going to run on diesel and they don't have anything but diesel, they're going to put diesel in. I think that's fair to assume.
Yeah, I agree.
They probably ran on jet fuel the first 3 days, and since then they were largely on diesel.
Yeah, now you're making me look. It jerks. Engine SU1000. Actually, some of them are straight diesels, and they can run on either or. And obviously, what's it here? Low octane fuels is preferable. So that's your jet fuel. I thought jet fuel would have more octane, but what do I know? Yeah, okay, so they have solely diesel variants, but even the gas turbine ones will run on diesel, just not very fuel efficient, I guess.
And if they have to run on kerosene or whatever, then that's a bigger problem for them as well. So
yeah, there's a big element to this. What people have forgot a bit is that you can live off the economy during this war. It just means using things that's in the natural economy. So most gas stations, I presume, in rural Ukraine don't have jet fuel. I don't have those jets rolling in, but they do have diesel for tractors and trucks. So that'd probably be their go-to fuel. If that's just me, I'm thinking. Does that answer your question, Tim?
Yes, it does. I was going to say that the T80 wasn't the first tank to make use of a gas turbine engine. The first one was Sweden's very own Stridsvagn 103.
I've been in one. I've been in one. So yes.
Are they as horrible to be in as they look?
No, actually not. Quite comfortable. Because when I did my conscript, I was actually in a tank regiment, not in a tank, but in a supporting role. So, yeah, cool machines.
They are cool machines. For those who don't know what a Stridsvagn 103 looks like, it doesn't have a turret. So it looks like one of the old tank destroyers or the assault guns. But it is apparently a tank.
Yeah, and to that note, Tim, the reason we scrapped them was that we always lost the tower. How do you say? Tower tossing tournament or turret tossing tournament. Always.
But the Russians won't fly far further.
Yeah, we realized we didn't have one, so we couldn't win. Too bad.
Oh dear.
Hello.
Hey,
yes,
Semper.
Mr.
We
Yahoo.
would have.
Yes.
We
yes,
would have
Mr.
pulled on
Yahuda.
you, but you never put your hand.
Oh, sure. Oh, Okay, so should I talk or I wait?
Let's go for it, Sempa.
Okay, yeah, I have two questions. One question is the likability of Russia using nuclear weapons in the face of defeat. Okay, because these people are led by somebody who's usually scared of defeat, and he really likes to do what that is Putin. He likes to show his muscle. Okay, and I'm very afraid that if he stares in the eyes of defeat, this man may use nuclear weapons. Okay, so what is the probability that that could happen, and what is the how is the West and NATO going to respond to such a scenario, which is remote, but it could happen? Okay, because I see the Ukrainians are taking them back and putting up a very spirited fight. Okay, and you know, when somebody is mad, you can say, "Oh, I cannot be beaten by these people. Why don't I go for the maximum option?" That is question number one.
Well, let's answer question number one first, because I'm sure there's a second one. So question number one, the chances, Sempa, 1.3%. That's what the computer says. Have you seen that computer?
You say?
1.3%. Have you seen that computer?
The chances are?
1.3%.
Hello?
You there? Yes.
Off.
I can hear you, Sempa. Can you hear me? Maybe it's better this way.
Hello?
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 Yes. Sempa. Okay, let's kick Sempa down and get him back up. We'll answer the question. Something's happened to Sempa's phone. Tim or Doman, maybe pop him down, tell him to come back up.
Must be the Russian Wi-Fi. Hey, Senpai, re-request because your audio failed and you couldn't hear Yehuda's answer to your question.
All right, coming back up. Okay, 1.3% for the audience. That's just a joke. Obviously, there's no computer. Is it possible? Sure, anything's possible. Aliens could come down and reveal themselves and say, "Hey guys, you guys are nuts." I think that would happen sooner. The reality is that this is a silly question the way it's framed. I'm not saying Sempa's silly, but it's just people who don't understand warfare or even geopolitics. And the reason why I say that is just because someone is losing the war, it doesn't mean they get to use everything that they have at their disposal. What would be a condition that the Russians would have already declared that they would use nuclear weapons is if that their homeland or their it's very nuanced, that an attack on Russia, where it would, damage it would affect the territorial integrity of Russia is a condition. So Ukraine kicking Russia out of everything, I even suspect Crimea, is not a condition to meet. There are people who can exercise control. Putin does not sit with his finger on nuclear buttons to fire off. There are all sorts of checks and balances to prevent a rogue leader. Even the Russians knew, back in the 50s and 60s and 70s that they could get a crazy leader and could end the whole world. And they realized that an attack by them with a nuclear weapon on anything would elicit quite possibly nuclear responses on them, which means, the countries of the nuclear weapons of countries all over the world would be trained and Russia would cease to functionally exist no matter what Russia did to other people. It's why Russia always had more nuclear weapons than others, because they felt they had to attack the whole world if they were attacked. So to say, the Ukrainians are winning, I think the Russians are going to use nuclear weapons as a last resort is kind of childlike in its reasoning. In fact, if anything, it would be probably more reason not to use them. If they saw Ukraine and the whole world supporting Ukraine and Ukraine pushes them out, they know they've illegally invaded. Whatever they say on TV is irrelevant. They know they've conducted illegal invasion of Ukraine. They know they've committed genocide, and they see that Ukraine has won back all their territory. This is where eventually I suspect there would be a regime change. I think I made the comment initially. I think that behind the scenes, if the Russian leadership, the military, FSB, see that everything they've believed in and all the leadership that Putin has given is wrong and it's a lie, and they've destroyed the Russian military. Putin makes the order for nuclear weapons. I think that's when he gets taken out. His own leaders, even his closest confreres, would say, you know, okay, you're nuts, dude. Like, we just got our arses handed to us. Our army is in tatters, and you think that a tactical nuke in Ukraine is going to help us win? No, you're gonna up the ante even more so. So instead of us just losing Crimea, we're gonna lose Kaliningrad. We're gonna lose a bunch of islands. We're gonna lose, you know, who knows what the Chinese will do to us, because the Chinese won't countenance a nuclear attack. They have their own plans. Just for clarification, Russia uses a tactical battlefield nuke in Ukraine. Oh, sorry, Brody, your mic's hot. Please mute them. If they use that, they'll know that everything and any action like that will make the world even more pro-Taiwan. You're gonna have them say we have to protect Taiwan because look, rogue regimes and terrorist bullies like China and Russia will use nukes. So we need to invite Taiwan into the polity of nations. They have to be an independent country. Everything wrong that could happen for Taiwan will become amplified to China if Russia was to escalate. And that's a big factor in all of this. China is obviously helping out Russia a lot. Now, Russia knows that they escalate this to a nuclear conflict, they're in trouble. It's you know, they could destroy and kill Ukraine, but they'll kill their own country in the process. So the argument of if the Ukrainians just are too tired of winning and too good at winning will automatically mean, or could mean, even in a small you know, point, this, no, I would sooner think that Putin would come out as, you know, demisexual, pansexual, non-binary, Zer, Zem pronouns. That would happen before Russia used nuclear weapons. So I hope that answers your question, Sempa. And if you want to go to question 2, go ahead. Sempa.
I think he doesn't like you anymore. Yehuda, I have a different question for you. But maybe if Sempa comes around, he can raise his hand again and ask. But I have a question here from a long-time listener for you. Very basic question, but something very much within your wheelhouse. Could you explain what is wargaming and how militaries do wargaming?
Well, there are many ways to wargame. You know, it can. You know, you could do it, you know, toots, training exercise without troops. You can do it as a simulator. You can do it just brainstorming around a table. You know, plenty of things that people do. Generally, wargaming can be an exercise where you have, you know, friendly and opposing forces, even on the ground, and play it out. And try to have as realistic of encounters as you can to determine who does what and all that jazz. And then, yeah. So there are many ways to war game. It can be passive. It can be quite active. It can be, you know, on a computer only, virtual. It can be like through simulators. But everything we do, for example, the course that Major Giroux was teaching recently would have involved, you know, training and teaching officers for months or a month or two on tactics on certain things, and then putting them through simulators for days and days, where they, you know, adopt a role in a station with a simulator operator who does the moving around for the computers and stuff, and then all of a sudden you see people, you know, seeing their plans either, you know, surprisingly succeed or almost always failing. We're very hard on ourselves, right? We we fight, you know, quote unquote. You know, we have different names, Tropian, or you know, we use different country names, Tropia or Ariana, and we, you know, we fight these forces that have invaded some friendly country. Gee, kind of sounds like what we're doing now, right? And then we figure out how to defend, how to conduct a delay, which is what the Ukrainians have done, how to counterattack, how to conduct offensives. Ironically, every operation or every exercise we do when a war game ends, just in case there are any NATO haters out there, every single exercise ends at the IB. Does anyone know what the IB stands for? What would the IB stand for?
International Baccalaureate.
No, close. Don't be smart, Doman. What does IB stand for in a war game? You had the first word right.
International base.
Border. So every single exercise ends when, and then phase 3 will end when we have secured the international border, the IB. So no one's looking to invade Russia. That's my point, Doman. This is all about protecting countries and securing their international borders. That's it. That's it. Now, so you could say, oh, the guy said that they have war games where they're fighting Russia, but they just call it a different name. It proves NATO is doing everything. No, it proves that NATO plans on defending countries and chasing the Russians out to their international border. That's it. And there's no tactical bound past the border. That's the end of the exercise. Over. Yay, we won. Our winning is making sure countries aren't invaded. Russia's winning is whatever, messed up fantasy that Putin has. Poland will be mine too. All right. Anyway,
when you say simulator, is that kind of similar to a computer game looking thing, or how does that simulator look like that you mentioned?
Well, it's really a lab, a computer lab. And remember we talked about, let's take a battle group, right? Let's take a battle group. And then let's say we'll go granular. So let's say a combat team, smaller. And let's say there's going to be, I don't know. Let's say we've got, 10 officers doing something, right? So 10 officers are doing the simulator, captains, majors, or whatever. And they're sitting there. Here, let me pull something up. Then they might say, Captain Yehuda, you're going to be in this combat team. You're in a defensive position. Your call sign is going to be, 1-9er, or you're going to be 1-9er Bravo. You're going to be 2-9er Bravo. And these are different echelons. One is company, squadron commander. The other one, what did I say? 1-9er Bravo is the battle captain, person in charge of the armor. And then the 2-9er Bravo would be the mechanized infantry guys. And you're in a position, and they'll say for this simulation, which will last an hour or two or whatever, you're going to be that guy or this guy or that person, and we'll all be sat at different computers and cubby holes. We'll all have earphones on, headphones, so we can't hear each other. We'll have a computer simulator operator beside us, and we'll have the map that we can see. We only have the map that we can see as if we were in our tanks looking, and all of a sudden we get contact. Let's say we're on the defensive and we get contact, and I can I have a big TV screen / computer screen in front of me, and the operator, I see my my troop or my whatever sub unit that I'm in charge of. I'm sitting there, and I'm it looks like I'm in a run up position. Let's say I'm in a lav. I'm the lav captain, and I'm in a run up position. I got my lavs around me. I got some infantry, and I got maybe engineers attached to me, or a foo, and everything on the screen in front of me is stuff that I would actually be able to see in that position. And then anytime I get something comes on the radio, because I also have to be you're also your own signaler, your radio person, and I then see what other people see. I might see a frog foot coming out of position to strafe me, and I call it in, and then other officers are pretending to be the duty officer, the battalion commander, the squad, whoever, whatever role, right? High con person. So you're communicating and saying, okay, this is what I see. Contact, wait out. You're letting other formations in your defensive battle position know what you're facing.
and then you see the bad guys on the screen in front of you. Then all of a sudden, UAVs in the air, and then you can see that there's a force advancing on your position because the UAV has been, the idea is the UAV sees it and they're passing it down to your position. So you're like, okay, you can see that, and you can act on it. You can stay put. You can do what you want, and then you can report in your situation on the ground. And then while you're doing that, other defensive positions in this defensive, your other fellow officers are now the commanders of those. You can't talk to them directly. You can only talk through the radio. You can only communicate through what the actual radio would be feeding us, and what the links to the data links that show us like what the battle space looks like. And then, it might be a delay. So I know I have another battle position to move out to. So at one point I just tell my simulator, it's kind of like my driver. I say, okay, go back to battle position BP 201, because that's where I need to be, because I know there are too many of the bad guys coming. And then if I don't move soon enough, then I get all destroyed and I'm dead and I can't talk. And then, then the simulation was a fail. But that's how we do it. And then we rotate people from different positions. I'm no longer 1-9er Bravo. Now I'm, 1-9er, or I'm, you know what I mean? So we do that over and over again. And that's after we spend months learning about tactics, learning about how to do it. It takes a few hours sometimes to get used to how the simulator works, and when you want to tell the operator to move your troops back. And it's basically trying to make it as real as possible without involving troops, right? So without involving, being in the field and having a huge exercise, spending millions of dollars to move tanks and trucks around. But that's how we do that. And I hope that makes sense what I said. It is fun too, by the way. If it wasn't so stressful, because we're being graded, we're marked on these things, and they mark you for everything, even radio procedure. So I got in trouble. I kept calling one of the staff, who was the high con. I kept calling him sir on the radio. Came over to my cubicle like 3 times. He goes, stop effing calling me sir, right? Because it's not radio procedure. Anyway, and then when he said that, as he left, I said, sorry, sir. And he just looked at me because I wasn't on the radio. I was talking to him personally, and he knew I was being a smart arse. And I was. All right. Well, it is, what, if it wasn't for your professional development and your career, it would probably be a lot more fun. But it's obviously quite stressful because you're also moving positions every 2-3 hours. So you get comfortable being a 1-9er, and then all of a sudden you're 2-9er Bravo. So you're like, can I just stay in that position for a couple more turns so I get really good at it? And the answer is no. You're going to suffer. You're going to have stress, and shut up. And that's a good thing. It builds character and bitterness. All right. Baza.
Hello, Yehuda. Little question. Do you see the next priority to, after they've taken Kherson, do you see the isolation of Crimea as the next operation?
No. And you can't isolate Crimea. It's too big. You'd have to control every ability to enter Crimea, including by sea. So they can't isolate it, but they can guard the approaches. Do you know what I mean by that? Guarding the approaches. So they're putting a force substantial enough to protect Ukraine from an attack from Crimea.
I just get a sense that with the 2 republics, in Donetsk and Luhansk, they don't have the same priority that Crimea does for Putin. I don't know whether I've read the wrong thing into it, but it just seems to be Crimea seems to be non-negotiable for the Russians.
Oh, yeah. Well, unfortunately, they're not calling the shots, or fortunately, right? So, as I said, they'd guard it, meaning what that means is they wouldn't enter Crimea. So they would guard. They would have a substantial force situated, oriented towards Crimea, big enough to either defend a large Russian attack or provide a delay so that the Ukrainians could have some quick reaction force. to counterattack. But Donbass is the next objective after the southern part of Ukraine. And then I suspect if they had enough defensive depth on their eastern flanks with Russia, that they could take Crimea. But I did say many times that I suspect that the Ukrainians will work out some deal to trade peace for Ukraine, for Crimea. Yeah, I mean, with a good chunk of his military destroyed, I think the calculus has changed irrevocably, Baza. I don't know if Crimea is only going to be won through negotiations. It could very well be won through combat. This all depends on Ukraine, on how much Ukraine's taken in an enormous economic battering, right? Its industry has been destroyed. It might want to wait it out and say we'll get Crimea next, and the Russians will say the same thing, right?
I saw an interesting doco on Crimea, and apparently the economic activity after Russia took it over was substantially less than what a lot of local businesses anticipated. So I think maybe the support levels for Ukraine to take back Crimea is going to be stronger than maybe what I initially thought anyway.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know what you initially thought, but I'll tell you this: Ukraine gets that extra 500,000-600,000 troops mobilized over the next year, and Russia doesn't want to talk. Crimea will go back to Ukraine, and the Russians will give them an excuse, right? Not that they need an excuse; they've already been invaded. It's just that people don't realize that just because they invaded 8 years ago, and Ukraine hasn't taken back Crimea, it's not because they gave it up, right? The people who say this are, I have no idea what they're talking about, or are Russian supporters or Russians, supporters of Russia, because, there is no, Ukraine doesn't need the Russians to attack from Crimea after, let's say, all of Donbass is secured. Ukraine has every right legally to go right after Crimea, right there, right then and there. The question is, do they have enough troops to protect the rest of their country while they do so? That's the key. That's the only thing I'm trying to say. It all depends on what their force structure composition is, and hopefully we're not talking ahead of ourselves. Hopefully we're going to see the Ukrainians in the next few months mop up all of southern Ukraine, and I suspect that'll cause a sea change in Russia. I really do, because the next step after that, you got to remember this: Russia has been strategically defeated already. When? On day four of this war. Why? Because they didn't win Kiev in 3 days. So that's a huge kick in the teeth as it is. So you got to imagine a balance sheet and a mark on the liability for everything that Putin has done. He doesn't have 500 mulligans, Baza. I don't know if you use the word mulligan in Australia, but there aren't millions of chances he's going to get. He's going to get a lot, because it's probably in direct relation to the dictatorial nature of his regime. The more dictatorial you are, the more chance you get to screw up. But when the time comes, and the fat lady will sing and the bell will toll, all that jazz, and eventually it will stop for him, right? He won't have the freedom of maneuver like he did on the first day, and so that's why he reorganized his objectives. He's not going to get all Ukraine. Okay, well, I'm just going to totally pulverize Donbass, and that'll be the victory I'll declare. Well, he's not going to get Donbass either. So it's we forget that his support isn't unlimited. Eventually, people will turn on him as well, and they want people to turn on Zelensky because that's a fair play, right? That's why they paint him as a neo-Nazi. That's why they say, he's banned our Communist Party. He's evil. Look at this. Free speech is nonsense. So so Zelensky's government has clamped down on forces that are pro-Russian and seek to destroy their own country. Yeah, okay, well, that's a problem. No, it's not a problem. It's normal. But the Russians are making hay of it. That hasn't even been attempted on Russia yet. That effect will happen on Russia when people show Russia what they'll do to the Russian army, and the more that Ukraine does stuff to the Russian army, the weaker and weaker Putin gets. He's not going to be stronger with a decimated Russian army. So Our job is to help Ukraine deliver that product to Russia. And not our job, but you know what I mean, what we do, and by extension, what we do here is we speak the truth, tell people what's going on.
And I was going to mention too that I think that you see it with Zelensky, is that with the Russians trying to make overtures to Zelensky after having tried to kill him and his family on 3 separate occasions, that's going to be a difficult negotiation for them.
It's not going to be a negotiation. Even if they hadn't tried to kill his family, they've killed hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians, and they've invaded the country. If this happened on week 1, week 2, that's one thing, you know. But this is Pesky or whatever his goofball there is making overtures that Putin will speak on Zelensky. Okay, too late. You don't get a chance to, you don't get an opportunity to commit genocide and a chance to destroy a whole country and then come back and say, okay, let's make peace. He actually thinks that Zelensky would trade peace right now for what he has in Kherson and Donbass. But the guy is absolutely nuts. Absolutely. And you know why? It's because he knows what's going on in the west of the Dnipro. They're cooked. Their goose is cooked. You know, it's as insane as his claim is as insane as Zelensky saying, okay, we're going to take Belgorod and Kaliningrad. It's going to be a Ukrainian enclave now, and we'll discuss whether or not you surrender to the Hague. That's the kind of stupid offer that is. Dumb.
And I think that comes down to, I mean, from what you can see with Putin's negotiations, he doesn't negotiate like a politician. He negotiates like a criminal, which he is. So it brings it to a different level. And I've also heard Bill Browder mention this. He goes, the only thing that Putin does on every occasion is when he's dealing with politicians is he escalates it to a level that they won't go. But now he's in a situation where that's not going to cut it, and he doesn't have the trump card.
Yeah, no. There's no. He does conduct himself like a criminal, like a mob shakedown. He's learning the hard way, right? All Ukraine had to do was rise above that culture of kleptocracy and mafia, bullying, and he's on a different level, different psychological plane. So yeah, we'll see. Russia, General Hodges said it right. You know, how will people deal with the breakup of Russia? How will people deal? I don't think Russia will fracture into a million pieces. I think there will be issues. I think more importantly, who comes to power and how they'll view their goal of having sanctions lifted. I think that's what will be on the table. How to bring back Russia into the international community. That's what a new leader, will have to ultimately countenance. He has to consider that. There is no getting better after this. So it's either how do we make the West happy with our bad behavior, or more of the same. He wants to be, any next new leader is going to fear being a Kim Jong-un or Kim Jong, whatever the kid's name is now. Un or Il or Song is the dad, Il's the Song is the granddad, Il is the son, and then grandson's Un pizza de merda. All right. Thanks, Baz. We got another question up. Do you want to sit tight? We're going to George.
Hey, Yehuda. I had a question for you. So if the Ukrainians obviously take the southern part of Ukraine and now they're bordering Crimea, obviously the whole of Crimea is under, Gimler's range for sure, including the bridge. So want to make it kind of as the Ukrainians are trying to take back the Donbass area, aren't the Russians going to be constantly under fire?
Sorry, you can get to the mic. Yeah, I know for sure. I mean, the question is, what's the point of hitting them if they're not going to exploit them? It's just wasting weapons, right? If they're not going to follow with the counter or with the defensive, if they would, look, listen, that's what I said. Crimea is screwed. Russia screwed in Crimea. They can. The Ukrainians have the ability. They just might not have the troops. Right? They might have the ability. They can't do all things at once. Right? So they need to. After the Russians are dislodged from Donbass, you still have to have Ukrainian forces defending. Right? And that'll be a lot of them. So do they have enough to conduct that that offensive in Crimea? That's the question.
Yeah. But they can't get them to the point where there won't be many Russians left, because I mean, all the ports, all their facilities would be, open season, right?
Right, but the question is, they can't attack civilian targets, right? That's not what they do. So let's just say they destroy Sevastopol, Sebastopol, they destroy all the naval installations. Yeah, they can deny use of to the Russians, but they still need to control the terrain. So they definitely would, and they have been bombing Air Force bases and everything. They'll continue that. Anything within their range, maybe even the Kerch Bridge, would be good to go. But yeah, you're already not seeing the Russians use Crimean military bases very much because they know they're going to get hit. So, it wouldn't be too hard for the Ukrainians to just do 2 months of fire missions and or fast air and all that jazz in Crimea and be able to advance. Especially if the Russians are defeated elsewhere. It's a lose-lose for the Russians. The question is, how do the Ukrainians win? It's not if they'll win now. It's how will they win? They'd personally probably love for the Russians to abandon Kherson and leave it alone. They'd personally probably love for the Russians to say, okay, we'll do a peace treaty and we'll leave Crimea. That would be the best case scenario for Ukraine, and they'll push for that right until the last minute. And then if they have to actually go that route. It can't be thought even domestically that they had an option to take Crimea peacefully and they didn't. They have the support of the people, but they still have to try. They have to. That's what rational, reasonable people do. That's what statesmen and women do. They try to get the most they can just peacefully. And we can only hope that Putin won't be there. That's my take on it, George. Hope that helps. And let's go.
Thank you.
Hey guys, good morning.
Good morning, Edward.
So, hey Domin, how are you, man? I'm in another location, several thousand miles from my last location, so I can let you guys know I'm headed to DC tomorrow to do more business for the Georgian Legion and Ukraine. Just wanted to give you guys. I bounced in. I heard talk about the breakup of the Russian behemoth. So let me give you my take. I've spent a week with Paul Massaro and we've exchanged pearls of wisdom. And one thing I wanted to pass along to everyone was Russia's like a case of herpes on this planet. Keeps coming back. It's recurring. Every few years they're up to some more bullshit where they're killing people, trying to take things, and it's always under the surface, ready to break out, right? And so Russia needs to be broken up and rendered incapable of ever doing anything like this again, or anything like they've ever done over the last 20 years again. It's got to be stopped. And if we stop, just say they back away and they say, okay, we're getting out of Ukraine, but we allow them to build up the capability to do it again, either Ukraine or someone else, we failed. So that needs to be the end goal, the breakup of Russia into little bitty pieces, the separate republics, and it makes it easier to deal with them separately. And that's just my take on that. As far as Ukraine and how they win, how they attain victory, they are building the capability. You have to understand, holding territory that was already Ukraine is going to be easier than holding territory, say it belonged to another country. So if Russia pulls out all their military capabilities, there's no worries there. And I think Ukraine's got the right mindset and the right guidance. They are approaching this in a classic way where deprive the enemy of logistics, and then deprive the enemy of command and control and functional bases from which they can operate, then you can't do anything in that territory. So they're doing it the right way. They're making life untenable. And Ukraine has infinitely more resources as far as manpower versus what Russia has. All Russia can do is go into the areas of their country where there's a high degree of illiteracy, people don't know any better, train them up in a couple of weeks and throw them into the crucible, at which point they get demolished, they get burned up. I'm waiting for this, I'm throwing up my fingers, this third armored corps to show themselves, because I promise you guys, it's going to be a scrap metal fest if they show their faces. It's going to happen. So I'll sit back. I've ranted enough. I've given you my jet lag rant. So if anyone has any questions for me.
Cheers, Edward. I've got a question. What are you aiming to achieve this time? Last time mortars were in focus. Can you say what you want this time? What your top of the listing is?
I don't care. Force integration with our NATO partners, primarily U.S. Department of Defense. So it's no secret. We're working towards force integration between the Georgian Legion and other military partners to allow us to operate together seamlessly, seeking common weapons platforms, so on and so forth, common comms, things of that nature, so we can work together going forward in the future. And yeah, that's what this round of meetings is about. A little bit higher level versus going after some equipment, mortars and such and so forth. That spigot's been opened. Things are moving. So we feel like we've accomplished that. So now we're focused on the next goal: force integration and coordination with other entities across the globe.
So I think you mean interoperability.
Yeah, and interoperability and integration.
So you're going to collapse into the Ukrainian army?
Well, we are already, Georgian Legion is part of the Defense Intelligence Directorate. So we operate underneath the DID. Georgian Legion is part of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. Make no mistake about it. Even though we're a national legion, we are part of the Armed Forces of Ukraine.
I didn't know about that. Yeah, no. So when it comes to interoperability, so you can't integrate a force that's not organic to an organization, right? So the reason why I say that in NATO, we have there's certain standards. So and Ukraine isn't in NATO right now, right? So I think the connection would be a little looser, especially with comms, right? That doesn't just happen because you're on the same side. So just this is my wheelhouse, so that's why I just
Sure. Hey man, hey, look, hold on, man. This is a first step. I'm just using common terms that I've used in my other roles. So I'm just trying to get the point across, and with an eye towards integration with NATO. So we're not looking at this. So yeah, it'll be interoperability initially, but there will be integration. Ukraine will be part of NATO, and so will Georgia. So it may take some time, but they will be.
Yeah, listen, I want to, because words matter, right? So for people like me, what I just heard was, seemed a little crazy because it's nowhere near that. But obviously, you have high hopes, and that's the way you should aim, right? But I think being brought into the fold a lot more than you are, it's probably the first step. I guess that's what you're aiming for, right?
Correct. So,
cool.
Pardon me.
Yeah, it's okay. It's like what happened that I didn't hear. But anyways, yeah, if you want, you can send a message offline. I'll send you a note.
Sure thing. Right.
Yeah, it's great. And you know what? Ukraine is building up well, it doesn't need to build up its reputation. But the truth is, at one point all of these different forces would have to, be real bad members of the Ukrainian military, right? Like how the Foreign Legion is making its way, it's inching its way into it. But I guess some battalions are closer than others. However, there's a slew of security issues and ComSec issues, and like we don't even
even within NATO, we don't integrate certain countries. I'm not going to say the countries' names. There's certain forces, actual countries in NATO that don't get to integrate because we don't trust them, frankly. And you know what I'm talking about.
Maybe I used an improper term. So.
Oh no, you've explained it. You've explained it.
Yeah. So when I talk about
the other people now,
when I talk about talking when I talk comms, I'm talking about battle space comms. When we worked with the SDF, we shared a common communications platform where we could talk amongst ourselves, right? So just a heads up. I mean, there's different levels of that comms end of it, and so.
I hear you. I'm just being, a good staff officer now. That's all.
Yeah, I got you, man. Yep.
There are NATO country members that when they walk into NATO headquarters, we have to close our computers.
You gotta give them the eye roll. Here they are.
Yeah. So it's a big deal, but obviously, look, at the end of the day, I see, Ukraine joins NATO or definitely EU. It becomes a very big part of of the whole process, right? So, multinational workings are quite complicated, and there are a lot of considerations. But bottom line is, what you're doing is you're pushing to get your group there to be really a bigger player in the fight, which is important because if you're there doing stuff right, so it's a good thing.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, no worries, man. And were you in the military before, I understand?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So I guess when I write something, hold on. And you work with Rashette?
Yeah, I report directly from Mamuka, but Rashette and I work together.
That's what I mean.
Very
you work
close.
with him. Okay, cool. Awesome. Well, it's great to have you. Good luck with whatever happens in DC. Knock them, break a leg or break one of theirs. No, I'm just kidding.
It's like catching smoke when you go to DC, man.
Cat herders.
Yep. All right, guys.
So we've got a new speaker coming up, Captain Pickles. Welcome to the panel.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. So I don't know if you want to touch on the Zaporov nuclear power plant right now, but I have background in the nuclear power industry. Spent 10 years in the industry. I'm a mechanical engineer. Spent 5 years, the first 5 years of my career doing designs on new power plants for Westinghouse, the AP1000 specifically, which is a PWR design. The plant there at Zaporov is very similar to a Westinghouse 4-loop PWR. The last 5 years I spent in the field, actually going to refuel outages, working on BWRs, boiling water reactors, which are basically GE design. So I'm kind of all over the place. Know a lot of top-down stuff, but I certainly have a lot of concerns about the situation there. Russia having armed forces there physically at the plant and basically in control of it. So any questions people want to ask about that, but I can go into a spiel or I can be quiet. What would you like? I'll take that as to go.
I didn't really know how much there is to cover because 2 days ago we had Mark Nelson on for a couple of hours after the first IAEA press conference with Grossi after he returned to Vienna on Friday night, and I think we worked through pretty much everything that happened then. I know that 6 remained, 4 of them left today. There's another press conference actually ongoing right now, I think in Kiev, if I get this correctly. For 4 of the 6 that remained, 2 are still there, but I don't think there's any actual news out since Friday, is there? Until the press conference that started 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, no, that's as I understand too. They left 2 there. You're all caught up on that. So if you're aware of the concerns as far as damaging. They're down to one power line, which means if that one last line that's connected, they're going to be relying on emergency power, which is basically diesel or batteries if they got it. And the situation can get out of hand. I think it could be a potential release of radiological, like rad waste and stuff into the environment and other things. They keep shelling it, keep using it as a shield and false flag. I see a lot of problems there. But if you're comfortable with that, then I'll be quiet and listen.
Yeah, we're I think we're good with that. We worked through it with Mark, and the basis of the report of Grossi, who seems to be satisfied specifically with the diesel backup being well in place, right? Because everybody's being kind of well aware that there might be future interruptions to the power lines leading to the to ZMPP.
Okay.
So yeah, let's see what comes out of the press conference that's going on now, and then let's see what comes out of the Security Council report tomorrow, right? Because Gross is meant to be addressing the Security Council tomorrow.
Yeah.
Regarding their findings, and I think we'll learn a whole lot more during this press conference that's going down. And I think we have someone watching that and taking notes. And then what happens at the Security Council tomorrow, because those will be much more extensive presentations than what we know thus far, right? But you can just see how ridiculous Russians are shelling the power plant they control, and then telling the bunch of nuclear physicists who, last time I checked, are physicists.
Right.
The Ukrainian rockets take a 180-degree turn just before they hit, because that's believable.
Well,
Yeah.
no, I'm glad you understand the situation. That's exactly my concern. Of it's probably the worst organization, country or mafia. It's just very concerning to me. So if everyone's aware on that in this space, that's my main thing. Is I just want to get the message out there and be able to answer any general questions. There's a lot of people that don't understand a lot of stuff. So just to be of service. So thank you for your time. Don't mean to detract from the conversation.
No worries, Captain Pickle. It's good because we have a bunch of people here who have
Yeah,
physics
hold on.
backgrounds and.
I think, 1 second. Is this
Go ahead, Yehuda.
Captain Pickles that your friend messaged me about there?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Yeah. How's it going there? Hold on. Who's that sent me that? Can't find it now. Was it Agitator?
Yeah.
Cool beans. Sorry, I get a lot of DMs. Kind of a big deal. No, I'm not a big deal. It's a joke. Nuclear stuff. Okay. Cool. Where are you from again? Sorry, I was reading something else. United States, obviously, or not obviously, but it could be.
Me? Yeah, U.S. You want other credentials?
No, it's fine. Send me a DM. It's all good.
Yeah, I've worked a lot in upstate New York and other places in the U.S. I've worked down in Laguna Verde in Mexico. Also been in Europe, some other places like that. So it's a small community. You tend to get around the world. Yeah.
Okay. I call my cat Mr. Pickles, to be honest with you. My wife doesn't like it, but I like it. I like pickles. So yeah, what did you want to talk about? Sorry, because I was zoned out getting an update on something.
Captain Pickles and I just chatting about the updates from Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. What we've learned over the last few days since the IAEA went there first.
Have you heard about those 180-degree turning rounds? That's pretty interesting. Do you think Grossi's going to buy it? Pickles?
Yeah, it's very funny to me and I'm pretty sure they didn't buy it. I think and if you've seen some of the memes out there, it's like it's a big joke. The person they had leading it, it's not even a physicist or anything. So forget what it is. Yeah, sociology or something like that. I don't remember.
Comedian.
Yeah.
Leading the IEAs or the Russian side?
The Russian side.
Yeah. So Grossi is not a physicist himself. He's a career diplomat,
he doesn't
right?
need to, yeah.
But he doesn't need to be, because all he needs is more than 7 functional brain cells to realize that's not true. Everybody else in the delegation, I think, is physicist, engineer.
Yeah, having someone tell a group of nuclear physicists how that objects fly in that it's pretty
rocket
funny.
science.
Pretty,
yeah,
pretty ballsy. Ah, you see. So why is this missile aimed this way and in the ground here? It looks like it came from your side. No, what happens is the Ukrainian missiles, they do a crazy Ivan just before they land and they point in a different direction.
I don't know how it works at Rosatom, but I'm pretty sure that just like all of my nuclear physics friends, all of the Russian ones also took mechanics before they did any of the nuclear physics.
Yeah, it's kind of basic. Yeah, so if you want to drop me down, and you can.
No, stick around. There's no need.
Oh no, I'll listen. Yeah.
I
No, it's
actually
fine.
had a question. I actually had a question for you, Captain Pickles. I appreciate you're a technical guy, but how much do you know about sorry, this is very difficult to say. IAEA.
IAEA is the Economic Institute of Economic Affairs. That's a very different thing.
The International Atomic Energy Administration. Yeah, it's
that's the one. How do you? I mean, I know what it is, but how much do you know about the kind of enforcement regimes they have in place? Like, you know, what can they realistically do to ruin Russia's afternoon if it turns out that the report is wildly negative?
Political. So I'll draw on my experience first, how it works in the U.S. We're governed by the NRC, Nuclear Regulatory Commission here in the U.S. Utilities are responsible for their own sites, the liability and everything with that. They work closely with the manufacturers. It's very much collaborative. Nobody does anything on their own. So if like a utility needs to make repair, they do inspections, they need to do repairs to cracks and indications, other things. A lot of times, usually every cycle they're changing their fuel. They also want to do extended power uprates. You know, they're always trying to get more out of their engine, or life extensions on the plants. There's always projects going on. And so they've got to get that approved through the NRC. Now, in Europe, each country's got its own things. Swedes are very good, Finns or Germans, you know, their engineering is really rock solid. And generally the IAEA, you know, they use an ISO standard. It's a little bit different than ours in the US, but it covers the same stuff. So when we do work like in Europe, we have to meet both the US standards and the European standards. And that's outlined to us. And then they go, I don't know what the regulatory process is as far as Europe, but I know that it's largely political from my point of view. I don't know, somebody who knows the European licensing better could speak to that. But I as I understand it, they don't have a whole lot of authority. It's the willingness of the country to work with them. You know what I mean? So when you're talking Russia, what's gonna motivate them to comply? It's gonna be what's on the political stage, you know, the world stage, I guess. You know, and I think that's why they left a couple people there, because if there's any issues there, then they got to answer to the world community. But if all the inspectors had walked away, well, then what are they going to do in the shadows? You know, some more false flags, more rockets and artillery shells are going to do 180s. You know. I hope that answered your question.
Kind of. I mean, I was thinking kind of perhaps the specific sanctions that the IAEA are able to bring to bear.
Yeah.
Now,
I can't speak to that. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay. I mean, I'm in my head, it kind of works like them decertifying certain Russian nuclear technologies or something like that. You know, generally messing around with Russia's ability to export, because I understand that this is a key export sector for Russia. But I guess if you're not a policy guy, then I'm asking the wrong person.
Let's ask a technical question. A lot of people freaking out. What happens if the Russians do this to the plant? How safe is the plant? How realistic is it that something might go wrong, or that the Russians would? I've heard things like, and I'm not a nuclear person.
No, that's probably a better area for me. Absolutely. So as far as like something like a meltdown, right?
Or okay, so the Russians have fiddled around cutting off electricity to certain parts and trying to. Does this have a secondary effect if it's not done right? Well, like for example, we heard that the Ukrainians said at one point the Russians just don't know how to even divert the electricity that's produced. They don't want to touch it. So maybe here's a technical question. I will be selfish and ask is why is it
and I kind of know the answer, but I'd like hear from you, or I suspect I know the answer. Why is it that the Russians have their own nuclear power plants? They have their own stuff. Why did they keep the Ukrainian staff there? Why not just put their superior Russian nuclear engineers there to run the thing? Right? Why rely on Ukrainians? Why not? They were said the Ukrainians wouldn't show them how to shut off the power grid that they were still supplying electricity to Ukraine. Maybe explain that. Try to parse that for us, non-nuclear types.
Sure. So, first of all, it's in Ukrainians' interest, the health of that plant and the safety. So that's the first thing about, like, why would Ukraine, bomb their own plant? Hell no, it doesn't make any sense for them, right? And the people, training is not easy. And there's a history with the plant. It's not like I call it kind of like tribal lore. The more you go to the plant, the more you learn about the history and stuff, and the training. Ukrainians are very capable with it, and I'm sure the Russians probably need the personnel they have over at their plants. It's not like there's a whole bunch of it. So that would be my guess as to why they haven't switched out personnel. It's easier to keep them there, and they probably don't know that plant. I don't know if they have similar type plants in Russia. I would guess that they do. I know they have different ones, but yeah, I mean, there's 6 plants there, or 6 units at that plant. So it's a pretty large one, and so that's pretty big operation. Each of the reactors has its own history of repairs and issues that's got going on. It's every plant, each reactor you go to has got its own little history of issues. You know what I mean? So it's like, why don't you just switch out crews on ships? It's probably the same kind of thing. So I don't know if that helps. Yuda?
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm feeding a 2-year-old now, so we're gonna have to pass it off to the boys here and the girls. Sorry. Yeah, no, yeah, it does help. Kind of obviously they do need their staff elsewhere. That makes sense. And also the knowledge of the reactors. Obviously, you can't just make that
You can't
up.
just switch it out. Yeah.
Yeah, right. I figured that, but it's just funny because people would ask why. Yeah, and it's just more of a poke in the eye to the Russians because they claim to be amazing at everything, and that might not be
No.
true.
No.
All right, and then I'll pass to Domin and Tim. You got some hands up, maybe asking you some nuclear specific questions. Go ahead, gentlemen.
Freebird, I believe you're first.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Wait, I'm gonna stop the bicycle so no wind noises are heard. Yeah, I have a question. I read the claim somewhere from someone, or the idea that Russia might also intend to steal technology from this power plant. And as you said, you're familiar with the technology there. Is this actually, could this be true? I mean, do they have similar power plants in Russia that they can, like, take the technology from Zaporizhia and use it on their own?
Sorry, trying to get off mute there. So, do you mean as far as steel components or reverse engineer?
Maybe both, but I
Right.
thought to understand this claim that they actually physically take things from there and bring it to Russia.
I mean, that's possible. My main take on it is Russia's intention is, well, we're gonna liberate this area, so we're gonna take this power plant off Ukrainian grid. We'll apply more pressure on Europe as far as energy, and we're gonna take this energy for ourselves and put it to our grid. So I think was a lot of the motivation, and plus, well, we can also leverage this by holding the plant and the personnel hostage, and we can manipulate the situation as they always do by creating a crisis, right? And then start blaming on everybody. I think that's their main motivation. As far as technology, sure. If you look at it, there's some stuff out there where people are looking at the technology of I think the cruise missiles and some of the stuff they have as far as their tech, and they're starting to use off the consumables, off the shelf type stuff, circuitry and stuff for their military, which kind of indicates that they may be lacking in that technical area, and especially with sanctions and going on. Yeah, so I could certainly see them wanting to do that. Ukraine's been more forward, getting more Western, so they've certainly improved. So I find that plausible. It's hard to say though. As far as I don't know the specifics. Most plants were designed. The designs are like in the 60s. Instrumentation is still pretty much analog. There's been upgrades, maybe some fiber optics and things like that. Newest designs are going kind of like to an all glass control room, which digital and things like that. But a lot of the tech is pretty simple as far as that. It works good. But as far as latest upgrades, yeah, if those plants have gotten like PLC cabinets, like fiber optics and stuff for sensors, and Russia may not have that. I don't know. So it's possible. But that's a really fine detail. It's like each plant is very unique. You go to and what they've done. It's up to the utility and what they've decided to do and what their history is. So I can't just say. Does that make sense?
I think it makes perfect
All
sense.
right, yeah,
You say different plants are very
Yeah.
different, right? In upstate New York, I think I can guess roughly where you were.
Yeah.
That's a markedly older
9 miles.
design, also very different style of design, right, compared to the VVR
Right.
ZNPP. There you go. Then John.
Yeah, thank you, Thomas. Sorry, I'm breaking the topic, but we have kind of breaking news. And I was like, oh my God, we have been lied to all this time. Now, Kremlin is saying, Mr. Peskov, I think Peskov is similar to fish in some language. Anyway, he is now stating that
In Slavic languages, it'd be closer to sand.
sandfish then. So he is now admitting that the gas flow has been stopped due to sanctions, and it will not be turned on again until sanctions are lifted. My God, they have been lying.
No.
What a shocker.
No way.
Russians.
Yeah, I think he's Russian, but I'm not sure. But
Was his mouth moving?
well, it's a still photo, so I can't speak for that.
Yeah. What a quelle surprise. Yeah, I mean, just pretend the jokes. Can't keep joking about it. Makes no sense, right?
So basically, he's now admitted to two things. One, it was never a technical issue. Two, sanctions are biting. And I guess we all knew the truth anyway, so it's not a shocker, but still, they're moving the talking points.
No, and this is how you know that sanctions aren't affecting Russia in the slightest, because they keep bringing up how they want an end to sanctions. That's how you know that every time that they say that the sanctions aren't affecting Russia at all, that's how you know that they're telling the truth, right? Does that sound right, Finance?
Yes, I would also say that if Russia is serious about negotiating, they should be willing to return all of Ukraine. They should be willing to return all the Ukrainians, including the 3 million or more currently kidnapped and the 500,000, give or take, kidnapped children. And Ukraine should also insist upon war trials for all of the genocidal monsters who raped and murdered civilians. I think that sounds like a reasonable position if Russia is serious about negotiating. Is that what Mr. Peskov is offering? Is he offering a serious negotiation of settlement so they don't have complete military collapse? Because that is something Ukraine would take.
No, I think
Yeah.
now it's just offering gas for end of sanctions. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's pretty silly. He's toast.
No, he's sand.
Yeah, it's a pesky in Italian, not pesky. Pesky is what he is as a person. He's a pesky individual. Look, so the Ukrainians stated the Russians stated the what's that? The Russians stated the obvious, and we get it, right? They're blackmailing the West. Probably not the best way to do it. Probably not going to get it's not the hot take he thinks it is. It's going to just actually galvanize European opinion because he's clearly blackmailing Europe. It's not the sanctions cause the oil, the gas. It's the genocide and invasion causes sanctions, which cause the gas. So you can't just pick up the start point where you want to. And luckily for Europe, its citizens are far more sophisticated than Russian citizens are, apparently, because he thinks that'll work. It might work in Russia, but it doesn't work in the West. So he's going to have to eat it. Over to you, Dome.
Thank you, Huda. Martina.
Yeah, so those news seems to be good timing from Russian perspective, as like today in Germany, so the very left, Die Linke in Germany, and the very right, the AfD, said they want to demonstrate against the sanctions because, so they wanted to get lifted. So I really hope that our politicians don't get influenced. I also, I wanted to ask Ben, but is Ben there? I wanted to ask him. There was, or maybe you guys also heard that. So it seems like yesterday Macron was kind of throwing Ukraine under the bus, also saying something, but I didn't know exactly what he said. I just read a headline somewhere. So yeah, I'm still concerned that like France and Germany in particular is not strong enough, when it comes to Putin. And then, if now people start to demonstrate, then the pressure gets even higher. So I really hope, they don't try to put more pressure on Ukraine.
So if I have it right, I'll tell you one thing. If I have it right, last week we've come over the point at which point Germany and other European countries at large will be able to fill their gas reserves to capacity, even without any more gas coming from Russia. Now, this doesn't mean a whole lot because Europe needs a lot more gas over the winter than in a normal year. Than it can be stored in reserves. That is to say, reserves are a lot less than total consumption, right? But it means that with the ever-present threat that Russia could at any point turn off Nord Stream 1 and other other gas pipelines, that's something that always had to be borne in mind, right? And you could never be over 100% capacity in terms of storage. So basically, Russia having turned off Nord Stream 1 now makes very little difference in planning because all the planning had to be done for Russia turning off Nord Stream 1 at some point. Let's just hope it happens after the gas reserves are filled, right? So in other words, this doesn't actually change anything in terms of what the way planning has to be done, because the assumption had to be there that at some point during the winter or something during the autumn this could have happened anyway. So that's the good thing. All of the worst case scenarios have already been planned out, and it's not actually the worst case scenario. It's the best one of the possible scenarios, right? Because again, you could have expected this to happen at some point. So that's the plus side. The other part is France is turning on reactor after reactor after reactor following refits, and they're ramping up, and they're going to be a massive electricity exporter really soon. Really soon again.
Do you know how many reactors, Domin?
I don't know. I read it, but I forgot the number.
36.
Excellent. See, lots of reactors. Right. That makes a really big difference to the European electricity supply. So, yes, it's going to be a big problem. But it being turned off now, as opposed to some weeks ago, actually makes it a lot less of a problem. And yeah, there you go. Let's go on to Jens and then to Dani. Somebody had a hot mic. I wonder who that was because I couldn't see. Jens.
Microphone check.
Go ahead.
I think the energy ties into the energy. So the gas and the nuclear ties in the sense that we know Russia likes to threaten us with nuclear fallout and with freezing to death and starving the third world. And so whenever I hear people talk up the threat, I often feel like they're using it as an alibi to maybe not help out as much as they could. And I can't help to think that Schultz and Macron can't be too concerned about the Germans and French freezing this winter when they at the same time allow, advocate for Russians coming to Kurfürstendamm and Champs-Élysées to buy watches and leather goods from Louis Vuitton. So whenever people talk up these threats, of course we have to address them. But I get a little suspicious because we know that, as we already established, that Putin, he's a mob, and he threatens us with death and destruction all the time. So that's just my statement.
Thank you, Jens. Yeah, you're right. It's about a broader energy mix, not just gas. You're quite right. And you're right about the threats, and you're also right about how we can't pay attention to the threats too much because how many times will Russia have gone to Berlin in the past 6 months otherwise? About 25, right? If you listen to their propagandists, no point. Be like Finland. Be stoic about it. Danny.
Hey, I had a comment on what Peskov was saying. So it sounds like he's going off script a little bit there, Doman. I predict an open window in his future.
Yeah, but what?
You got cut off there, Doman. What did you say?
But what floor?
I think highly of it. Just.
All jokes aside, I don't think he's off script. I think it's exactly what Putin wants him to do, because he. I think that they realize, I think they've course corrected and realized that this stupid pretending I think they think in their minds they're giving the Europeans a branch to climb out of. We'll just say it's a mistake. Don't make us tell your people it's because of the sanctions, because then you'll be in big trouble. It's just a miscalculation. So like, yeah, it is, Siemens came out and said there's nothing wrong with the pipeline. That's a lie. So they can't really, continue to lie. They can, but they realize it doesn't help them. So they come out to say their whole goal is to pit the West against itself in hopes that we can't stay united long enough for Ukraine to win. That's the goal. So this admission that the gas is shut off because of the sanctions is clearly aimed. If you notice the big demonstration, 70,000 in Prague, in their estimations, it's working. Now they'll tell all of Europe what they already know, but we'll just admit it. That'll force Europe to crack. It's a silly proposition, and I do want to address it. I want to talk about something geopolitical. I take a step back, and it answers a lot of questions, I think, especially from the naysayers that come in and say, because they're naysayers, right? They come in and they'll say something like, well, you see all the people in the West, they're angry about this. There are people that don't want a war. There are people that don't want to increase energy prices. It just proves that Russia's right, because you look at Russia, they're somewhat united. You don't see they ignoring the fact that it's illegal to call it a war or a genocide. And then it looks like there's this more unified Russian position, and then there's this disparate Western position. I want to speak to that a little bit. Remember a few things. Russia is not a free country. The West is free. We do allow for freedom of thought and expression. When someone says, an American that says, well, I don't want to give them our money. It's our money. We need to help our own and yada, yada, blah, blah. You can explain. You can, you can hear the argument and then you can explain why it's important to spend the money to help Ukraine now. You can talk to them about World War I and World War II. The classic interchange I had with someone who thought World War I started 2 years later and World War II started 2 years later. He didn't realize that the rest of the world was fighting. And he kind of had a little epiphany. Oh, I didn't think of it that way. And there's a way when you have bad ideas, they can be made better through knowledge, through discourse. But if you don't have any ability to have any discourse or debate, you'll never get smarter or better, right? Sorry, again, I'm sneezing. Now, in Russia, all of those people who are smart enough to see the difference, guess where they are? Not in Russia. They leave. They come to the West. The people in the West, like the tankies who hold water for these goofballs, ironically, they don't pick up and move to Russia. How interesting is that, Tim? Right? They don't. It's funny. Jeremy Corbyn and his friends, they haven't left for Russia. They like to visit, maybe, but they don't go to Russia, right? Because that'd be stupid. Hold on one second here. Sorry, to move a cat. So, so you have these people who support Russia in the West that don't move to Russia because they're not serious. They don't seriously believe what they're saying. They don't seriously believe that Russia is a better place to live. And what that does is it creates an imbalance that looks like Russia is this monolith that's all united and the people are so loyal and committed. And the West is a bit of a basket case, completely untrue and unfair. The divisions that the Russians see in the West are not a product of our weakness. It's actually a product of our strength because we can exist with diverse opinions and still function. Russia can barely function without diverse opinions. Think of that for a second. Russia can barely exist as a functioning country, even though they suppress diverse or disparate views. The West actually probably, there's an argument to be made that they succeed and excel with that diversity. So the Russians that are anti-Russia, most of them are probably outside of Russia, living in Canada. They've been here for 30 years, or the United States or the UK. So we have to remember, and we get these naysayers that come in and they'll say, but what about the fact, people don't want war, NATO in the West, but Russia seems, the implication is by deduction is that Russia's really organized and have similar views. It's just not true. They stifle debate. They don't allow you to have your opinion, and as a result, the West, those in Russia who disagree with the war are either dead or too afraid or not there. And in the West, the people who don't want war for all sorts of bad reasons, they can speak and they're loud and they become a news item. So when the Germans, to the lady who was talking about what the Germans will do, or what someone who referenced what happened in Czechoslovakia, people are going to have differences of opinions, right? It takes statesmen and leaders to guide countries in the right direction. But for those who kind of giggle, and we have our detractors and our tankies and our pro-Russian sympathizers, they think it's a bit of a laugh. Look at the West, they're eating their own, they're spinning. No, buddy, that's actually what democracy looks like. You're allowed to have your opinion, no matter how dumb or wrong it is, and we're entitled to counter it. So I just wanted to mention that. I hope that makes sense. Kenneth, or Captain Pickles was next.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back. Sorry, don't mean to kill the momentum, but I thought about a couple things and refined things a little bit. As I'm a little rusty, apologies. But the question about IAEA and the governance comes to mind is in the U.S. for the BWR groups, they have an organization called EPRI. It's the Energy Power Research Institute. After the first round of plants were built, they found when they came to the first outage, they said, we don't have tooling to refuel. Hey, GE, hey, Westinghouse, how do we do this? And they said, well, we sold you the plants, it's up to you. So they didn't like the first iteration of plants. So they formed a conglomerate that they all kind of agreed to come up with standards to meet. And so they apply those on the manufacturers, the designers, and work with the NRC. So a little bit analogous to that, the IAEA is, again, it's an organization that European utilities agree to. So as far as the pressure that can be put on Russia, it's very much like kind of like sanctions. If everybody kind of comes together as a community, hey, we're going to do this together, but you have to kind of want to be part of it. So that's the first one. So hopefully that helps. And then also in answer to the gentleman's question, as far as Russians taking stuff, I had forgotten about this, but in Chernobyl, besides the soldiers rolling around in the contaminated dirt and getting sick there because they were using old maps, when they were fleeing Kiev and everything, and they're looting, they looted a lot of stuff from the plant, and computers and all sorts of stuff and tech. So yeah, would they definitely do the same thing? Will it be a circus? Yeah, you can probably count on that. So anyways, sorry to take up more time. Thank you.
No problem. Let's go to Ken. I thought we were onto something, and you hurt me there. I'm just kidding.
Sorry,
Kenneth.
I'm just kidding. No, I just
Yeah,
want to see
hi.
if anyone. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to come up with a little bit of controversial input because I have following this space, and it was a quite remarkable development from a purely military discussion going into the situation of the plant, and then with the energy question, there are some political aspects were lighted, and there I'd like to share a few ideas with you guys. The ideas, from my understanding of both of the elites, of the Russian elite and the elite from Ukraine, who have been my clients, and from asset management. So some of these clients now openly in the social media fighting against Putin. So hopefully a lot of them on the right side, but also I had the chance to have a lot of contact with Ukrainians, with top politicians, and September 11, I have a founding memory, because this I lived through these hours together with a very close Ukrainian friend and client. So what I believe is important, that we clearly understand that the Russian society is nowhere of breaking up, and has not even, let's say, has a scratch. These people dying here are not only the orcs from the Ukrainian point of view, but also the orcs and underdogs from the Russian point of view, and the only dead Russian in the command post, which is very good. But the power of the oligarchs and the power of the Putin circle, the Moscow circle, they have not been touched at all. And that's also the reason why they bother the most about the visa restriction, for them not to travel free, not to be able to shop. And I don't see any type of indication that the European support to this Russian elite, to the Russian elite oligarchs, partner in business, partner in consumption, partner in wealth, is shaken. So this I don't see. And this is my first observation. And my second observation is that I believe that it's time to change the focus, not only on this fantastic military output, but also to develop an idea what is in for the Europeans, for the European voter. and for the Europeans if Ukraine win. And it's and because what is the next step is that the pressure for negotiation will be much stronger. We already see in countries like Prague, 70,000 on the street. Russia have on average a 25 to 30% of friendly voters in the major countries, European countries. These voting groups are
what does that
competing.
mean?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, can you say
Yeah.
that? Yeah, said Russian
Yeah,
voters are
we
70%?
have yes. We have a 20 to 30% margin of political powers which are clearly Russian friendly and which are clearly supporting Russian policies, not only in Austria but also in Germany, in France, in Italy, and due to the power shake, these people and these voter groups are very important for transition of power. It's not.
Kenneth, it
Not
looks like
that
you're
the
breaking up
Western
quite a lot.
politics is pruned, but the next
Kremlin
turn
Wi-Fi
is
not working.
that the pressure of the Scholz and the French president on Ukraine to accept a peace, a peace from a better perspective, will be stronger, and also there will be a lot of support to say what the Ukrainians want else. Now they have a better position, they should negotiate. So I believe that we need to understand that the support from Europe will not be stronger, but there will be more pressure to stop the fighting. Yeah? So that's the second point.
Let's start with Prague, please.
Clearly, we should focus on the good thing, which is in for the European consumer, because what we understand is that a beaten Russia and a weaker Russia will be a cheaper supplier of gas, because they need to rebuild their country as well. So the gas flow will be cheaper, the energy flow will be secured. So the European voter, he may have issues with the energy bill this winter, but he's facing a long-term security in energy, in cheap energy from this delivery, and that there is something in for the European voter to support the Ukraine, not for the sake of Ukraine, but the sake for themselves. Yeah, I think there's too less focus, and we should focus more on this message that a victory for Ukraine is a good economic outcome for Europe and for the European average consumer. In terms of energy costs and all of that.
Okay,
yeah.
Amen.
Thank you.
Yasher Koach, Kenneth. Let me pull out. Let me tell you what I pulled out from what you're saying.
Good.
Yeah. No, don't worry. It's not a bad thing. It seems like the biggest whiners in Europe. Oh, mute your mic, please, so I can speak. Yeah, the biggest whiners in Europe are the people that are doing the least.
Sorry, I lost.
Is that fair?
Contact.
Yeah. All right. Not necessarily a bad thing. If you could just mute your mic, because I can hear myself. Thanks. The biggest whiners in Europe, the ones who complain the most, I'm not talking about you, the people you're referring to are the ones that have the least skin in the game. As far as I'm concerned, as long as the United Kingdom, as long as the United States, Poland especially, these are countries, and the Baltics, there are countries that are putting a lot into this. And I think it's a little rich to hear that, whatever, so-called German politician. I would argue with your assessment that 20-30% support Russian policies. I could say they have similar ideas in some spheres because of their angles, their political angle, but I don't think they're people that support Russian genocide. I think the only issue for certain politicians is the price of fuel, and that's a fair consideration, and there have to be workarounds made. But Ukraine's not going to be blackmailed, whether Czech Republic or even Germany thinks it has the power to. They're not going to be blackmailed into making peace. There's no such thing as a better peace or a good peace. The only peace is when Russians are out. How long Russia gets sanctioned, how many of their officials end up going to The Hague as war criminals, that's the negotiation part. Everything else is non-negotiable, and I just want to make that very clear. The time has passed to discuss
This was a conversation we had 4 or 5 months ago. Will the European allies pressure the United States or ask for some kind of concessions from Ukraine? That ship sailed a long time ago, my friend. It's long gone. That ship doesn't exist. It sailed. It was decommissioned. It's now a coffee table in Surrey, or part of one. Tim, any input there from you, or do you want to go to Doman?
I have extensive input here. Kenneth, do not overstate what's going on in Prague. Pretty please. The thing in Prague is a staged demonstration by friends of the Kremlin. A staged demonstration. This didn't happen organically. This was planned. This was inserted. It has been done many times before, specifically in the Czech Republic, because it's used as a sandbox by certain people who'd like to test how to best rile people up. That's why a lot of trends that later come into, say, the US first start in the Czech Republic because of certain demographic parameters. This doesn't remotely reflect any real populace or any real popularity in the Czech Republic. The 70,000 that you saw there, that's the 70,000 there is. It is a marginal view in the Czech Republic at best. The government isn't going to falter over this in its steadfast support of Ukraine. That's very important to understand first. This is not some sort of a canary in the coal mine. Oh, look, the Czechs are rebelling against the government policy. No, this is a very, very small number of people who are very special. Beyond that, and you raise something that I have been arguing for a long time. Yes, I realize that there are many people in Europe who are very selfish in the sense that they do not look at a genocide and think, oh my God, this is a genocide. We have to do something to stop it and kick the genocidal regime back into its own country. And are instead worried about economics and the like, which is fine. I realize such people exist. I realize there are many such people. But, and here I think you are correct, we need to galvanize those people as well and bring them into the tent of people who care and people who want to see Ukraine win, and sooner rather than later, and completely kick Russia out of Ukraine. You are right. The economic argument is something that isn't being stated loudly and clearly, and this is something that is very much missing. As soon as Ukraine wins, Ukraine will go into a period of reconstruction. This needs to be underscored. Reconstruction will benefit the nearby countries with a strong industrial output that build desirable things and build things that build things, such as Germany, at least northern Italy, France, also Austria definitely falls into that list of countries, whereas Czech Republic, Poland, and others. Rebuilding Ukraine will be a very much a unique exercise in this respect, because it is so close to all of these very propulsive, dynamic economies that build excellent stuff. It was very easy to transfer those things to Ukraine, and Ukraine will also be, as it comes ever closer to being a member of the European Union, a very desirable place to be investing. There will be a lot of both public as well as private money flowing in, by almost as if by pipeline. It is not just about energy. The era of Russian energy, cheap Russian energy, is probably over. The era of Russia being an energy power is probably over. Where sanctions are going to continue for quite a while, hopefully at least, after Russia is kicked out of Ukraine. Russia will still have to return the millions, and I mean millions of people it had kidnapped and deported in a very Soviet Union in the 1940s and before manner. Until then, there should be no relief on sanctions. However, Russia will also become ever less important as an energy exporter. Over the next 12 to 18 months, Europe will build out a very different energy infrastructure. The first LNG terminals, the first new LNG terminals are going to already be installed in a matter of months. Those are significantly going to reduce any future need for dependence on Russian gas. Instead, Europe will be able to get much greater volumes of gas from much more reliable suppliers, such as the United States and Canada. People who don't go around committing genocide against their neighbors like Russia does. So that's part of it. There's other changes to the energy infrastructure that are being made as well. Yes, it's not going to be easy this coming winter. However, Europe must not falter and will not falter. And at the end of the day, the buck stops somewhere else anyway. The buck stops in Washington, D.C. Kenneth?
Yes, clearly all of this is 100% right. You just need to be aware that the different measurements undertaken by the governments to help the population cope with these rising costs are not very well planned and not working out in the right way. So and also that that a lot of political panic has been created and is getting more and more support. This is some dynamic where the European political leadership is not well prepared to work with this. So even more, it will be important to put the economic argument forward, not only the argument of securing the long-term approach to this cheap energy, but also discussing that a victorious Ukraine will be a huge business partner and a huge business opportunity, but this business opportunity will of course not go to the countries where there have been no support. So that, for example, is something which is very important for Germany, because Germany and Austria as well, these two countries, as you know, have disproportional large economic interests in these regions, and their disproportional large interest is because they have been more successful and more flexible than others. So they have a vast interest on this on a recovering Ukraine, and this is the point where type of elites would make pressure of their companies to be with the winners and not be with the losers. And that is something which I believe is resonated well to less. Be with the winners, don't be with the losers. And with Russia losing, you should be with the winner, because this is where the business is going to, and where the business is distributed. So about these economic and political motivations, it would be great if there comes more, apart from the very, very great insights into the military picture, which is slowly but certainly going to become mainstream. I don't know if you have seen The Economist, which has been a recent report where they have had their first report saying, well, it's not that bloody mess Russian are telling, the counteroffensive. It just was launched, and The Economist in the past was a well, I would say pre-Russian, pro-Russian source of information and they turned also the whale turn. So tide is turning on this information. Even more important to talk about the consequence, what is going to be with the winning Ukraine, how the world will be, and that who will be the winners and the losers of winning Ukraine. And it should be understood by the voters that's better for the governments to be with the winners and not joining the losers, which unfortunately is a historic decision which my country made often, again and again. First World War, the Emperor. Second World War, Austria has a historic tradition to be with the loser. So that's unfortunately for my country. I hope other countries can do better. Thank you. And
thank you, Kenneth. You're from Austria, right?
On a positive note, you have Arnold Schwarzenegger, a great export, so you've got that going for you.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I'm multinational, but I'm Austrian national. Yeah, I'm an Austrian national. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but I'm
so is our friend Vishniakovsky here. He's from Austria. Lots of friends in Ukraine he has. Vishniakovsky, what are your thoughts?
Maybe you guys can pump it up for us, like Arnold. No?
Yeah. Let's pump it up. Let's pump it up a bit. Yeah, in Austria. Kenneth, if you are with your company or endeavors member of the WKO in some way, let them know your thoughts, especially the closing arguments. I think it's important to let Austrian Chamber of Commerce know that it's time to be on the winning team and not on the losing team. And I think that has not reached Harald Mara, the head of Austrian Chamber of Commerce. I think there needs to be a few more business people like us who tickle Chamber of Commerce and their heads that they need to join the winning team. Let's do that. I wanted to add one more thing to the argument you made, or like your argument tickled a thought, and this thought I wanted to put into the space, which is quite often from those who are Russia peaceniks, also in the European space, we hear Ukraine needs to negotiate, and I always ask them, negotiate about what? And I've so far not heard an answer about what to negotiate, because there is simply, at this moment in time, there is nothing that can be negotiated with Russia. Also, Peskov coming forward and saying, let's sit down to negotiate. Like, there is nothing to negotiate. I mean, the only thing that will be there to negotiate is how Russia's surrender looks like. And that we can only do when Russia is ready to accept that it's about to surrender, and when it's back behind its borders. And I think that is something that I would love to see more coming from European politicians. I mean, there's
Vishnu, do you think that that in assisting Russia to formulate a strategy of like how to surrender, what European country could you think assist him in that work? Do you think?
I think we have some good experience there as Austrians and Germans in terms of surrender.
I meant Macron because he said he's a great negotiator, and I thought maybe he could help negotiate Russia's surrender. But thanks for ruining it. All right, go on. Sorry.
I'm sorry for that. You will have a few other jokes today that might be delivered successfully to the space.
Snap, block, delete.
Yeah. Anyways, I think we need to kind of help our European leaders to lead the argument here. I think it needs to be made clear to the European population about what we are not negotiating. I think that needs to be made clear, that we are not negotiating about how many Ukrainian babies are going to be raped. We're not negotiating how many Ukrainian civilians Russia is allowed to deport. And we are not going to negotiate in how many square kilometers of Ukraine Russia is allowed to have their filtration/concentration camps. That we're not negotiating about this. And as long as Russia is sleepwalking in this delusion that they will be allowed to have some form or shape of something like that, I think there is nothing to be negotiated. And I think that we need to make clear to Europe, and I feel our politicians fail to address exactly that issue. Like I think there we can take the wind out of the sails, of those who say there need to be negotiation in order for peace, right? If we say, hey, we agree there needs to be a negotiation, but here's what we cannot negotiate about. And then we say, okay, it's Russia's turn to come to the table, but first they need to come with something that's negotiable. Like, for instance, how high the reparations are going to be that Russia has to pay, or how fast they're going to remove all their bodies and military equipment. That's it.
Yeah, and just for the context, a lot of people laugh at that idea, right? They go, Russia, reparations. Let me tell you, there wasn't a Nazi German leader at one point who thought that they'd be paying reparations. It'll come, it's not pie in the sky. There's a process of accountability. The Russians aren't immune to it. So, yeah, great points. I don't know who's next. If Kenneth wanted to reply as a fellow Austrian, not exactly Arnold Schwarzenegger, but he'll pump it up as well. Go ahead, Kenneth.
Yes, I'm gonna pump it up because we all of us are some Schwarzeneggers, there is one political aspect which I also quite fussed that it's not has been brought up, because we should also. I cannot understand why the leadership, the political leadership, is not addressed, because the German political leadership has been a strong one by peace, by trade, but the reason they failed is because they didn't have weapons. Yeah? So now with the Russian aggressive weapon arsenal being destroyed and their aggressive capacities being diminished, that means that their muscles, their economic muscles, which are strong, the economic muscles of countries like Germany, they are getting stronger. They will be the beneficiaries. Yeah? So meaning that Germany will one of the biggest winner of this of the victory in Ukraine, yeah? Because their trade for economics, their trade for money, for business relationship, this trade will be stronger, and the weapon against this trade, literally a dictatorship which is taking up arms, yeah, that will be diminished by a Ukrainian victory. So I have no idea that there is no political analyst taking this up and speaking out that the Ukrainian victory will be a victory for the economic ties, meaning the countries like Austria and like Germany and also like French, they will be the biggest beneficiaries because they already have well-established economic ties, and their position will be stronger, not weaker in the future. So
100%.
that's fascinating to me.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
Germany and Austria getting stronger by not pumping iron like we thought, but by pumping oil. Amazing. Love it. All right, let's go to Jens. Jens with a J.
Thank you. I'm a little uncomfortable with the thought that we should support Ukraine because now they're winning. I thought we were supporting them because they're fighting for their existence. And I also think that in order for you to be part of the winning team and be on the podium, you have to be part of the race. So I have a question now that we probably know that when Ukraine wins, Scholz and Macron and maybe Austria will raise their hands in victory and say, we did it. Please thank us for our service. Do you think that Scholz and Macron will get a plaque on the alley of courage in Kyiv? I know Boris and what's his name, Polish, I can't remember his name. They have already gotten a plaque. You think Germany and France will get a plaque? Will they be able to show up in Kyiv and say, Ukraine, please thank us for winning your war? And will they get a plaque?
If that's a serious question, I reckon no, because it said the ones who visited earliest, that the one who are getting plaques, and the Poles, and Boris was in early enough, and Fiala, Morawiecki, and Janša, and a number of others. They probably will. The ones that had to be persuaded eventually by Draghi to go at the end of June, as opposed to the end of March, early April. Probably a little bit less so, but it goes beyond that, right? I think Jens, I think you're right on a moral level, certainly. However, at the same time, it is still important to galvanize the populations of other countries to not falter, right? The ones that are more prone to faltering, because we know that the Poles and the Czechs will not, and we know that the Finns will not, etc. Right? But when it comes to those countries that are more prone to faltering, yes, it's right to pursue multiple avenues of argumentation and multiple avenues of persuasion in order to get even those who aren't too sure onto the right side, and that is also a moral thing to do. So I think that's pretty much what Kenneth is arguing here for. Let's build as broad a coalition as possible, right? I think Kenneth agrees with that.
Yeah, I think I'm what I'd like to answer is on this, the question of the Medal of Honor on Kiev Avenue. Yeah. Well, I don't think that the elite is thinking about honors of medal on the Kiev Avenue, but I think that they are very aware of restructuring contracts and business. Yeah? So that's the point actually I was raising, because there is a Ukrainian point which is unique, and this is the genocidal point, and they'll fight for their life. But you need to understand, this is an information war room. All of us, we are sitting here. I am in the garden, the sun is shining, nobody's shooting at me, and this is the situation. So this is the part of only the Ukrainian can understand this fight for their life, for their family, for their loved ones. But the Europeans, the European elite, they are not morally attached to this fight. They have been living and raised in peace. They don't know war. They don't understand war, and the people and the grandfathers who could tell them, they told us, but they have died, so nobody is telling them, meaning that there is no understanding for this, and so we need to talk the language they are understanding, and they do not understand the language of Medal of Honor, and they don't understand the language of genocide, because that's beyond their understanding, but they understand restructuring, they understand business interest, and they understand that now once the UK and the Americans and the Polands, they are coming for help, that they will be the main beneficiaries of a EU. They will be the main drivers in NATO, and countries who stood on the sidelines like Germany, and other ones, they will clearly be the loser within the new world order. So reframing the talk in the language of these countries could be beneficiary. So that is what my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenneth. Yeah, I think we possibly exhausted that at this point, but yes, quite. Nevertheless, I do wonder just how much of a change this will usher in this broader geopolitical viewpoint you're trying to describe. Thank you, Kenneth. Yehuda, while we still have you here, could you talk to us a little bit about the riverine operations and river crossings by militaries, specifically in the context of what's called Ozerne, I think, the village or town on the left bank of Seversky Donetsk that was reported to be liberated yesterday by Ukrainian forces. That is to say, on the other side of Seversky Donetsk, from the territories that Ukraine holds around Sloviansk and Siversky. What goes into that? How significant is that when establishing a bridgehead on a river like that?
Well, I'm not an engineer, so I'm not an expert in that whatsoever. It's kind of a factor I factor in when I get engineers to help me.
No, from a broader perspective, not a 30,000-foot view, but a 2,000-foot view of how much, how hard is that in a planning sense?
It depends if the environment's permissive or not. Obviously, it depends what resources they have, and if it's not permissive, it depends on what the Russians have to interfere with you, right? Because engineers obviously work a lot slower, more carefully, under fire. But obviously, as well, the size of the river, the depth, and the width of it are important. But the Ukrainians have shown that even their engineers are up to the challenge, right? So they do have a lot of mobility options available to them. We're talking about temporary bridges, pontoons, stuff like that. There are all sorts of equipment, depending on the size of the river. They might already have something that can, be easily laid down, not just one. But a lot of work and effort does go into it. So if they've established a bridgehead, it is a sign of a well-functioning engineering corps there. Not much more I can add to that.
I think they recorded themselves in the wooden boat actually crossing the river as opposed to a pontoon bridge even.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know anything about that particular action, but yeah, if they're going on boats,
Depends again, size. You'd have to be. I'd have to. If you sent me an article, I could read up on it and give you my take on it.
There's not an article. I can send you CJ's tweet that has a video in it. How about that?
Fair enough. I'm gonna have to pop off for a bit, and hopefully Verlaine can come up. We haven't heard her voice here for a while. She's been busy doing work, and it'd be nice to have her. Victoria too would be great. I see Artois and Paul are hanging out there, and our officer of engineers sitting there as I flounder with an engineering question. David Brookfield, I am Yehuda. You should be up here too. Sorry, for infantry officers and other types of officers, we take engineers for granted. We just expect the work to be done. We want the effect, the capability. So if David is available, that'd be great to have him. If not, I do have to pop off for a bit. Hello, Slava, welcome. And I'll be back, like Arnold and Kenneth say, I'll be back.
No, Kenneth left us, but Vyshnikovsky will have to do it then.
How may I help?
Oh no, I think the quote he was looking for was "I'll be back" in an appropriate deep Austrian voice.
I can't help with that. I say Slava Ukraine.
Very good. And I'm Slava. Oh yes, sorry, right, I forgot. Hi, just Slava. Papi, while we have you here, what did you think of my thoughts regarding that performance in Prague the other day?
I think that we have reached a consensus, and I happen to lack enough original thinking to disagree with the consensus. So I came up to say pretty much exactly what you said, Domen, and it will be redundant. I can always riff on this if if it is providing any value, but essentially I do agree. Perhaps I have a little bit. It's a matter of perspective and character. I would have a little bit more concerns than you do on the overall picture, and I do frankly I sympathized with some of the concerns that Kenneth has expressed. I know that you do too, but I do possibly a little bit more. Again, it depends a little bit on the perspective where you're seeing things from. I might add that on the topic of the previous conversation, we are obviously, I don't know if Kenneth is still listening or not, but we are obviously preaching to the choir right here when we are listing the reasons why a country that is suffering genocidal aggression should receive our full support. And we don't need to go through this every hour. And we also hopefully all agree that the economic reasons on balance are minuscule compared to the moral reasons. At the same time, I do share some of the concerns voiced by Kenneth and Vyshnikovsky that the moral reasons alone may not be, unfortunately, strong enough for significant segments of the population, especially in Western countries, as opposed to Central and Eastern European countries. So I would reckon that while keeping in mind that the moral compass is elsewhere, it is also wise from a messaging point of view, and the way I see it, perfectly justifiable, and in fact very important to use the economic argument. And I do see this at the moment on the losing side. The bad guys, let's call them bad guys, so we are simplifying, they are winning the economic argument almost in every media space that I am more or less familiar or even superficially familiar with. gas prices and whatnot. Yes.
Thank you, Puppy. This isn't for those who have more clarity. This is for the others. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава. Actually, I wanted to say hello and wanted to on the topic of the negotiations, just to clarify, because interesting. It's just for the last few days, a really strong message about the negotiations from the Ukrainians. And message reads this way: only after the complete defeat of the Russian army in the Ukraine, any future negotiations can be possible only when the Russia will not provide any a suggestion. No one really gonna listen to what Russia suggests. So this about negotiations, because I heard this all negotiations maybe about the peace talk about maybe 2 months ago, maybe 3 months ago in other places. And right now, messages are strong from the Zelensky, from the Reznikov, from the Danilo. They saying there is a war, we are fighting, we do not gonna go any they saying Russia right now not ready to any negotiations. When the Russian army gonna be defeated, and then we're gonna suggest on what rules Russia gonna be existed in the future. So this is a strong message for the last 2 days. This is it was for me it's a normal, but when I heard this a discussion about the negotiations, and it's I see that it's a different in the Europe, a different mood. So just wanted to clarify what mood in the Ukraine. And another thing just happened hour ago. I was surprised. So I think yesterday I posted a video from the broken positions of the Russians in the Kherson when the Ukrainians broke the positions. And it's just a lot of the Russian trash that they left behind. For me, it's not a really interesting video. But what happened hour ago that Mark Hertling, that was, I think, on this space, right, Domin? I think, right?
You
Yes,
said
do
Mark
you hear me?
Hertling, and then you didn't say anything. Yes,
Yes.
I hear you. Mark
So
Hertling was
Mark-
on the space before, yes?
Yes, so he reposted my tweet, retweeted, and he did a description, a detailed description what he saw on the video. So for me, it's a really interesting how people military people see in this a short video. And he's did a lot of the description. I can read it because it actually really surprised me how people see in this for me it's a really not show a not really meaningful video, a lot of the Russian trash, but this really Mark Hertling has seen it a lot. So I will shortly read because interesting. So he's saying any good military leader will tell you this tell you this indicates and it goes by the list. Extremely poor soldier discipline, horrible fieldcraft training, extremely bad lower level leadership, senior leaders who aren't circulating, lack of standards, low morale, the potential for disease, future surrender. So this is a really real for me it's really optimistic. So in this a short video, military people just read so much. So this is actually what Yehuda said before, summarized really well. So it's a good news. So I just wanted to share it. So thank you. And Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Slava. So you're saving Heroim Slava. So you're saying that Yehuda has a bright future because clearly his assessments are in line with those who are retired lieutenant generals and used to command the U.S. Army Europe. It's good to hear.
No. It's not my assumption. I understand that you are joking, but but I see that people who in military see a lot of this happening, and it's like a really aligns. But for me, it's like I don't see it. Like for me, it's like a total surprise. So just wanted to share it because I was like a bit surprised of this, and for me, it's like a good assumption from Yehuda and good assumption from the something not assumption, but good like a summary information. Thank you.
Thank you, Slava. Yeah, you're right. I was kidding a little bit, but I'm completely with you. There's a lot of people with military experience, like Yehuda, like Lieutenant General Hertling, who see so much in a 10, 15-second video clip that I could never have imagined to be there. So I'm definitely with you there, Slava. I've had a similar experience before, albeit I was never retweeted by Mark Hertling. So yeah, absolutely, no questions about that. It's also really great to hear, serious, experienced, well-versed voices like that of General Hertling with this very positive attitude, right, Slava? Because when you hear from someone who was the 3-star U.S. general who used to be in command of U.S. Army Europe for a couple of years, second highest U.S. Officer in Europe, behind the Sacker, right, Supreme Allied Commander. I mean, that's really all you can. That's really best you can get, right? You can hardly get a better source for commentary. And when you see and hear a very positive for Ukraine assessment from a voice like that, and it's hardly the first one, right? It's hardly the 100th one. It's hardly the 1000th such assessment. I think that has to be very heartening and reinvigorating. Slava?
Thank you. And actually, just like a reassurance that for me, it's like I see what is in Ukraine. I see a lot of the voices in Ukraine from other military experts. But when someone from the other side of the world also confirming what is really is happening, so it's really good. And also Ben Hodgins also did great. I think Nina mentioned this before, a short quote about what is awaiting for the Russia in the future. So it's also everyone's going to the same conclusion, and it's really good for the Ukraine and for the world. So thank you.
Couldn't agree more. Thank you, Slava. Nina.
Thank you, Domen. And what you are talking is good. And I'm warning you now because I'm in a little bit angry mood because of those countries which are, or not only those countries, but those leaders who are in those countries even suggesting any kind of negotiations or Russia talking about negotiations. I will just say this, and if you put me in room 101, I understand. Negotiations, my ass.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, nobody's serious is talking about negotiations, right? Peskov, he's talking about negotiations because Russia is losing. Nobody in Ukraine is interested in negotiating anything except for what reparations Russia will pay after Russia leaves Ukraine, and certainly not now, but after Russia leaves Ukraine, right? This isn't the serious matter that serious people propose. It's all a bunch of nonsense, really. And I don't know how much attention we should pay to those who actually earnestly speak of such negotiations. Nina?
So you didn't get angry with me when I'm speaking really bad words here. You are not.
No, of course not.
Not sending me out. Thank you.
No, Nina, I would just ask you to use more bad Finnish words instead, because I missed those.
Voi vittu saatana perkele.
See, like that. Isn't that better? See, all I know is perkele, but I think I have some guesses for the rest. Thank you, Nina. No, you're right, but luckily nobody serious actually thinks about those negotiations, and that's only right. As Slava noted earlier, nobody in Ukraine thinks about them. Certainly not as anything but just a distraction that some Russian or pro-Russian voices wish to raise. But nobody would ever seriously consider that because, well, nobody in Ukraine wishes bad for Ukraine. Orlando.
Thanks, Doman. Update from the streets of London. The new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, has just given her acceptance speech, having won the competition, and did mention Ukraine as one of. She was paying homage to Boris, and she said that he did 3 good things, and obviously one of those was Ukraine, and it got a good response.
Orlando, did we lose here?
Hi, I'm there. I'm here.
Orlando?
Apologies there.
Okay,
where did I get
good.
to? Not sure where I got to, but
Boris did
she had an
3 good things. You got to.
Yeah, 3 good things. One of them was Ukraine, and she's got a good response to that. It sounded like, she meant to carry on the same sort of business, basically, in supporting Ukraine. So just giving you that update from the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Thank you very much, Orlando. I will continue this by saying the following. To the best of my understanding, Ben Wallace will remain in his position as Defence Secretary. He is likely to remain in that position until the next election, until the next election. Very likely indeed to stay in that position, which is great. Additionally, Tom Tugendhat is going to be Secretary for Junior Minister for something or other. I forget what. Tim, this is your department, literally. What positions Tim Tugendhat getting?
Which positions are we talking about here?
Junior Minister, something.
Who's this? Sorry.
Tom Tugendhat, the once running for PM not long ago. He's going to be the MOD. He's not going to be Secretary of Defense. He's going to be Junior Minister, something. Not for Armed Forces, something else.
My information is that he's going to be Foreign Office Minister. So Minister of State. So not Foreign Secretary. That's going to James Cleverly, but effectively junior to James Cleverly. But I'm not 100% sure on that. The Telegraph speculated about this, but I don't think anything's been confirmed yet. But yes,
security. I'm being told security.
Right.
Which I believe would be in the MOD. Anyway, but Tom Tugendhat is another valiant supporter of Ukraine, just like Ben Wallace is also getting promoted, is the point, to an appropriate position in which he will be able to discharge his support for Ukraine appropriately.
Yes. Yeah, he's certainly getting promoted anyway.
Yeah, that's what running for PM and stepping down early tends to do, doesn't it? Excellent. Thank you very much, Orlando. Thank you, Tim. And let's talk to Luca.
I shall keep my interventions very short these days and just say that the good news keep on coming. Of course, with Liz as the next British PM, I heard Russia said that the relationship with Russia and the UK might get worse, and I said as a response that it might get worse of the ass-kicking type of wars. So we are all very happy about what we just heard. Thank you.
Good. I hope it gets several hundred Challenger tanks worse, several dozen AS-90 howitzers worse, an additional few M270s worse, and along those lines. I think I'm very happy with that kind of worsening of the relationship between the US and between the UK and Russia. That's perfectly reasonable. Right, Security Minister and attend cabinet, Tim. That's what I was reading from from a source a couple of days ago. I like Wendy. I like Wendy. I like Wendy.
I can't hear him either.
No, I don't think he can hear us at all. Maybe he's gotten distracted, which is fine. Let's talk to Ian, and then we'll move back to I like Wendy later. Ian, good afternoon. How does it
Good
feel
afternoon.
having a new prime minister, but not quite yet?
Well, it feels great actually, especially since it's Liz Truss, because I went long on iGas, which owns some licenses in the Boland Shale. So I'm hoping to hear her announce a lifting of the fracking ban. Toot sweet. And it's been stated, I think, by Quadrilla, one of the companies involved in fracking here, that they think they can actually start to get some gas out of the ground in January, because they have actually fracked already. So there will be some in time for next winter. But yeah, so I'm very pleased about Liz Truss. So I'm in a good mood. But I just wanted to make a very quick clarification, and I'll drop down to listener. And that's security is.
I think we lost.
You there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we just lost you for a few
Yes.
seconds, or I did anyway.
Yeah, sorry. So just on the post of Minister of State for Security, it's actually basically internal security, crime, policing, counter-terrorism, that kind of thing. So it's in the Home Office. It's not related to Defence or the Foreign Office. That's all.
Oh, well, that's disappointing. Thank you, Ian. Well, I guess he gets to run after Russians who are abusing London grad, maybe? How should we find the silver lining here?
Well, I mean, it does include borders. So possibly
That's a start.
do tourist visas come into that? I mean, that is what the Home Office
I
does.
think border enforcement comes under that, right?
Yeah.
And there's a lot of Russians who might claim one purpose for visiting, but actually be visiting with a different purpose. An appropriate examination of these things might be in order.
Let's hope so.
Thorough vetting.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Ian. Thank you for the clarification. Tim, I'm greatly disappointed in you not knowing this.
Not knowing what?
That the Ministry for Security is in the Home Office and not the MOD or indeed the Foreign Office.
All right. No, sorry, I didn't know that. I heard that Tom Tugendhat was going to be junior to James Cleverly at the Foreign Office, but maybe that's just wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows where he'll be after the next reshuffle either? So it perhaps doesn't matter that much.
You never know. Her Majesty might decline Liz Truss as Prime Minister.
I think she'll decline to make her Prime Minister by video call, but other than that, I think that it will be sorted in the next coming few days.
Yes, of course. I'm getting silly. I'm being silly.
So is she? Her Majesty's up with Balmoral, isn't she? So does that mean that Liz Truss is off to Scotland?
Correct. Yes. So actually, it's Boris is going up first because he has to resign first, and then I think it's the Queen has to ask Liz Truss to attend. It's not like an active thing by the winner. It's the Queen has to ask her to form a government. She doesn't ask to form a government. It's like it's a top-down thing.
Yes, very, very good. Thank you, Tim. You are right on that. John.
Yeah, just to close the circle, James Cleverly's actually ex-Royal Artillery as well. So hopefully we can get him on to talk to CJ at some point.
I would very much enjoy that. That'd be fantastic. Wait, but he's going to be a minister, isn't he? That's going to be difficult.
Yeah, I was kind of tongue in cheek, mate, but You're right.
I'm sorry. Are there any others we can get instead who aren't currently under limitations such as holding high office?
You might get Tobias Elwood. He's never short of a word or two.
Very good, very good. And as a backbencher, that would be much less difficult, I guess.
We might be able to get Tom Tugendhat.
Yeah, at least the junior minister is easier to handle than a full-fledged cabinet member. I like Wendy. You came up earlier. We couldn't hear a word out of you. Can we hear you now?
Thank you, Doman. Mic check. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, sorry, my Wi-Fi is terrible here. Yeah, as one of, I guess, many Brits on a lunch break that's just found out that we've got a new prime minister, I just thought I'd chime in to add to reaffirm the overwhelming support amongst British people for the cause of Ukrainian freedom and liberation and justice. And one thing that's been notable, because I'm going to stay politically neutral, but one thing that's been notable perhaps in the last 6 months, in the last year, since 2014, when Britain, along with other NATO forces, committed to assisting Ukraine's warriors. One thing that's been noticeable to me is that there is a political vacuum which has been filled. This vacuum has been created by the extreme left and the extreme right in this country, which is, for reasons unknown to myself, it goes onto the streets in support of genocide in Ukraine. It goes onto the streets. Goes and buys a train ticket from a train station. Actually goes up to London, waves a communist flag, all in support of Russian war crimes in Ukraine. There is this element in the country I live in Britain, also of course in Europe, as we've seen in recent days. However, there is an overwhelming majority of support for Ukraine and Ukrainians in the country I live in, and I know across Europe and the free world. And one thing that's perhaps the only thing which Boris Johnson got right was to capitalize on this overwhelming public support for Ukraine, and to act when he did. And I think that if I can see similar sentiments expressed by Keir Starmer, which is welcome news. But in terms of the language used about Ukraine, in some political spheres, this is still problematic. When I speak to people campaigning to be my local political representatives, I still hear terminology such as the Ukraine issue or the Ukraine crisis, and not the actual the only terminology which fits this situation, which is the Russian invasion of Ukraine, leading to the war in Ukraine. So this political vacuum will be filled and is being filled currently by the Conservative Party, and I think Keir Starmer is an intelligent guy, and he's cottoning on. He's already cottoned on to the fact that that there is this overwhelming public support, and he's been he has a track record of supporting human rights. So I'm sure this is part of his ideology too. But I just thought I would chime in just to say, first of all, Britain's support for Ukraine, it ain't going nowhere. We want to increase and do everything, and more than we are at the moment, to help Ukrainians in their cause for liberation from occupation and for justice, tracking down the perpetrators of these heinous war crimes committed against Ukrainians. So yeah, thank you again for this space, your steadfast co-hosting, and Slava Ukraini.
Herojem slava.
Slava Nazi.
Смерть ворогам.
Смерть ворогам. Poppy.
Just a question for our British friends here. What role do you think the media plays in keeping the focus on Ukraine in the society, and how much the positions of the politicians that you mentioned are a reflection of the fact that there is attention on the topic? Because I do believe that this might be, it's a bit of a chicken egg problem, right? But this is still one of the key elements that I feel that is missing in a number of Western countries. I'm speaking close to home.
Sure. I mean, it's a chicken and egg thing, as you say, to an extent. I think the politicians on the front benches, so the non-lunatics, are doing a very, very good job in keeping this in the public eye. I mean, as we all know, there does tend to be a news cycle, and you know, once things have gone on for a while, they do tend to fall out of the news. I think that the front, certainly the government, certainly under Boris Johnson, have been doing excellent work in keeping this very, very much in the public eye. And to their credit, I think the British press have really come through as well. I mean, we do see some silly stuff, you know, the kind of the both sidesism, especially at the BBC. But you know, I think certainly the publications I read, which are pretty much the Guardian, the Mail, and the BBC, you know, there's always something Ukraine pretty much on the landing page as you go to the website. The BBC and the Guardian, they have entire sections devoted to the war in Ukraine. There's always, you know, a daily digest and, you know, 2 or 3 articles peripheral, well, not peripheral, but 2 or 3 specialized articles on a particular aspect of the war a day, per day. So, yeah, I mean, I don't want to jinx anything, but I think honestly, it's the politicians and the press have been doing a pretty good job, and they have been fortifying each other. And so there's been a kind of virtuous cycle keeping this very much in the public eye in the UK.
God save the Queen.
Thank you very much. Orlando Gibbons, unlock your silent throat.
Well done, sir. Excellently remembered.
I've been waiting for ages to do an Orlando Gibbons joke. I've been wanting you to come up for ages so I can do an Orlando Gibbons joke. But thank you. Please carry on.
Fantastic, much appreciated. I was just going to say that I think, you know, Boris got out of the traps pretty early on. I thought after the dreadful initial invasion of Ukraine. Now, I'm not sure the British people were necessarily. I mean, they may have been, but I don't think anybody knew at that point when. And he just kind of strode forward in a kind of, you know, in his favorite hero's way, didn't he? In a Churchillian way, he just sort of decided there was a wrong, and he was going to back defending Ukraine. And then, you know, it was only a little later, I think, that everybody really realised, good God, what's going on? This is absolutely dreadful. When they saw lines of tanks going into, or trying to go into, to Kyiv. So, yeah, I think Tim was right on the press stuff. I've been absolutely, you know, delighted that the Guardian, which, you know, is obviously left of the centre of the sort of political media, has backed it. The FT's had great stuff. You know, it's normally a paywall, but they've given their maps and things free to look at. So yeah, I don't think they're likely to turn at this point, but could be wrong.
Absolutely. Yes, more wise than fool. Those remarks. Sorry, I have to stop doing Orlando Gibbons jokes. I also have to learn a madrigal that isn't the Silver Swan, because everybody knows that one. So I'll be able to feel a lot more smug if I do that. But yeah, I think Boris Johnson leaping out of the traps like that. I mean, the British government has been pretty fucked off with Russia for quite a long time. You know, since the Litvinenko incident, since the Skripal poisoning, There's kind of been this seething hostility at the heart of the British state, and justifiably so. And it's kind of a point of national honor to kind of lead the hostile tone towards Russia that the Western world is developing, or has developed rather. So, as somebody who's not a particular supporter of the Boris Johnson administration, it didn't exactly surprise me, but it did impress me the way they came out on this. So credit where credit's due, I think, and I look forward to much more of the correct tone under our new Prime Minister as of tomorrow, Mrs. Elizabeth Truss.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there. I think the public had had enough long ago, long before the invasion. The public had had enough of how things were going and the way that the state was, cozying up to the Russian oligarchs, etc., etc. Unless they bought your own football team, and then everybody turned a blind eye. But I think there was that feeling in the public, and maybe the press just already had that in their pocket, and so they were ready to go, really. Long may it last, I say.
And I think at this point we have to very briefly note that this wasn't just about Boris either. Far from it. There was a wide-ranging consensus across government that the correct way to go about this is to support Ukraine, and support Ukraine properly, fully. That's why, even though there were fears, and Verlaine will remember this months ago when Boris kind of was persuaded to step down, there were some concerns within Ukraine whether there would still be as steadfast the support by the UK under a new administration. And at the time we were discussing, and Verlaine helped me, or vice versa, either way, to write a little Twitter thread of how British parliamentary democracy works in Ukrainian, so as for everyone who was possibly worried to not worry about that at all, because there is no need to worry, because this is a parliamentary democracy, and there was a wide-ranging parliamentary consensus to help Ukraine as well. And certainly within the Parliament as a whole, certainly within the Conservative Party that would be nominating the next Prime Minister, and certainly within anyone who was likely to become the next Prime Minister. So no one should expect the support for Ukraine to drop off, and no one right now, I don't think there's any commentary at all expecting support for Ukraine to drop off in the slightest over the coming over the coming weeks and months within the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland and their government, which is good to know. But it's good to have a reminder of it every so often. Ian.
Yeah, just on the question of guests and so on, Tom Tugendhat was mentioned and Tobias Ellwood. Given that we now have this change in leadership in the British government, and given that things now can be done which potentially weren't going to be done under Boris Johnson in terms of helping Ukraine, we're in a situation, I think, perhaps where it might be a good opportunity to get somebody like that on, Tom Tugendhat or Tobias Ellwood or somebody, to I think help some of us in the UK to understand and around the world on this on this Twitter space to understand what the UK military establishment could possibly do in addition to what we've already done. I mean, there was some talk about Challenger tanks. I don't think that's going to happen, but I don't know enough about what's in our arsenal to be able to make sort of suggestions to my local MP or others to try and get these things for the Ukrainians that they need and what we might be able to provide. And I was just wondering, in that vein of a potential guest, Adam Holloway, who had a career in the military, and he doesn't admit this publicly, but special forces, and is very well connected in that area and served on the Defence Committee and Foreign Affairs Committee, and is always off to war zones. He also worked as a war correspondent. I wonder if he might be a good chap to get on, if we could persuade him. I do know him a little bit, worked on a project with him a few years ago. He would be a guy who I think would know a lot about this, because He actually went in February, I think it was, to Ukraine to ask some of their generals to provide basically a shopping list of what they wanted. And I think quite a lot of that has been provided already. But what else is on that list, and what can the UK actually do? Which I personally would like to know. I just think would be very interesting generally. So I wonder what people think about that suggestion.
That's very good. I would highlight that you should definitely reach out to those names, and hopefully soon.
Will do.
Excellent. Thank you, Ian. Axel? Okay, I wasn't sure if my screen is a little bit late.
No, yeah, I apologize. I was driving around a curve here, and sorry. No, seriously, this is very much appreciated, and we really like to have as much engagement as possible with people who actually are bridging the gaps between both our elected officials, the military, and industry in that regard. So if you have access to people and can lobby for it, we're delighted. Our Finnish contingent, as you know, has done a great job in that regard already, as have a few others, and we're very happy to schedule a segment. So if you can do that, get in touch with Tim, Dom, and myself, send us a message, and if there's any way that we can get to discuss it with them, whether they have availability and what the so to say perimeter or what the parameters of their discussion could be, we shall be delighted.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ian. Luca, wait, Luca left. Okay, finance.
I would like to notice the hilarity of Tim saying he felt smug. A British man feeling even more smug than normal is just special. That said, so if I understand correctly, while the Brits may like or dislike the domestic policies of Ms. Truss as pertains to Ukraine, she has kept in the excellent Ben Wallace as her defense minister, and she will be maintaining similar policies and approach towards the genocidal nation of Russia and towards the defense of Ukraine in a nutshell, correct?
I think somebody
Yes.
needs to unmute themselves.
Broadly speaking, finance, that is correct. If anything, the policies are going to be much more hawkish still than they were thus far, or at least somewhat more hawkish still than they were thus far with respect to Russia. Orlando?
I just think finance shouldn't be such a bigot, because smugness is our culture, right?
I mean, if we appreciated it more, maybe we wouldn't have tossed all that tea in the harbor and decided to go on our own way in America.
You haven't gone on your own way. We still rule you. You just don't realize it.
That is true. We do not realize it.
Listen to Linton LaRouche. The British and the Dutch still rule the world, apparently.
Would you like to hear
I love
something
that
of
I came
interest?
back for this moment of levity. Yes, please give us something of interest. Does it come with a boom?
Well, it will come with a series of booms. Serhiy Haidai, who's the legitimate governor of Luhansk Oblast, right? He put a Telegram post out, I think, saying that the key stage of the deoccupation of the Luhansk region will begin in the Izium direction. On the left bank of the Seversky Donets River, one can already observe the positive actions of Ukrainian units. And now, according to him, they're taking back Luhansk, starting with Izium, which obviously is not in Luhansk, but that's their plan, according to Serhiy Haidai.
When did we speak last about Izium?
Yesterday. Well, we mentioned Izium yesterday. Last we spoke about Izium. Oof, that was a while ago.
This
a couple
morning.
weeks ago.
No, yesterday in the
Was
evening
there?
and this morning. But yes, Yeah, I don't know whether you were there already, but at that point in time, I did reflect upon a question. And yesterday, yes, we did speak about Isium. You're absolutely right, and the fact that this is the
Axel, and the fact that this is the Tim is Axel infected with titterpox. He is, isn't he?
Yeah, I can see him his microphone bouncing up and down. Oh, and now he's fallen off the edge.
Yeah,
Axel,
I think he realized for himself.
Come back up, Axel. So much for German efficiency, eh?
Well, while we're waiting, the Operational Command South reports 2 ammo dumps destroyed overnight, 3 armored vehicles, 2 howitzers, and 28 invaders. Also destroying the pontoon near Kachovka, which we also know about because there's plenty of notes on that. But that's just the overnight work. Couple of ammo dumps, pontoon, etc. Axel.
You did lose me at some point in time when I was talking to an empty microphone, right?
Correct.
Now, enjoyable. What was the last word I said?
I hope Tim remembered. I was filling the air since I
It was
forgot.
what I said.
We're talking
was so
about
uninteresting
Isium,
that you don't
importance of
remember it.
Isium.
Thank you very much. You're
It's very difficult to remember
right.
it. No, but I think this is important. We should delve into this, right? Isium. Why is Isium important? What is in Isium, and also what is in Balaklia?
Isium is, of course, the breaking point for the logistical access to the north. And with Isium, if Isium falls back into Ukrainian hands, they can strike down on the eastern side of the Severodonetsk River and roll up the logistics chain of the Russians. To the north is Kupiansk. If they can sever it at Isium, the way to Kupiansk to the north is up and to Oskol. They are then able to take it further, meaning they can advance further into the direction of Severodonetsk, Lysychansk from there alongside the national park. They can occupy essentially the whole range of the national park and the forest, which gives them the possibility to dominate this area before Rasputitsa comes into being, meaning before the autumn and the fall weather has an impact on the region. Not only do you cut off then Lugansk and Donetsk from the northern end, you can roll up the Russian troops because they've thinned it out. The key thing is that we're currently seeing since about 2 weeks a concentration of Ukrainian forces to the west of Isium in the forests, as well as further north west of Isium. And that concentration gives rise to the assumption that they will be able to strike, and that they will be able to strike with significant force. At the moment, they've been constantly attriting the Russian forces in that area. They have made inroads. They've been taking both mortar and artillery to reduce the remaining capacity of the Russian forces. They've been targeting with HIMARS, by the way, a lot of the ammunition depots in the back. And now it's a matter of whether to sever and destroy, or to just simply occupy, and by that means sever the logistics train of the Russian forces in regard to their rail transport capacity. This is the most important piece. That is a core part of the puzzle.
Silence.
I feel like I need Craig up here to ask this, but given Russian rail transport is showing significant signs of weakening without industrial ball bearings, I'm really curious how many more months they can go before this really implodes on them. Like how often rail cars can go without having these ball bearings fixed or replaced, etc., and how quickly things disintegrate without those key parts.
Well, we discussed this a bit yesterday, if I'm not quite mistaken, with Yehuda as well. But they can, of course, cannibalize lots and lots of locomotives and lots of rolling stock still in operation in Russia. We should not underestimate this. They do have depots of ball bearings. I'd be absolutely convinced in the very deep maintenance facility, I say deep in the rear maintenance facilities they do have in operation in the Donetsk Oblast and further in Lugansk. It's no question that there will be sufficient amount of storage capacity. The question, which is more that whether, if they transport cannibalized rolling stock and locomotive components from the east, whether that overstretches their overall logistics chain. And I think they have enough for at least another 9 to 12 months. But then again, who expects that the war is over before 12 months from now is either a crystal ball, which I don't see, or is extremely optimistic. Not that I would like to see it collapse before, and I'm sure that the Ukrainians can clean house in a number of areas, but it's a large swath of land to take back.
Wendy?
Thank you, Doman. I saw, I think yesterday, that a train had derailed in Russia on its way to Ukraine, whilst supplying weapons of death and destruction for Ukrainians. So I'm just going to hold a moment of silence for that, and that's the moment of silence. That being said, the issue of safety for Kharkiv and the eastern regions of Ukraine, once liberated, this is going to be, of course, extremely important for Ukrainians and all living within the sovereign territory of Ukraine. Could I ask, from a layman's perspective, what do Ukraine's allies need to provide more of to ensure the safety of Kharkivians who are currently under indiscriminate fire from Belgorod Oblast? And what more can we do? Because on a day of political change in the country I'm living in, more conversations are happening. What more do we need to be giving to help people, Ukrainians living in the east of their country? Sorry, if that was maybe expressed a little bit too quickly. Did you catch all of that?
I think we did. I think there's a technical component here which makes it very difficult to stop artillery shells over that sort of an area. My understanding is that the way to stop artillery shells is CRAM, which is kind of like a autocannon that shoots at incoming projectiles like that. But the sheer volume and the scale of this, I don't think there's enough of that capacity in the world currently existent to be able to cover that. Right, that's something that might protect, say, a military base, but not from not even shelling, but from RPGs being fired in and the likes. But might be too difficult to set up around the entire perimeter of a city. Of course, I might be wrong, and I'm very happy to be corrected if someone wants to, who understands CRAMs better than I do. But beyond that, there isn't really ability to kill artillery shells out of the sky, or indeed very difficult to do that with rocket artillery. What you would need to do instead is get rid of the guns that are firing and the ammunition they're firing. And that might honestly be more easily achievable, perhaps, than that. Am I on the wrong page, Tim, Axel, somebody who understands CRAMs and the like?
Dermot, I'd love, like all of us here, to see those that weaponry that we saw deployed in places like the Green Zone along all of Ukraine's eastern border. But yeah, that would be absolutely incredible. I'm just thinking more of a kind of in this country we're getting lots of visits from people wanting to be our next political representatives in a time of political change, and sometimes I think the message needs to be the message needs to be more concise. An increase in Ukrainian weapons in the delivery of Ukraine. Sorry, let me say that again. The increase of weapon systems to Ukraine for the cause of their liberation. Number one. Should we? I was just wondering if there's anything that perhaps Ukrainians here would like to see more of, or the military experts would like to recommend, because the more the general public comes into contact with their political representatives, the greater the opportunity there is to talk about Ukraine.
You need the Challenger main battle tanks, the stuff currently nobody wants to give. I have these, as many as you can, but you don't have too many of them available. With the Challengers, you at least have a big batch of them you can spare as they're being phased out. That's what you need. You need main battle tanks.
100%.
And of course, a lot more. There's loads of missile capacities and the likes. Nobody can do anything else. Main battle tanks.
Understood. Thank you, Axel.
Axel, if I may, a quick question from a listener on a different topic, and then I think we'll swing to something third still. What are your thoughts on ArcelorMittal, or however the correct pronunciation is, whatever the correct pronunciation is, apparently ending production in some large steel plant in Germany because of high energy costs? I know that you mentioned it previously.
We talked about
we did, but I forgot what the details of it were, because we talk about many things and my memory is finite. And this is my bad. But a listener was asking about this just now.
Yeah, it is a sign of the failed energy policy of the German government, and their belief that energy should be expensive. If you want to really kill German industry, and therefore also the associated employment, then please consider doing what the German government is doing. It's absolutely ludicrous. But then again, it's the same stuff which we've been discussing for a long time. If you phase out nuclear energy out of a mythological belief that German nuclear power plants are bad, then of course you create exactly that. What you need to do in order to be competitive worldwide is have appropriate low-level electricity prices and energy prices. That's so simple. It's not difficult. If you want to be competitive, that's what you need to do. Europe has the capacity, America has the capacity to be competitive with modern technology, whereas China is competitive on cost and not on quality, I'm sorry, at least not comparative quality, on the basis of phasing in, a coal-fired plant every 4 days by now? Jesus Christ. The level of stupidity in the left-wing green communist utopian authoritarian thinking minions is just annoying. But then again, can't be helped, as it seems.
Thank you, Axel. In other words, the way to have prevented this would have been to supply Germany with plentiful, cheap energy, and not do what German politicians of various stripes did over the last few decades, which is reduce the German nuclear fleet to a tiny proportion of its previous size. Island.
Speaking of low things, I want to switch the topic slightly to low-flying air assets. I keep seeing these really cool short videos of low-flying helicopters and airplanes basically taking the Ukrainian highway left, right, and center. I assume this is to hide them on Russian radar, but it also suggests that there are multiple Ukrainian air assets providing support and cover. So if any of the military gentlemen on could tell us about the utility of low-flying air assets and how that hides things, as well as any sorts of we keep hearing things from Yehuda and others that even James Vasquez said one of the big changes when he got back was that there was Ukrainian air assets providing strikes and fire and support for the troops. But if people could explain this little thing we're seeing and a little bit more about that, very, very happy to see it. We'd just love to hear a little bit more on these videos that are coming out. Axel, Tim, I think you're our military vets on for Lane, Slava, for our, George came up. George's a military man.
Yeah, so, interesting, they're like, why is he hugging the road and and flying amounts of trucks and, there's overpasses on that road and things like that. Ground clutter helps hide the helo as it's flying low, because you've got other things that are moving. Right now he's moving fast, but you see he's slowing up when he comes up across like an 18-wheeler, things like that. The lower he goes, radar can only intercept you, I don't know how many meters above the ground. So he's also using the ground clutter and moving parts on the ground to hide his radar signature even better. I mean, it's in Germany. I had friends of mine. Actually, I had a Canadian who was born in Canada and served in the U.S. military, and he was a Apache helicopter pilot. And they used to train flying very, very low through the valleys and things like that in Bavaria, so that they could hide their radar signature from any at the time would have been Soviet radar. That's how they used to train. Pretty much map of the earth, just flying like crazy treetop level. And that's what this pilot was doing in that video. I mean, it was really smart. He's traveling on a highway. There's other vehicles moving, so it's hard to get a fix on him.
You're talking about this video when the Ukrainians flying, right?
Yes.
Helicopters.
Yes. You see him. He's really hugging the code, like he's really hugging the deck, as they say. And then, he's veering a little bit to his left, to make sure he doesn't startle anybody as he's flying. Pretty much, I'm sure the skids on that helo are at the top of that, the 18-wheeler, that transport truck. So he's really using what's available to him to mask his radar signature.
So it's not just for fun, right? Because for me, when I watching this video, they just like showing off, like just for fun, just I have a few minutes. I'm gonna just fly between the cars. So it's like real stuff, right? It's not just for
yes, it was. Yeah, let me tell you, because you don't want to do that for fun. That's experienced pilots, but if you were to be on the front of that helicopter, you'd be if you're not a religious man, you're going to become religious really quick as they're flying low. Especially as they're just clipping the overpasses. It's not an easy task to do. For an experienced pilot, it seems second nature, but it doesn't take much to really screw that up for everyone.
And I saw several videos of this, like how Ukraine's pilots flying helicopters and some aircrafts. So it really like a low. So like for me, again, as a civilian, I don't really and for me it's like a different perspective. I see it's great, but it's really crazy. Why are you doing this? But thank you for the explaining. So clear for me is like a real professionalism. So totally appreciate what Ukraine is doing. So thank you.
Yeah, you're flying below radar coverage. That's what you're doing. And there was actually a couple of videos a few months ago, and I think there was two Ukrainian helos, and they were flying two helicopters. Sorry, and they were using it was a waterway. I don't know if it looked like a smaller river or something like that, and they were flying like right above the right above the surface of the water, but there was trees to the left and the right of them, and you're pretty much using that as an alley, knowing that you're impervious to radar at that point, as long as you're not, within visual manpad's range. That's the only thing you have to worry about when you get that low.
Thank you. So they taking the risk, but still it's like a safer this way than just flying high and just be like a easy target. So thank you for the explaining. So thank you. Because when I watch this video, I see, okay, the people just like, I see the professionals. I seen a lot of this video, Ukrainians, and also I see like descriptions like our heroes, our pilots, like Ukrainians. But now it's like it's like a real stuff. It's really real. So thank you for the explaining, because I'm again not military and really like a different perspective. Thank you. So I'm now even bigger proud of our heroes in Ukraine. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Hello, Slava.
Thank you for the explanation of how all these helicopters work and planes work, hugging the deck, as you say. Really helpful. Also, Slava, I asked you a question, I didn't get your answer. So if I understand correctly about the weather, spring always super muddy. Fall is a mixture of either muddy or frozen, depending on if we get rain before, between sort of now and when everything gets frozen. Correct? That's the gist that we're looking at.
So before I start to answering you, so my question, why is it important? So it's like for the military, right? Because when I posted it, it's like I posted it because it's like a sudden drop of the temperature this night and maybe a few days later. So it's like for the Ukrainians, be prepared, because temperature suddenly gonna be dropped really like a low to the zero, and if you like are not prepared like just a civilian, you're just gonna be freezing at night. But for the soldiers, I don't really. So I'm again not military, not a weather expert. So what I know that it's like a just simple like science. If it's rainy before, like if it's a lot of the water is gonna froze, maybe gonna be muddy because it's like a not lower than zero. It's like a not below the zero, but like around the zero. So it's like I think it's gonna be muddy if a lot of the water, but it's like now it's like a dry weather, so it's like a good. So it's like a dry, fast freeze of the how it's called of the earth, but I don't know. It's like how it's around the Ukraine. I don't really sure. So again, not expert in the weather prediction, so don't really know. So can't answer professionally. So thank you.
So the drops, Slava, they're going to be in the east, right? The Kherson front isn't going to be nearly as cold. It's going to be 10 degrees and the like, but
No. It's like around the whole Ukraine. So it's like what has pointed out that all around the Ukraine except the Zakarpattia. So it's like everywhere on Ukraine. So it's like not just some areas like on the east. It's just it was just a weather prediction. So, but it's while it's like important that is really like a sudden. It's like started today at night, because yesterday we have like I think close to 20 Celsius degree, like a not at night, but at day it's like a normal warm. It's like a week ago, so like really like a warm like a still like a summer, but today at night it's gonna be close to zero. It's like a sudden drop. So it's like a just for Ukrainians, just a warning, be prepared. So just not just for the soldiers or military, for everyone. It's all around the Ukraine except the Zakarpattia. Thank you. But now I understand it's like important for soldiers, right? So how important this, I don't know. But clothes, warm clothes is like important. So we should ask someone who really knows how it works. Thank you. So the weather really important, right?
Yeah, absolutely. George can maybe speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, so just so you guys understand, if you look at like the history of World War II, the Germans found out, quite to their surprise, it would be weeks of mud, and then all of a sudden it would freeze overnight, and anything that was stuck in the mud or buried in the mud was just frozen solid to the ground. So that's a huge problem. The temperature fluctuations in the winter in Ukraine, and Konstantin was on here last night discussing it. So one of the biggest problems is that, and we had the same type of problem. I said last night in the desert, right? And you wouldn't think so in the desert, but when you December, January, and February, which is their winter, you're talking about it's raining, right? So there's a lot of water. You need wet weather gear. Same thing now that's going to happen in Ukraine in the fall. And they're going to be having days where it's raining, where it's in the 40s, 50s, there's rain, but then it dips really like 20 degrees. That's a huge temperature drop when you're outside, right? So, and then it can get in certain areas below freezing. So now the biggest conundrum, the biggest problem is gear that you can layer when it's cold at night, but then quickly shed, get rid of, and doesn't become a burden for the soldier, right? During the day, because you need wet weather gear when it's raining during the day, right? And wet weather gear is usually obviously stops the rain, but doesn't breathe well, right? So you can't have too many garments underneath that wet weather gear during the day when you're moving around, because once you sweat, then you're pretty much screwed, especially as the temperature drops when the sun goes down, and it goes down a lot faster in the fall. We all know that. So then at night, you need something that's going to keep you warm when it's really cold. And as the winter gets, even in the winter, like you can have, just tell you guys in Celsius, since most of the people on here now are European, you're talking about 5, 6, 7 degrees Celsius during the day, maybe up to 10. So as you're moving around, right, you're in combat, you're moving around, you're digging, you're fighting, your tendency to sweat goes up, right? But then at night, now you're going below zero. So once again, you've got to be able to have, clothes that you can adjust, right? You just can't have one big fat heavy coat. You got to have layers, and you got to have something that's waterproof. And that's one of the biggest issues, because waterproof gear tends to not breathe well during the day when you're moving around. So, having different layers and having something that like a jacket and something else that's light but still does the job of keeping you warm at night, something you can put in your rucksack, in your backpack, as we say. Fold it up really quick, put in your backpack during the day, but you can whip it out at night when the temperature drops. And that was a huge problem for us in the desert. I mean, it was huge. Like at night we would be bloody freezing to death. We were wearing like our Arctic parkas out there when we're 2 hour on guard duty. Remember, these guys aren't all sleeping at night. They have to pull their guard duty shifts, right? So that the Russians don't walk up on them. And that's when it's really, really cold, because you're not moving. You have to be quiet so you don't give away your position at night. So yeah, that's when it gets the coldest.
And just to clarify that what was announced is that it's like only a day or two, like a drop. It's like not the whole week, but I also just checked some weather around the Ukraine. So it's like today is gonna like a dry, but it's gonna like a drop close to the zero. But later, like after a few days of the sun, it's like rains are coming, but it's not. It's still gonna be like a warm, not like close to the zero. So weather is changing to the, like to a normal fall, so to a normal autumn. So thank you. And Bertrand has an open mic. Thank you.
No, I have an open mic. I was going to say you're right, and there's not going to be any cloud cover over almost all of Ukraine, and that of course reduces the insulatory impact of it, and that's why they'll be able to cool down that much. Yeah, it's not. It's going to be colder in the east though than in Kherson. I know that much, but by about 3 or 4 degrees it looks like. So it's going to be very cold in Kherson, and it's going to be damn well freezing in the east around Kramatorsk and Sloviansk. Finance, or are we going to Daniel?
Daniel,
how are you?
I'm well, fine, thank you. About this, not already started packing winter gear, and when the NATO countries start to move the logistical train, believe me, we'll have in few weeks. We are at the beginning of September, so it's not so big worry. Second good news about this is the lack of discipline, which we can saw in any videos on social media. Russians don't have discipline, so they will light fires. They'll try to stay warm in their vehicles. So it will be a happy hunting for the night. Thank you.
I wonder how you, having raised this, if the Ukrainian Air Force has been giving any heat-seeking air-to-ground missiles as well as the radar-seeking air-to-ground missiles. Just curious.
Oh, just idea. You are, I don't know, half a squad of mechanized infantry, freezing, and after half a liter of vodka, it's a good idea to light a fire. And this can be shown from miles away. You don't need the heat-seeking missile. Just a guy with a good aim and a good gun.
And on a clear night, especially now when the moon will be quite bright, you can see the smoke from afar as well. George.
Sorry, I'm fumbling with the button here. Yeah, so just a nice fact in when the air assault was happening in Iraq in 1990, 91, you're talking about heat-seeking missiles. The beautiful Hellfires that were being fired by the Apaches were great because, remember, it was very cold at night in the desert, and the Iraqis would have to turn on the engines, T-72s, right? Because you need the engine. There's no to keep the systems running, right? So they made beautiful targets because of the optics on the Apache, right? Thermals. They could go in at night, and they actually sound loud when you're when you see them flying over you when you're outside, right? If you ever been to like a demonstration or something like that, they sound loud, but they're not that loud when you're inside a tank or right outside a tank and a tank's engine is running. And remember, an Apache with a Hellfire missile from 8 kilometers away, you're toast. So it would be nice if Uncle Sam would somehow get some of those out. And before everybody says about air defense, remember, these would be working at night and flying like right above the deck. and they would do a wonderful job in liquidating a lot of the Russian armored vehicles. But yeah, that's one way you could use a heat-seeking missile with thermal optics. You see it and then just fire away, and pretty much fire and forget. But the missile actually wouldn't be really heat-seeking. It would be your thermal optics that would see the tank engines on, giving out the heat that would just light up like a Christmas tree at night.
Thank you, George. I think that's an interesting comparison, especially since the equipment is quite similar. I see we have Erik with us.
Well, hello. I'm Erik from Finland, and I have a couple of points about surviving in the cold, because I think as a Finn with military background, I kind of have something
Are
to
you
give here.
saying it gets cold in Finland? No.
Yeah, exactly.
Carry on.
Yeah, but the point is, like, if the Russians do what they usually do, like they keep warm with their engines on, that's going to increase their fuel consumption. And if they are still stuck in the Kherson, like on the wrong side of Dnieper, there's going to be fuel shortages if they try to keep up warm. And another thing, people usually talk about food. They talk about clothes, but they don't talk about how much warm food does in the survival in cold climates. And Russians have their food supply up to the battalion level, as in Ukrainians have more localized food supplies, so they can actually keep their troops warm by providing them warm food. That's a thing that people don't usually realize, how much warm food does in survival in cold climates. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Erik. Actually, can you delve a little bit more into that? How much of a difference does it make? And I think Tim might be able to talk to this a little bit with you as well. Go ahead, Erik.
Well, talking from my own experience, like when it gets like below freezing, when your water freezes, you cannot drink it, so you have to warm it up anyway. It's a whole different thing to drink water that's like barely above freezing, or than when it's warmed up to 20 degrees. So your body doesn't have to use its own calories to heat up the food and heat up the drink. So that's also, that goes into the calorie deficit if you don't have proper warm food and drink.
And at what sort of temperatures does that start being a difference? Obviously above freezing, right? Sort of 5 degrees, 8 degrees. What air temperature does that start becoming a difference at?
Well, it's, if you think about like the core human temperature, it's like 37 Celsius. And if the food is below that, your body is going to heat it up to 37 Celsius. Like, so that's the thing. When it goes below 37, your body is going to use its own calories to heat it up. And if it's above 37 Celsius, then the body doesn't have to heat it up and actually gets warm from the food that you eat. That's just like simple thermodynamics. So it's more about because the body and the food are trying to balance to the same warmth. So if either the food gets warmed by the body, or the body gets warmed by the food.
Finance?
Did I just see correctly by War Monitor that Chernobylka got hit again? Yeah, he's reporting with pictures, explosions, and occupied Chernobylka as of 23 minutes ago.
Guess who's not surprised? Like I'm not surprised. No, but this can be another illustration here with Eric. Name on the trophy. I'm trying to approve you, but I approve you and then you drop off. I don't know what's going on with you. Yeah, this is the other difference that Eric can highlight between the Russian military and other militaries, making the same mistakes over and 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 over. And I think I'm about 37 overs short of the current state of Chernobyl.
Tim, how many overs to win?
I beg your pardon?
I asked how many overs to win.
To win a cricket match?
Ah, the Welsh know cricket?
We're not famous for it. It's more of an English game. The Welsh schools play cricket.
Name on the trophy. Can you help us out with the cricket metaphor? Because I am desperately short when it comes to cricket knowledge, and apparently so is Tim, surprisingly.
Fill me in, Domin. What do you need to know? I do know a little bit about cricket.
Axel asked how many overs to win, because I said that Russians keep making the same mistake over and over and over again over 40 times.
It's a joke.
That's great. There's one thing I never acquired was any understanding of cricket, other than it's what people do in knitted sweaters.
Let me put it this way, Domin. They're in their
Sorry, jumpers.
They're in their final innings and the pitch is turning.
Now you're spinning a bowler.
Yeah, they're caught. Let's hope they're caught plumb in front. But yeah, sorry, finances. I was trying my best to get up, Dom, and finance broke the news. I did forward you a very special cat message tweet to your DM. So yeah, I don't know if you'll still keep counting or you've run out of fingers and toes.
Out of fingers, out of toes.
Actually, I'm sorry, I need to
the
clarify
outcome.
this. Excuse me, finance. I am not from Norfolk. Name on the trophy. I have run out of fingers and toes long ago. It's currently about 45, I think. 46.
And you're not from Latvia, otherwise you would have 6 toes.
Sorry, finance. Now that we've dispensed with British regional stereotypes, please go ahead.
Oh, I was just commented here at the Atacams brand cigarette companies as our most frequent customers. We're trying to come up with a frequent buyers program for the Chernobyl airstrip. And we just want to thank them for their incredible amounts of smoking that they do. They smoke, in fact, more than anywhere else in Russian-occupied territory. And we just want to send our appreciation. I'll actually go talk with the boys and girls in the marketing department. They are all Shiba Inus. I hate to break it to you. And see what we can come up with for a nice frequent buyer program, if you will.
I think you could just term it frequent flyer, because that's indeed what happens eventually, right?
Yeah, no, I really, it's just one massive smoking lounge out there, and there's just cigarettes everywhere across the ground.
Name on the trophy, go ahead, and then we'll turn our attention back to our Galatian.
Just wanted to mention that as a child, I remember cigarette packets having sort of points in them, like little cards you could send off for prizes, if you like, or exchange for gifts. So I just wondered how extensive the Atacams brand and cigarettes merchandising is and where we can get some.
You are a Shiba Inu, so finance will be in touch directly, because this isn't for public consumption.
Presently, it is all available in tweets, memes, and other non-fungible merchandise on Twitter. But given the increased demand and excitement for our brand, we are considering branching out into products that will actually be in the real space as a way of raising some funds for the men and women on the ground in Ukraine for some humanitarian aid. We really like MryiaAid over here at the Atacams brand cigarette company, so that is sort of where we would lean. But there are obviously other great people to fund over there in Ukraine, and we would be we would definitely consider a few of them. So no, we're actually considering something. Clearly, I started doing this as a joke, but it's getting a life of its own. And if I can turn into a few ducats for the men and women on the ground, I'm happy to do so.
Daniel.
Seems funny to me. Yesterday appears drone footage from Chernobyl with all the vehicles digging very close to each other, more than 50, I remember. And today they were hit hard. And I think Russians will do the same mistake, like I said about discipline of fire, and will be habitats for everybody. And I think it's not 46, I think it's 44 hit on Chernobyl, and still coming.
No, Daniel, it's 46. It was hit on 44 days, but on 2 of the days, it was hit on multiple occasions, separated by many hours in between, hence 46 strikes.
Maybe you're right. They were hit this night also, so maybe it's 47 already.
Oh, damn it! You're right. Yeah, I'll give up. I will give up on counting. It has surpassed its purpose. Other Danny.
Hi. Just a question of what I'm seeing in the air of trackable NATO assets. It's more unusual than what we usually see. We usually see Forte 10 above the Black Sea, but today there's a U.S. Air Force stratotanker just in the southern part of the Black Sea coast of Romania, so above Constanța, Eforie, Costinești. Usually it's more focused on the northern corner pocket there, but alongside it is a no-call sign, which appears to be a Turkish aircraft that's flown out of Mersin, or actually Findiki Pinari, a town in Turkey, which I assume has an airbase there. But I haven't really seen any of the Turkish assets fly in that area. And I was wondering if you have any comments on it. They seem to have been doing a pattern above southern Dobroja there in Romania. And there's also a rivet joint over the Black Sea. But I haven't seen the Turkish ones recently, so I was wondering if you have any comments on that.
I don't have any comments on that, but I think, because what I'm trying to do is figure out which Piedmontese winery Eric's header picture is from, because it looks like Piemonte a lot, and definitely looks like Vineyard. So I will defer to George, and maybe BBC has a thought on that as well. George?
Yeah, I was just going to ask you guys, has anybody discussed today, if you have already discussed it, just ignore my question, but has anybody discussed Navalny's ideals on Ukraine, how he doesn't think that Crimea is Ukraine, and as I call Navalny, he's just Putin light? Has anybody discussed that so far today?
So it was brought up, and Luis brought it up, but we didn't talk about it much because, I mean, it's not really news, right? Every single time that Navalny's team publishes any map of Ukraine, it never has Crimea on it, or when they publish a map of Russia, it does have Crimea on it. So, I mean, this conversation kind of rears its head every couple of weeks or so, because every couple of weeks there's a map published by Navalny people. I mean, so it's kind of doesn't make too much of a difference.
Yeah,
Do you see what I'm getting at?
Yeah. I just want to make sure that all the listeners on here understand that he is not. If he were to be in power, it wouldn't change much on the ground in Ukraine. That's for sure.
Oh, that is certainly true, undoubtedly. Thank you, George. BBC. Do you have thoughts on what Danny raised?
No, actually, I had no points to that. But I have read yesterday that those drone footages were actually taken back in May. So was it the fresh drone footage, or do you have any info on that? Because what I read was that it was from May. So
I don't have any information on it, but I would not be surprised if it indeed is a bit older than that. Does anybody else know anything? I think we know which pictures we're all referring to of Chernobyl from allegedly yesterday, from Tisk Nip on Telegram, I think. But anyone? No one? No thoughts? I wouldn't be surprised if it's a bit older than that. I don't know what else to say. But clearly there is still something at Chernobyl. I think this is what we can all agree on. Because clearly Russians keep putting stuff there. Violence?
Yeah, so we actually had Chuck Farrer discuss this. The problem with Chernobyl from the Russians' perspective is it's their only airstrip to land stuff and try to deliver whatever from into Kherson or get stuff out of there. So they don't have other options really, especially for their larger fixed wing air assets is what his sort of analysis is. So it is their major and only real choice. So it's their only real choice for air assets. That means that it's and it's clearly well sighted in. It means it just gets to be the site of mass decommissioning of Russian assets. And if there's stuff still there, well, that just means there's more targets.
I'm kind of slightly disagree on that because Russians have a big fleet of choppers that can land practically anywhere in the Kherson area at the moment. And Kherson has parks and football stadiums and squares that can be used for choppers. So it's for fixed wing, yeah, but not for the chopper fleet. Not, it's an issue, but not that huge of an issue.
So I completely agree with you, Eric, obviously, because that was my first thought when the report came out 2 days ago that Russians are using helicopters pairwise to resupply across the river, but that they were resupplying to Chernobyl. That's something that confused me very much because, well, why would you go to an airport if it's a helicopter? Isn't the whole point of a helicopter that you can land places that are not an airport? As long as it's big enough for a helicopter, like a football stadium, as you noted, or even something much smaller than a football stadium. But I'm very confused at that as well. They're not at the idea that was pitched at the very least. Daniel?
Is a doctrinal failure. Time of flight for helicopters in Ukraine is 2 minutes 40 seconds. Doctrinal failure from Russian army is push your attack helicopters very close to the front line. And their tactics is not direct fire, but indirect fire. So they need Chernobyl to have air-to-ground support. And they cannot exit the doctrine. They are not adaptive. That is the problem. So that's why Chernobyl is like a bullseye target.
Where did you get the 2 minutes 40 second number?
Perun.
Okay, and where did they get it from?
Perun, the OC.
Yeah, no, I know who Perun is, but he didn't. Perun isn't in Ukraine.
Probably is the best guy you can. I trust him even more than many other people.
No, but I'm not questioning that. I'm saying Perun isn't physically in Ukraine counting helicopters, right? With a stopwatch. So he must have gotten it from somewhere else. I was wondering if you knew where Perun
He
got it from.
read the doctrine of the Russian Federation Army because they have a doctrine. They have manuals.
Okay, so the doctrine says 2 minutes 40 seconds.
No. Doctrine said put your rotary aircraft wings very close to the front to offer close to ground air support, and that's why they choose to operate like this. And it's not Chernobyl. Chernobyl is easy to hit, but all around the front is the same tactic. And because that is the time for sortie, under 3 minutes. Because they took off, take some altitude, fire, come back. That is the tactic. That is the doctrine. And they cannot change the doctrine. And when you cannot change the doctrine, you can change the habits. You cannot change the habits, you're sitting duck because you are not adaptive.
And this is maybe also why we see the tilt the helicopter back, use it as indirect fire kind of role, right? Because they don't want to go far. And if it is far, that's what they end up doing and return to base ASAP. Island?
Yeah, the other comment is the Russian choppers are quite big, so while they might be able to land in many places, they probably take more infrastructure to land than the smaller, mostly smaller NATO choppers. This was, as I said, Chuck's analysis, not mine. I am not a weapons expert, as I say all the time on the space. Also, that the infrastructure to pull stuff in and out of the infrastructure and people to pull stuff in and out of logistics infrastructure is more existent at Chernobyl than random spots. And quite obviously, the closer you get to the front, the more likely you are that Ukrainian air defense, which is not a blow-up doll, actually will hit it. So, these are all the reasons given by people who know far more than me as to why they might still be using Chernobyl. We all find it hilarious here in this space. And as I said, we want to send them a frequent flyer program and thank them for their incredible amounts of smoking on the Chernobyl airstrip. And Daryl, who was in the audience, once asked him to come up and please explain why they were still using Chernobyl. This was, I think, the 33rd hit, maybe the 32nd hit, I don't know. And he was too busy laughing for the first 2 minutes to give us a perfect explanation. And he said its best use would be if you didn't really need that equipment anymore, because then you wouldn't have to maintain it. You could just land it in Chernobyl, and the Ukrainians would take care of the maintenance for you. So, that seems to be the general military man's view when asked about Chernobyl. I like to ask all of them because it's absolutely hilarious to me, the fact that the Russians keep using this airstrip and the Ukrainians keep shall we say, decommissioning their assets. Daryl, do you want to come up and talk to us about your views on Chernobyl? It's truly one of my favorites. I see Daryl responded. He's on. Come on, Daryl, please. Daryl, please.
He's coming.
Well, I see they did it again. They didn't want something else.
Yeah, they parked more stuff on Chernobyl, which then got hit. Could you give us a review of your thoughts on parking things at Chernobyl?
Okay, it's like this. I really don't want to make, like I said before, they don't want to maintain it. They feel that the boss is getting a little pushy about them getting out there. Well, put it where your friendly Ukrainian can target it, and they'll take care of your maintenance cycles, your flight times, and everything, so that people just stop bugging you. You can go home possibly.
Is this one way
the reduced maintenance times and maintenance cost is a very important feature, isn't it, Daryl?
Absolutely. I mean, you figure how many hours do they spend after every flight? Well, if they fly it in one time and and it's not there anymore, then it saves the company. It saves the Russian government all kinds of money on maintenance costs, parts replacement. You don't have to worry about that logistical train. None of that. It's a perfect fit. Boy, yeah, that I guess that works, huh? Everybody likes that one.
Finance, could you give us a discounted cash flow calculation as to what is the net present value of the savings and maintenance cost for the Russian Air Force and the helicopter fleet of theirs?
Would you like that in hryvnia? I think there's some net present value in scrap metal of in hryvnia for when Ukraine eventually liberates Chernobylka for all those great metal processing facilities that they can then pick up all that metal and then recycle them into something useful, like a nice building to rebuild.
I like that aspect.
It needs a mini mill. If only Ukraine had a mini mill to work with scrap metal, right?
Sounds like an excellent idea, Axel. Daryl, I'm curious. When you hit a rocket, and let's say you hit a major helicopter with some artillery, so it's no longer functional, does that make it possible for a maintenance or repair things to cannibalize parts to fix another rocket, or do you just blow up all the utility in there?
It kind of depends on where it hits, and what the shrapnel does, because you can probably get engine parts if it does the body. But if it hits that top at where the rotor is, basically you got junk, because you won't be able to use the windows, you won't be able to use the tail rotor. There won't be anything left. It's scrap value at that point. But here's the thing: aluminum, it's up in the recycle business, so it could be a good thing.
That is quite meaningful now that the energy is more expensive. It is a little bit cheaper to recycle aluminum than it is to get it from bauxite straight. Okay, I have 2 technical notes. First of all, Axel, if you could please promote Finance to co-host, that'd be great. Because Tim has had to bid us adieu for a short period. Secondly, Eric, I really want to know where your header picture is from, because it looks familiar, but I can't remember. And third, I think we have Nick up.
Hi, Daryl.
Oh, sorry, Nick, just a second. Eric, do you have an answer for me by any chance?
Yeah, it's from Tuscany when I was in my honeymoon in there. So it's one agriturismo. I don't actually remember where. I've been trying to geolocate it, but with no success.
Very good. Thank you, Eric. That's all I wanted to know. See, and here was me thinking it's Piemonte. Maybe the little fogs in the valleys made me primed for that. Sorry about that. Nick, carry on.
Yeah, no, I was going to say to Daryl, or to the question of the Russians having to pay less for maintenance. I can think of several companies who could have sold them the maintenance contract, and the fact that the equipment no longer exists would not be cause to cancel the contract either. So it may well be that they're still paying out for the maintenance, even though the item itself is at the bottom of the Black Sea or wherever. Are we up for a new topic, or am I interrupting?
Sure, we can have a new topic right until Chernobylka gets hit again, which might be at this rate another 20-30 minutes.
I've been wondering about. We know that Russian prisoners are being treated correctly by Ukraine. We know that Ukrainian prisoners are not being treated especially well by the Russians, and indeed, the Russian soldiers themselves are not treated terribly well when they're brought in to the armed forces. I'm wondering whether the average Russian who might be considering surrendering is to whatever extent.
Aware of that.
to whatever extent, not doing so because he imagines, based on what he's seen the Russian army do to both friend and foe, that this might not be a very good idea. And I wonder what can be done. Probably not by us, but I mean, what can be done to kind of gently, give them higher levels of confidence that surrendering is a better option than hoping something else will turn up. I'm sure all of us would be happy to surrender
with
to
Ladas. No, leaflets with Ladas. They either get annihilated and their families get the new old Ladas, or they survive and they can try to buy such a Lada and drive it.
Yeah, but I mean, more seriously, my point is, I would rather have a Russian surrender today than stick around and fight for another week, and possibly get killed, and in the meantime take a couple of Ukrainian soldiers with him. So, mass surrenders and desertions would be nice. Individual surrenders and desertions are nice too, but we have confidence that the Ukrainians will treat these people well, but I don't think it's unreasonable for the Russians, in view of everything that they have experienced and what has gone before, to not necessarily have complete faith in that. And so I wonder how we or the Ukrainians or anybody go about conveying that message in a way that is going to, hopefully get more Russians to go, fuck this, I'm on.
Slava, what do you think? You're Ukrainian. Are there any efforts being made, or what would you like being seen to be made?
Thank you. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, 2 weeks ago, by Podolyak was proposal on this topic, actually to start a program that will convey a message to all the soldiers, to all the occupiers on the territory of Ukraine, that is better for you weapons and just be like a normal prisoner in Ukraine. You're gonna be, according to the law, you're gonna be judged.
And we see how they treat prisoners of war, right? Torture is common. Every manner of hellish treatment is common, and they probably just cannot comprehend. And let's face it, they use propaganda to try to say that it's not what it is, and they all know this. So, quite frankly, it probably just doesn't matter what you write. I don't know if these guys can fully comprehend it. It's possibly the kind of thing where it's like if their only choice is death or capture, they might consider capture. I don't know if there's anything else that would be workable for them, just because I do not think that they comprehend.
It's very little.
Actually,
They don't comprehend it. Now the thing is,
Yeah,
Nick,
they
what you need to understand, is you have not lived or worked in Russia or traveled Russia, I take it. What you need to understand is the level of backwardness which persists there. Stava can tell you this because he has experienced it a little bit, albeit that he has lived for the last 2 decades in the west of Ukraine and has tried to avoid watching Russian television and the likes. But if you go to the Russian countryside, to the Far East or anywhere else, the level of overall backwardness and lack of understanding of the West is astonishing. To give you an indication, the troops which were either captured or the ones which were calls were intercepted who went to commit a lot of the war crimes in European Bucha, Borodyanka, the likes, were utterly surprised and outright incensed, of course, that the Ukrainians had it so good, that they had running water, that they had fully built new kitchens, which some of the Russians see only on television in the DIY shows, that they are well equipped, that they have currently not just washing machines and the likes, no, but they have the luxury of central heating and toilets in their houses.
Steal toilets and die.
This is what you need to understand. Yeah, but this is the thing. You really need to understand how backward the country is and how segregated information is. I know it's hard to understand. I know it's hard to believe, but this is a fact.
Axel, it's why I asked the question. My position on this is my default position on this is close to what finance said. I'm trying to be optimistic relative to finance's position. So, but not seeing how. So, I'm not imagining that they're very amenable to this. That's kind of why I asked the question.
It sounds like Daryl wants to say something on the topics. Let's go to Daryl. Then we've got 2 other hands up. So, Daryl, I think you want to comment on this, and then we're going to go to Nina then Lima. Daryl.
Yeah, just one thing. You got to understand their thinking. If they are treated well, they're actually going to see that as a weakness as well. Because remember, they only see authority through strength. So when they're captured and treated well, it's going to be their mindset is, oh, they're weak. They are afraid to torture us. They are afraid to treat us badly or maim us, do whatever that they have been doing. Because in their mind, that's what you're supposed to do to your captured prisoners. So for them, seeing it that they don't see it as we see it as them being treated good. It's them being treated by weak folk.
Thank you, Daryl.
And very quickly, let's remember that, as Papi reminds me, back in March, the offer was 5 million rubles and amnesty to those who surrender. Not sure if this still applies. Also, we saw the reports of, if you bring a tank over with you or a helicopter, you get this much or that much money as well. So that's a component of it as well. But obviously, it doesn't work very well, and for the reasons that Axel stated, and for the reasons of having been thoroughly brainwashed by Kremlin propaganda, of course, they're much less likely to do so. Not to mention barrier troops. The combination of all of those makes it kind of difficult. George, who had to drop off, also suggested dropping leaflets with similar promises off of drones. I think it's plausible, but again, I think it's very difficult to get things through very thick skulls, and that might be the biggest problem with whatever info op you might want to undertake in this respect. which is where most ideas are going to stop and hit kind of a dead end.
I like the idea of maybe using a helicopter with the loudspeakers, talking about the message, or you know, or with a loud music to play like the Rise of Rise of the Valkyries or something like that as they're going in, because it just looks good.
I'm sure it would. I wonder if how big a loudspeaker you'd need to shout over the noise of a helicopter from a helicopter, but that's a separate issue. I'm sure it's possible. Nina.
I remember when the US went into Panama to get Noriega, and they sat outside was it the Vatican embassy? I think he took shelter in playing "I Fought the Law and the Law Won," which I thought was top trolley.
Oh my. Nina, go ahead.
Thank you, Domen. I have been listening to this discussion, and there are, of course, many sides to this. As we know, the mentality and thinking of Russians is something that living in a Western country is impossible to understand. And also, if some Russian soldier would surrender and tell to another Russian soldier what how the treatment, or what do you say, how the the what happened after that, they would probably not believe him. Maybe they would think that he's lying, and this is just a trap, because that's how they think. And it's sad, because of course they would have a chance to stay alive. But who was it? Slava who said that they're working with some kind of platform or something. But I was thinking of such a thing, that the Russians use a lot of Telegram, and if Russian soldiers who surrendered would start putting like some kind of testimonies there, I wonder if it would have any kind of effect, or could it? Thank you.
Domen, you want to take this, or?
I don't know. That's the problem. I have little to say because I don't know. I agree with the main point, the main thrust of Nick's idea. It's better to get them to surrender today than to, possibly kill some more Ukrainians and then either die or surrender. Right? It's a lot better for Ukraine if they can persuade Russians to surrender. But at the end of the day, what more can you do? Very little that's going to make a measurable effect. At the end of the day, you need to do, as has been noted here many times, you just need to hit them with more things, because that's clearly the only way to engender gestures of goodwill like that from the Russian invaders. And that has been evidenced time and time again. It's not as though Ukraine didn't try to get Russians to stop and quit and surrender and the like. They still can, of course, at any point. But with the combination of all the factors, I think you're kind of stuck with engendering gestures of goodwill through superior firepower.
I think superior firepower is the solution here. Lima OS, welcome to the space. First time I've seen you here. Your hand is raised.
Thanks, Franz. Yeah, I've been here before, but it's quite a while back. But it feels great to be again here. I want to hook on to the whole.
Moin.
Hi, Axel. The whole moral thing. So I think there's a quote contributed by Napoleon, which says the moral is to the physical as 3-1. Even when the arithmetic of that is not 100% correct, it says that having a strong moral is always superior to having superior firepower. So, and vice versa, that's also true. So if you break the moral of the enemy, you need less firepower to win the battle. And that is also...
Sorry, Lima. I'll just stop you for a second, just because we have a lot of listeners that we confused at this point because they won't understand that you're talking about morale. Moral is something to do with ethics. Being ethical is to be moral. Morale is what you're looking for, and I just don't want any of the listeners to be confused. It's not anything against you. I just want to make sure that everybody knows that you're talking about morale. Carry on.
Yeah, morale. You're right. My English is not the finest.
No,
so,
don't worry at all. Don't worry at all. This isn't anything to do with that. I'm just here to make sure that everybody understands each other as best possible. That's all.
Yeah, thanks for the correction. At any time, please, if I misspoke something or contribute anything wrong. So, so the whole military strategy that was kind of refined over the last 100 years or so after the World War One. Goes all more to an indirect approach. And there was one fellow called Liddell Hart, which is a British veteran from World War One, that wrote a wonderful book on this. So if you want to read it, it's just called Strategy. And there he describes exactly how to do stuff like that on a big scale in war. And it's all about throwing the enemy off balance. So, for example, if you have the World War One tactic on just throwing troops against each other, that's not very efficient and a stupid way of fighting. And that's not always what the Russians do, but that's kind of, if you have not well trained troops and bad communications, bad logistics, that's what the default mode is. And I think some of that has been shown in the early days of the war. And the Ukrainians did quite the opposite. They were not searching the stupid one-on-one force fight. They were more strategic and retreating to stronger positions and getting the hand over the fight, so to say. And we see this also right now in the current operation, I think, with the Kherson offensive, where they have extensive work done over the probably weeks or months before that to prepare the battlefield for them, that they get the upper hand and not only break strong points in the Russian defense or push back the offense of the Russians, but also in breaking the moral of the Russians, not just of the soldiers, but also of the Russian populace. I mean, we probably all have seen the pictures of cars blocking the road while people panically leaving Crimea. So I think that all plays into the cards of the Ukrainian army to gain back the territory, and that's exactly what they do on a large scale as a military operation. So that's kind of their grand strategy, to defend Ukraine and to protect the territorial integrity. And it's exactly not killing the Russians, so it's protecting the integrity of Ukraine. And I think whatever gets this done is a valid strategy. And if you are able to take soldiers out of the fight by whatever means that is, that's a plus. And like I said, you don't have to fight a fight that's just stupid one-on-one World War One tactics. So demoralizing the enemy by saying, okay, if you surrender, you are getting treated well. That's a valid strategy. And it's not only a good military strategy, that you just don't waste ammunition and manpower and risk casualties. It's also something that is ethically and morally on the high ground, I would say. And even though sometimes you have to use lethal force and just kill Russians to get them out of the country, or neutralize the threat. It's not the main. I would say, at least it's my personal opinion. Of course, I'm not a Ukrainian. I think killing Russians is not a state policy or a goal of Ukraine. It's getting the integrity of Ukraine back. So thanks for
Let's
listening.
go to Axel to answer that. I think I see where you're going with that, but I can see how it's also misconstrued, and I'm sure Axel has an excellent response. Axel.
I think there's a lot of valid points in this, and this is another thing, how Western armies wage war. Annihilating the enemy is a secondary target. If you can avoid having to fight the enemy and force the enemy or take the enemy out of commission, deny the enemy the capacity to wage war, and trick the enemy by its resources first and foremost, that is a primary part, not only of shaping the battlefield, as you quite rightly said, but also of then escalating kinetic action, where of course the enemy will take casualties, as well as in this case Ukraine when on the attack. But if you can force the enemy out of action, take prisoners, whilst it is difficult and whilst prisoners of war require a lot of attention and consume a lot of resources, it is a very valid strategy. The problem is that when fighting an enemy which is hell-bent on killing you and doesn't follow any of those rules which we normally have in war, then the battle becomes significantly more deadly. And this is a problem which, for example, in the First World War, as you brought the example, German troops found to be the case with hold on one second. Found to be the case on the Eastern Front just as well, when battling certain, not all, but certain regiments which the Tsarist army brought forward. And these regiments, comes up again, were predominantly regiments from the east of the Tsarist Empire, brought up with heavy-duty repression, with intense violence, and those regiments were utterly brutal, not only to the civilians, but also when confronted with prisoners of war on their own end, meaning if German troops were captured at any battle line, those troops tended to kill off the German troops, which led, of course, to aggravation and significant revenge response. So we have to be extremely careful, and this is, I think, what German troops today would do differently than in the First World War and then in the Second World War, albeit the German Wehrmacht, for all its faults and for all its undermining by means of Nazi ideology and Nazi officers and whatnot, did horrible things. But to a large extent, specifically also on the Western Front, the Wehrmacht and its opponents, whilst annihilating each other heavily and treating each other well with utmost violence, took prisoners of war in a different fashion than what happened on the Eastern Front. And that is a cultural conflict. And that is, I think, where we're driving at with this. We are in, yet again, a cultural conflict where the other party is willing to dial up the violence to a level which is beyond what we consider to be acceptable even in wartime. That is a massive difference, and that leads to different consequences in how you wage war. Fortunately, the Ukrainian army has a different approach to this than one could be concerned with or be afraid of. They have, to the best possible extent that we know, behaved with exceptional calm and resilience and keep on to the high ground. It remains a very delicate balance, and it requires significant investment in leadership, which fortunately the Ukrainian army has been able to muster. I would want to highlight that at least one of the battalions now actually annihilated in heavy-duty combat and Vysokobyli had been involved in the massacre of Ukrainian troops in 2014 in Ilovaisk. and these troops have been annihilated in combat. I'm quite sure that in that battle, both sides knew who each other was. I'm absolutely certain that the Ukrainians were happy that, and I mean it, happy that they were up against that enemy and that they could straighten this out in the battlefield. And I'm absolutely certain that the number of troops, for example, in Izium, what is it? Remind me, Domin, is it the 76th, or which was it, or the 73rd of the Russian troops, which actually received a medal for their actions in Borodyanka and Irpin, and who are also engaged, not just in Irpin, but also in Bucha. They were sent to die by their Russian generals in the forests of the west of Izium when Russians went through that area to attack the 93rd and went up against the 81st Air Assault and a TDF battalion of the Ukrainians at that time. They were sent to die there. They needed troops. They put them there because they knew that with these troops, the evidence